Hi, everybody. This is Late Night Reading Hour. We're going to read Communion. And before I start, I need to say Communion is a copyright of Walker and Collier, Inc., and is being used with permission. This reading may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. A new edition of Communion is available in ebook format, as a hardcover and as a softcover, and as an unabridged audiobook read by Whitley Strieber on Audible and Apple Books. Well, if you've been with me for a little while, you'll know that I had uploaded these as video files, and they were taken down, and that's something that I was entirely prepared for and assumed would happen, but I actually was able to get a hold of Whitley Strieber, who was incredibly kind, and we reached an agreement. And with this disclaimer, I'm able to put up my reading of Communion back onto YouTube. But as my luck would have it, I had lost the video files. I've lost them. So it goes. And I was able to recover the audio files from my DAW because I recorded them in a separate program. So what follows is the entire audio from the 16 or so videos I had uploaded previously. And this is a cold reading. So what does that mean? That means this is my first time reading through. I'm not editing it, and I'm going for something of a sort of raw storytelling experience. I'm interjecting my commentary. I am making a lot of mistakes, I'm sure, and mispronouncing things. So if you want something that is more produced, better, I highly recommend going and listening to the audiobook that is read by the author. I think that's a fantastic way to experience a book, is to experience it through the author's voice. So that is available to you. And if you would like to stick around with me, well, let's get started. This is the story of one man's attempt to deal with a shattering assault from the unknown. It is a true story, as true as I know how to describe it. To all appearances, I have had an elaborate personal encounter with intelligent non-human beings. But who could they be? And where have they come from? Are unidentified flying objects real? Are there goblins? That's the name of the cat that's snoring over there. Are there goblins? Or demons? Or visitors? At first I thought I was losing my mind. But I was interviewed by 3 psychologists and 3 psychiatrists, given a battery of psychological tests and a neurological examination, and found to fall within the normal range in all respects. I was also given a polygraph by an operator with 30 years' experience, and I passed without qualification. I had been indifferent to the whole issue of unidentified flying objects and extraterrestrials. I had viewed them as a false unknown, easily explainable as misperceptions or hallucinations. Now what was I to think? The visitors marched right into the middle of the life of an indifferent skeptic without a moment's hesitation. Later, I found a large number of people who have had experiences similar to mine. Most of them were mentally stable. They did not cluster in any particular population group, but formed a cross-section of American society. I have met, among many others, a scientist, a policeman, a federal officer who have had encounters. In my case, there were witnesses and physical after effects that are hard to ignore. Either what is happening is that the visitors are actually here, or the human mind is creating something that, incredibly, is close to a physical reality. Whatever it is not presently understood by science. I know how it feels and looks to be with one of these visitors. I know how they sound when they talk, and what it looks like and smells like in their places. I know how they act and how they appear. I may even know something about why they are here and what they want from us. Seeming encounters with non-human beings are not new. They have a history dating back thousands of years. What is new in this latter part of the 20th century is that the encounters have taken on an intensity never before experienced by humankind. What happened to me was terrifying. It seemed completely real. It was in clear, normal memory. Most of it was already present in my mind before I was hypnotized to aid recall. There has been a lot of scoffing directed at people who have been taken by the visitors. It has been falsely claimed that their memories are a side effect of hypnosis. This is not true. Most of them started with memories and undertook hypnosis to attempt greater recall. Scoffing at them is as ugly as laughing at rape victims. We do not know what is happening to these people, but whatever it is, it causes them to react as if they have suffered a great personal trauma. And society turns away, led by vociferous professional debunkers whose secret fears apparently close their minds. Other more responsible scientists were very legitimately concerned that serious pursuit of any answer to the enigma of unidentified aerial objects and possible visitors may lead science into study of a false unknown. At least from a behavioral point of view, however, this can no longer be considered a false unknown. Something is happening, and intellectually well-grounded people need not shun it. Instead, the unknown can be faced with clear and open curiosity. When this is done, something strange happens. The unknown changes. The enigmatic presence of a human mind winks back from the dark, and a little progress toward real understanding is made. I suffered with this experience. Others suffered and are still suffering. It is essential that effective support be developed to aid those who have it. The scoffing has to stop. I'm ashamed to say that I have done it myself, in the past, at least vicariously. As far as UFOs went, I was with the skeptics. I look up toward the night sky, visible through 2 high arches above my office windows. Almost all the way to the top of the arches, the clouds glow with Manhattan's light. At the pinnacle, there is darkness, and it draws me. I am not only scared and upset. Frankly, I'm also curious. I want to know what's going on out there. As I watch, the night sky grows a little darker. People who face the visitors report fierce little figures with eyes that seem to stare into the deepest core of being, and those eyes are asking for something, perhaps even demanding it. Whatever it is more than simple information. The goal does not seem to be the sort of clear and open exchange that we might expect. Whatever may be surfacing, it wants far more than that. It seems to me that it seeks the very depth of the soul. It seeks communion. Woo! All right. And thus, this is chapter 1. Chapter 1 of communion. We're going to read through, maybe about halfway. We're going to get through the encounter today. This is going to be kind of a long video, but I hope you enjoy it. December 26, 1985. My wife and I own a log cabin in a secluded corner of upstate New York. it is this cabin that our primary experiences have taken place. I will deal first with what I remember of December 26, 1985, and then with what was subsequently jogged into memory concerning October 4th, 1985. Until I sought help, I remember only that there was a strange disturbance on October 4. An interviewer asked if I could recall any other unusual experiences in my past. The night of October 4th had also been one of turmoil, but it took discussions with the other people who had been in the cabin at the time to help me reconstruct it. Just gonna adjust and maybe drink some water. We've got Gandalf. Thank you for your help, Gandalf. I feel hydrated. Let's go. This part of my narrative covering December 26 is derived from my journal material I had written before undergoing any hypnosis or even discussing my situation with anybody. When I was alone, this is what it was like. Our cabin is very hidden and quiet and part of a small group of cabins scattered across the area served by a private dirt road, which itself branches off with a little used country road that leads to an old town that isn't even mentioned on any maps. We spend more than half our time at the cabin, because I do most of my work there. We also have an apartment in New York City. Ours is a very sedate life. We don't go out much, we rarely drink more than wine, and neither of us has ever used drugs. I like that he has to clarify that to get people to believe him. From 1977 until 1983, I wrote imaginative thrillers. But in recent years, I have been concentrating on much more serious fiction about peace and the environment, books that were firmly grounded in fact. Thus, at this time in my life, I wasn't even working on horror stories, and at no time had I ever been in danger of being deluded by them. We were having a lovely Christmas at the cabin in late December 1985. On Christmas Eve, there was snow, which continued for 2 more days. My son had discovered to his delight that the snow would fall in perfect crystalline flakes on his gloves if he stood still with his hands out. On December 26th, we spent a happy morning breaking in his new sled, then went cross-country skiing in the afternoon. For supper, we had leftover Christmas goose, cranberry sauce, and cold sweet potatoes. We drank seltzer with fresh lime in it. After our son went to bed, Anne and I sat quietly together listening to some music and reading. Let's pause for a second. Let's think about that exchange. He's convincing us, and he's doing a good job at convincing us that he's very, I wouldn't even say an average person, but a person who is, very no-nonsense. Which, if I was an alien, I don't know if this is the kind of person I would visit, so he might be doing the opposite job for me and convincing me. Sorry, I'll get back to it. About 8:30, I turned on the burglar alarm, which covers every accessible window and all the doors. For no reason then apparent, I had developed an unusual habit the previous fall. As secretly as ever, I made a tour of the house, peering in closets, and even looking under the guest room bed for hidden intruders. I did this immediately after setting the alarm. By 10 o'clock, we were in bed, and by 11, both of us were asleep. The night of the 26th was cold and cloudy. There were perhaps 8 inches of snow on the ground, and it was still falling lightly. I do not recall any dreams or disturbances at all. There was apparently a large unknown object seen in the immediate vicinity at approximately this time of the month, but a report of it would not be published for another week. Even when I read that report, though, I did not relate it in any way to my experience. Why should I? The report attributed the sightings to a practical joke. Only much later, when I researched it myself, did I discover how inaccurate that report was. I have never seen an unidentified flying object. I thought that the whole subject had been explained by science. It took me a couple of months to establish the connection between what had happened to me and possible non-human visitors. So unlikely did such a connection seem. In the middle of the night on December 26th, I do not know the exact time, I abruptly found myself awake. And I knew why. I heard a peculiar whooshing, swirling noise coming from the living room downstairs. This was no random creak, no settling of the house, but a sound as if a large number of people were moving rapidly around the room. I listened carefully. The noise just didn't make sense. I sat up in bed shocked and very curious. There was an edge of fear. The night was dead still, windless. My eyes went straight to the burglar alarm panel beside the bed. The system was armed and working perfectly. Not a covered window or door was open, and nobody had entered, at least according to the row of glowing lights. What I did next may seem peculiar. I settled back in bed. For some reason, the extreme strangeness of what I was hearing did not rouse me to action. Over the course of this narrative, this sort of inappropriate response will be repeated many times. If something is strange enough, the reaction is very different from what one would think. The mind seems to tune it out as if by some sort of instinct. No sooner had I settled back than I noticed that one of the double doors leading into our bedroom was moving closed. As they closed outward, this meant that the opening was getting smaller, concealing whatever was behind that door. I sat up again. My mind was sharp. I was not asleep, nor in a hypnopompic state between sleep and waking. I wished to be clear that I felt, at that moment, wide awake and in full possession of all of my faculties. I could easily have gotten up and read a book or listened to the radio or gone for a midnight walk in the snow. I could not have imagined what could be going on. And I got very uneasy. My heart started beating harder. I wasn't settled back anymore. I was sitting up. A question just forming in my mind. What could be moving the door? Then I saw edging around it a compact figure. It was so distinct and yet so completely impossibly astonishing that at first I could not understand it at all. I simply sat there staring, too stunned to move. Months and months later, I discovered that another person who has the visitor experience first encountered it through the medium of this same peculiar figure rushing toward her in exactly the way that this one now rushed toward me. Before I narrate those next few seconds, though, I would like to give an exact description of how the figure looked to me. First, I will describe the physical conditions under which I was seeing it. The room was dim but not dark. The burglar alarm panel alone emitted enough light for me to see. In addition, there was snow on the ground, and that added some ambient light. Had it been a person peeking into the room, I could have made it out, his or her features clearly. This figure was too small to be a person, unless a child. I have measured the approximate distance that the top of the head was from the ground based on my memory of the figure's position in the doorway, and I believe that it was roughly 3.5 feet tall, altogether smaller and lighter than my son. I could see perhaps a third of the figure, the part that was bending around the door so that it could see me. It had a smooth, rounded hat on, with an odd, sharp rim that jutted out easily 4 inches on the side that I could see. Below this was a vague area. I could not see the face, or perhaps I would not see it. A few moments later, when it was close to the bed, I saw 2 dark holes for eyes and a black, down-turning line of a mouth that later became an O. From shoulder to midriff was the visible third of a square plate etched with concentric circles. This plate stretched from just below the chin to the waist area. At the time, I thought it looked like some sort of breastplate, or even an armored vest. Beneath it was a rectangular appliance of the same type, which covered the lower waist to just above the knees. The angle at which the individual was leaning was such that the lower legs were hidden behind the door. I was quite shocked, but what I was seeing was so strange, I had to assume that it was a dream. Maybe this is why I continued to sit in bed, taking no action. Or perhaps my mind was already under some sort of control. In any case, I sat there frightened, but unable or unwilling to deal with what I was observing. My mind explained my vision to me. Despite my full wakefulness, it must be hypnopompic hallucination. Such phenomena sometimes occur as one drifts between waking and sleep. I assumed that some minor disturbance had awakened me, and I was experiencing such an illusion, and never mind the fact that I felt fully awake. Because of its isolation, the house not only had a burglar alarm, but contained a shotgun. Shoot those aliens. Sorry. I don't want to break up the mood. Which was not far from the bed at the time. Was that why the thing behind the door was wearing a shield? If that was indeed what it was, I have subsequently wondered if an earlier reconnaissance of the house might not have taken place and revealed the presence of the weapon. The previous July, we had an experience that should be reported here. I was reading at about 11:30 at night when I distinctly heard footsteps. Normal, human-sounding footsteps move stealthily down our front porch to the area where I had just had a motion-sensitive light installed. The peculiar thing about these footsteps was that they came from the pool area and moved toward the road, the opposite of the direction that they would have come if it was a prowler from the road. At the time, I thought to myself, I would take the gun and go downstairs if the light came on. No sooner had I thought that than it did. I dashed downstairs but saw nobody, even though the light was still on. As it was attached to a 15-second timer, I found this startling. I had gotten out onto the porch in no more than 10 seconds, and there was no place for an intruder to hide between the house and the road, not in that short of time. A careful investigation, shotgun in hand, uncovered nothing. I had been certain that I would see whomever it was running off. At the time, I even entertained the notion that they must have just jumped on the roof. But there was nobody there. Subsequently, the light never worked right, although it was in good order earlier that very evening. In September, I took the bulbs out. Later in the fall, the unit was replaced. The next thing I knew, the figure came rushing into the room. I recall only blackness after that, for an unknown period of time. I don't remember falling asleep or lying awake. What I do remember is far, far more disturbing. My next conscious recollection is of being in motion. I was naked, with my arms and legs extended, as if I had been frozen in mid-leap. I was moving out of the room. There was no physical sensation at all, not of being touched, not of being warm or cold. I could feel myself as a shape and a mass, but not in terms of sensation. It was as if I had become profoundly paralyzed. Although I wanted desperately to move, I could not. Because of my state of apparent paralysis, I'm afraid that I cannot report that I was floating along on some magical pallet or a flying carpet. It could easily be that I was being carried. In any case, I was at this point in a state of panic. Gone was any fleeting thought of dream or hallucination. Something was hideously wrong, so wrong that my mind went blank. I couldn't think. Even if I had been able to make a sound, which I doubt, I couldn't try. I must have blacked out again because I have no further memories of being moved. The next thing I knew, I was sitting in a small sort of depression in the woods. It was quite dark, and frozen creeper was pressing tightly around me. I remember being startled as that there was no snow on the gray earth. I sat with my legs partly bent and my hands in my lap. Although I cannot recall this in any detail, I may have been leaning against something. I was still absent sensation. Across the depression to my left, there was a small individual whom I could see only out of the corner of my eye. This person was wearing a gray tam bodysuit and sitting on the ground with knees drawn up and hands clasped around them. There were 2 dark eye holes and a round mouth hole. I had the impression of a face mask. I felt that I was under the exact and detailed control of whomever had me. I could not move my head, or my hands, or any part of my body save for my eyes. Despite this, I was not tied. Immediately on my right was another figure, this one completely invisible, except for an occasional flash of movement. This person was working busily at something that seemed to have to do with the right side of my head. It wore dark blue coveralls, was extremely fast. The depression appeared to be no more than 4 feet in diameter, but my eyes were not functioning normally. Maybe for no other reason than that I wasn't wearing my glasses. I am mildly nearsighted. While the presence of others remains vague in my mind, the individual on my left made a clear impression. I do not know why, but I had the distinct feeling that this was a woman, and so I shall refer to her in the feminine. She was as small as the others, and appeared almost bored or indifferent. I also felt that she was explaining something to me, but I couldn't remember what it was. Then I saw branches moving past my face, then a sweep of the treetops. I looked down, and below me, the whole tall forest was corkscrewing slowly to the right. There was no chance to question how in the world I had gotten above the trees. I only saw and recorded. Then a gray floor obscured my vision, slipping below my feet like an iris closing. The next thing I knew, I was sitting in a messy round room. My impression is that at this point I was actually being cradled by these people, as if they were aware of what was about to transpire. Movement to this totally unfamiliar environment so suddenly, and under these extremely unusual conditions, stripped away whatever reserves of collectedness I still possessed. While I had up until that point been able to retain a degree of control of my attention, this now left me, and I became entirely given over to extreme dread. The fear was so powerful that it seemed to make my personality completely evaporate.
This was not a theoretical or even a mental experience, but something profoundly physical. Whitley ceased to exist. What was left was a body in a state of raw fear so great that it swept about me like a thick, suffocating curtain, turning paralysis into a condition that seemed close to death. I do not think that my ordinary humanity survived the transition to this little room. I died, and a wild animal appeared in my place. Not everything was gone, though. What remained, although small, nevertheless was occupied with an essential task of verification. I was looking around as best I could, recording what I saw. The small circular chamber had a domed grayish tan ceiling with ribs appearing at intervals of about a foot. I had an impression that it was a messy living space. Across the room to my right, some clothing was thrown on the floor. As a matter of fact, the thought even crossed my mind that the place was actually dirty. It was close and confining for me. The whole scale of it was small, tight, and closed. I seemed to remember that the room was stuffy and the air quite dry, so it could be that the numbness of panic was wearing off. Tiny people were now moving around me at great speed. Their quickness was disturbing, and in a curious way ugly. I had the thought that I was being taken away, and remembered my family. An acute gnawing feeling of being in a trap overcame me. It was truly an awful sensation, accompanied as it was by the sense that I was absolutely helpless in the hands of these strange creatures. Despite my extreme terror, I was aware of my surroundings. I know that I was seated on a bench leaning against a wall. The predominant colors were tan and gray. The bench was the same color as the walls, and was rimmed by a lip of dark brown. From the clarity of my memory of these rather muted colors, I surmise that the room was lit, although I did not see the source of the light. There was something quite beautiful, I think, having to do with a lens in the ceiling, but I can remember little about it. Perhaps there was a lens at the point of the ceiling through which some colorful scene could be observed. There's no way to be certain of how long I remained in this room. It seemed to be a stay of no more than a few minutes, or even seconds. It may have been longer, though, because I had time to look around me and note numerous details. While I had before been totally paralyzed, I was now able to move at least my eyes, possibly my head. I was so scared that my memories are indistinct and covered by amnesia. Even as I write this, I am aware that a great deal more happened. I just can't get to it. This might be terror amnesia, or drugs, or hypnosis, or even doses of all three. There is one drug, pterodotoxin, which could approximate such a state. In small doses, it causes external anesthesia. Larger doses brings about the out-of-body sensation occasionally reported by victims of visitor abduction. Greater quantities can cause the appearance of death. Even the brain ceases detectable function. This rare drug is the core of the zombie poison of Haiti, and little is known about why it works as it does. It is also the notorious fugu poison of Japan, found in the tissues of the blowfish, which is an esteemed, if deadly, aphrodisiac. My surroundings were so unfamiliar in every detail, and my surprise was so great, that I simply faded away, in the sense that my ability to direct myself was lost, mentally as well as physically. Not only was I physically anesthetized, though no longer so much paralyzed as totally limp, I was in a mental state that separated me from myself so completely that I had no way to filter my emotions or most immediate reactions, nor could my personality initiate anything. I was reduced to raw biological response. It was as if my forebrain had been separated from the rest of my system, and all that remained was a primitive creature, and in effect the ape out of which we evolved long ago. I was not, however, in the ape. I was in my forebrain, locked away from the rest of myself. My mind had become a prison. One being was on my right, another on my left. Within my field of vision, a great deal of rushing about commenced again. The next thing I knew, I was being shown a tiny gray box with a sliding lid. There was a curved lip at one end of the box to make it easy to push open. It was being held by a thin, graceful person, whose appearance was not distinct. Was this the female again? I'm not sure. It almost seems, as I remember, that something had been done to my eyes to affect my ability to concentrate my vision. Glances around the room were quite detailed in recollection, but any attempts to steady my vision and view a particular being resulted in blurring. It would be interesting to know if this was an induced effect or something caused by my own fear of what I was seeing. My memory of the one that came before me next is of a tiny, squat person, crouching as if huddled over something. He had been given the box and now slid it open, revealing an extremely shiny, hair-thin needle mounted on a black surface. This needle glittered when I saw it out of the corner of my eye, but it was practically invisible straight on. I became aware, I think. I was told that they proposed to insert this into my brain. If I had been afraid before, I now became quite simply crazed with terror. I argued with them. "This place is filthy," I remember saying. Then, "You'll ruin a beautiful mind." I could imagine my family awakening in the morning and finding me a vegetable. A great sadness overtook me. I do not recall screaming, but evidently I was doing so, because I remember the next exchange quite clearly. One of them, I think it was the one that I identified earlier as the woman, said, "What can we do to help you stop screaming?" This voice was remarkable. It was definitely oral, that is to say, I heard it rather than sensed it, and it had a subtly electronic tone to it. The accents flat and startlingly Midwestern. Oh wow, okay, let's try that again. "Oh, what can we do to help you stop screaming?" This voice was remarkable. My reply was unexpected, I heard myself say. "You can let me smell you." Oh my God. I was embarrassed. That is not a normal request, and it bothered me. But it made a great deal of sense, as I afterward realized. The one to my right replied, "Oh, okay, I can do that," in a similar voice, speaking very rapidly, and held his hand against my face, cradling my head with the other hand. The odor was distinct and gave me exactly what I needed, an anchor in reality. It remained the most convincing aspect of the whole memory because that odor was completely indistinguishable from a real one, or a hallucination. Did not seem in any way a dream. I remembered it as an actual smell. There was a slight scent of cardboard to it, as if the sleeve of the coverall that was partly pressed against my face were made of some substance like paper. The hand itself had a faint but distinctly organic sourness in its odor. It was not a human smell, but it was unmistakably the smell of something alive. There was a subtle overtone that seemed a little like cinnamon. The next thing I knew, there was a bang and a flash, and I realized that they had performed the proposed operation on my head. I felt like weeping, and I recall sinking down into a cradle of tiny arms. At least at this point, I had some feeling and enough muscle tone and had returned to enable me to slide my feet along the floor in an effort to avoid falling all the way. Then I was lifted up and seemed suddenly to be in another room. Or perhaps I simply saw my present surrounding differently. It appeared to be a small operating theater. I was in the center of it on a small table, and 3 tiers of benches were populated with a few hundred figures, wow, some with round as opposed to slanted eyes. I was aware that I had seen 4 different types of figures. The first was the small robot-like being that had led the way into my bedroom. He was followed by a large group of short, stocky ones in dark blue coveralls. These had wide faces, appearing either dark gray or dark blue in the light, with glittering deep-set eyes, pug noses, and broad, somewhat human mouths. Inside the room, I encountered 2 types of creature that did not look at all human. The most provocative of these was about 5 feet tall, very slender and delicate, with extremely prominent and mesmerizing black slanted eyes. This being had an almost vestigial mouth and nose. The huddled figures in the theater were somewhat smaller with similarly shaped heads, but round black eyes like large buttons. Throughout the whole experience, the stocky ones were always present. They were apparently responsible for moving and controlling me, and I had the distinct impression that they were a sort of good army. Why good? I don't know. I do not remember what, if anything, happened in the operating theater. My memories of movement from place to place are the hardest to recall because it was then that I felt the most helpless. My fear would rise when they touched me. Their hands were soft, even soothing, but there were so many of them that it felt a little as if I were being passed along by rows of insects. It was very distressing. Soon, I was in more intimate surroundings once again. There were clothes strewn about, and 2 of the stocky ones drew my legs apart. The next thing I knew, I was being shown an enormous and extremely ugly object, gray and scaly, with a sort of network of wires on the end. It was at least a foot long, narrow and triangular in structure. They inserted this thing into my rectum. It seemed to swarm into me as if I had a life of its own. Apparently its purpose was to take samples, possibly of fecal matter, but at the time I had the impression that I was being raped, and for the first time I felt anger. Only when the thing was withdrawn did I see that it was a mechanical device. The individual holding it pointed the wire cage on the tip and seemed to warn me about something. But what, I never found out. Events once again started moving very quickly. One of them took my right hand and made an incision on my forefinger. There was no pain at all. Abruptly, my memories end. There isn't even a blackness, just mourning. I had no further recollection of the incident. I had awoke in the morning of the 27th very much as usual, but grappling with a distinct sense of unease and a very improbable but intense memory of seeing a barn owl staring at me through the window sometime during the night. I remember how I felt in the gathering evening of the 27th when I looked out into the roof and saw that there were no owl tracks in the snow. I knew I had not seen an owl. I shuddered, suddenly cold, and drew back from the window, withdrawing from the night that was falling so swiftly in the woods beyond. But I wanted desperately to believe in that owl. I told my wife about it. She was polite, but commented about the absence of tracks. I really much wanted to convince her of it, though. Even more, I wanted to convince myself. So intent was I on this that I telephoned a friend in California for the specific, yet unlikely purpose of telling her about the barn owl at the window. Later I discovered that memories of animals in strange places are a common block to this experience.
One young woman arrived back at a picnic in the woods in France with a story of seeing a beautiful deer, but she had blood on her blouse and a strange, straight scar that could not be explained. 10 years passed before she remembered anything of the truth of her experiences in those woods, and she would have died with that memory had not her memory of another encounter with the visitors caused her to question its real significance. Another man came away from his experience thinking only that he had seen a bunch of rabbits hopping around outside his car. Like my barn owl, these stories must have seemed no more than whimsies, but they hid real experiences that were so impossible to accept. Just keeping them hidden took a large toll. As it has with others, as it might be doing with anybody. From that first day, my wife noticed a dramatic personality change in me, which she thought was similar to a change that had taken place the previous October. We had gone through personal hell then, because of my demands and accusatory behavior, and because she did not want the pattern to repeat itself. But I was in decline again, and this time the symptoms were not all mental. That first evening, I underwent the initial physical symptom of my original ordeal. We had come in from an afternoon of light cross-country skiing, not at all strenuous. I was dead tired. Normally, I'm full of energy. Even a hard afternoon on the ski trails leaves me feeling pleasantly relaxed. I got chills and went to bed. I lay huddled between the sheets and the quilt, with the evening coming down, feeling just awful. I thought I must have had a high fever. I was exhausted. The sounds of my wife and son downstairs filled me with a sense of foreboding. Strange recollections of people running, of being pulled and shoved, swirled through my head. Then our nearest neighbors suddenly arrived. They appeared without warning. We tend to be very private in our sparse community, and this was only their second spontaneous visit in the 2 years we had been neighbors. Feeling somewhat better, I went downstairs to see them. No sooner had we started talking than I found myself complaining that I thought I had seen the light of a snowmobile in the woods between our houses at about 3 a.m. I was horrified at myself. What was I saying? I couldn't remember any such thing, and I knew it even as I spoke. Our neighbors offered the thought that the woods were too thick for a snowmobile to maneuver, which is true. Then I said that it must have been the lights on his house. He has 2 floodlights that shine out over his backyard. He explained that these lights had been off, but promised to redirect them so that they couldn't be seen from our house. I knew even then that his lights hadn't been bothering me so late at night, although they were sometimes bothersome early in the evening, now that winter had stripped the woods of their concealing leaves. My memory of the snowmobile was as hollow as my memory of the owl. After some small talk, our neighbors went home. I was not pleased with my own behavior, and found it hard to understand because it seemed so non-volitional, almost as if I had been talking against my will. My wife reports that my personality deteriorated dramatically over the following weeks. I became hypersensitive, easily confused, and, worst of all, short with my son. We have always been a happy family, and there was no change in our life condition or relationship to account for this personal shift. This realization that the owl memory was not true created troubling problems for me. I was aware that something had somehow gone wrong with me.
The trouble was, I could not understand what it was. There simply wasn't anything in my life to explain it. I started to worry about toxins in our food or water, but as nobody else in the family was affected, we hadn't tried any food that might have caused some bizarre allergy. That seemed unlikely. I did not know that the owl and the light were screen memories that concealed a traumatic experience. As described by Freud, the screen memory is a method that the mind uses to shield itself from things too upsetting to recall. I had a feeling of being separated from myself, as if either I was unreal or the world around me was unreal. By December 28th, I was so depressed and in such a state of inner conflict that I sat down and wrote a short story in an effort to explore my emotions. It reflected not only my emotional state, but probably also some of the realities hidden behind it. I called it pain. It was to be the last sustained writing I would do for 7 weeks, and is the last thing I wrote before these enormous hidden truths began emerging from my unconscious. At the time, I had no idea that I was suffering from emotional trauma, or that dozens of other people had been through very similar ordeals after being taken by the visitors. Previous to the 26th, I had made good progress on a huge 2-volume novel based on the relationship between Russia and America at the outset of the Russian Revolution. Now I could hardly read my own work, let alone continue working on this complicated project. Since I wrote pain as an expression of the emotional state that overlay the memories I was then suppressing, I will recount it briefly. It is about a man who encounters an enigmatic woman named Janet, who proves to be some sort of superhuman being, perhaps an angel or a demon. She draws this man into a strange experience of capture and incarceration in a tiny magical cabinet. From the agony that ensues, he gains immense insight and new spiritual strength. What is most interesting to me about this story is that it continues imagery that is present in my early horror novels. The visitors could be seen as the Wolfen, as Miriam Blaylock in The Hunger, and as the Fairy Queen, Lennon and her soldiers in Cat Magic. The theme is always the same. Mankind must face a harsh but enigmatically beautiful force that, as Miriam Blaylock describes herself, is part of the justice of the world. This force is always hidden between the folds of experience. As I worked on pain, my mental and physical states continued to get worse. An infection appeared on my right forefinger. It looked like a splinter injury, but I could not remember getting a splinter, unless it was from some log I carried in for the stove. The injury festered. Neither iodine nor antibiotic ointment seemed to help. I looked for a bit of the splinter but could find nothing. I noticed that I was uncomfortable sitting because of rectal pain, a weird and disturbing symptom. I had a vague feeling that something distressful had happened to me, but no clear memory. In the ensuing days, I experienced more bouts of fatigue. I would be working and suddenly I would get cold and start to shake. Then I would feel so exhausted that I could not go on and crawl into bed quivering and miserable, sure that I was coming down with the flu. I took my temperature during one of these experiences and found that it was 96.6 at the outset and 98.8 at the height of the fever. Afterwards, it dropped to 97.0. Nights I would sleep, but wake up in the morning feeling as if I had been tossing and turning the whole time. I ceased to dream, and sometimes had difficulty closing my eyes. I felt watched, and kept hearing noises in the night. Mornings I would wake up with the feeling
that I'd been somehow on guard. My disposition got worse. I became mercurial, fanatic, with excitement about some idea one moment, and in despair the next. I was suspicious of friends and family, often openly hostile. I came to hate telephone calls. I could not concentrate even on light television programs. After writing Pain, I found that I could not sustain enough attention to work for more than 5 or 10 minutes at a time. An attempt to read Gerald's Party by Robert Coover left me profoundly confused. I kept reading and rereading the same few pages. I switched to a less challenging novel, but it was also totally incomprehensible. I had been reading some sermons of the 13th century mystical philosopher Meister Eckhart, but this study had to be abandoned. I could no longer follow my own thinking, let alone that of authors who interested me. It was a fearful, haunting discovery. On the afternoon of January 3rd, we were skiing when I got a pain behind my right ear. It was a sensation similar to what happens to one's jaw when Novocaine wears off after a session in the dentist's chair. My skull ached and the skin was sensitive. In the middle of the sensitive area, my wife could see a tiny pinpoint of a scab. I believe that the combination of the infected finger, the rectal pain, and the aching head were what finally brought my memories into focus. The confused swirl resolved into a specific series of recollections, and when I saw what they were, I just about exploded with terror and utter disbelief. One of the memories would come into my head, linger there for a moment, and then leave me with my heart pounding, gasping, sweat pouring down my face. I thought I had lost my mind. For half of my life, I had been engaged in a rigorous and detailed search for a finer state of consciousness. Now I thought my mind was turning against me, that my years of eager study of everything from Zen to quantum physics had led me into some strange and tragic byway of the soul. As soon as I had them in focus, my memories became perfectly vivid. As vivid, say, as childhood memories become when one chooses to draw them out of the mental file where they are hidden. I sat at my desk, trying to make sense of what could not make sense. I thought quietly and calmly, "You may be going mad, or you may have a brain tumor. You've got to find out which it is, and take whatever steps are necessary." And then I rested my head on the desk, and, quite frankly, cried. For a couple of days, I lived with it. Maybe the symptoms would subside. Then, quite suddenly one afternoon, I recalled the smell. Their smell. It came back to me as clearly as if I had inhaled it not a moment before. More than anything, except discovering that I was not alone with my experience, that totally real memory saved me from going stark raving mad. In the first week of January, a local newspaper published accounts of an object or objects being sighted in our area. This story appeared in the January 3rd, 1986 issue of the Middleton, New York Record. The headline called the appearance a hoax, but according to the story, local people who had witnessed the event doubted that. One man, however, claimed that he had seen the things fly over a brightly lit local prison, and in the light he saw planes. A follow-up story on January 12th expanded on the prank hypothesis. My wife showed me the article and told me, "You said this would happen. You were talking about this last week." I did not remember the conversation, but the article caused me to glance over a book my brother had sent me for Christmas called Science and the UFOs,
by Jenny Randles and the astronomer Peter Warrington. Warrington is a respected scientist, and the book seemed well written. As a matter of fact, it does not make any claims about the reality of the phenomenon, but simply calls for more study and appeals to the scientific community to begin to accept it as a legitimate area of inquiry. I was surprised to find that science and the UFOs frightened me. I put it aside with no more than the first 5 or 6 pages read. Much later, after we had really begun to take this whole matter seriously, Anne and I did more research into UFO sightings in our area. We discovered that it is a hotbed of sightings, and has been for nearly half a century. As it happens, the 18-year-old son of one of our neighbors saw something hovering near a road not 5 miles from our cabin at approximately 9:30 on a night in late December. He described it to me as huge and covered with lights, a typical description. He watched it for some time, being the son of a former state trooper and pilot. He did not claim that it was a UFO, but simply told the truth. He did not know what it was, but it appeared to be a solid structure. And as it hovered for a substantial period, more than 15 minutes, it could not have been a flight of planes. I telephoned the Goodyear Corporation and found that their blimp was not in the area at the time. The only thing I thought it could have been was some unknown blimp. But even that appeared hard to believe, in the view of what more I discovered about it. Just by talking with friends in April, my wife uncovered a personal experience of an early area sighting, one that took place in the late 50s. One of her best friends is an artist, and One of her best friends is an artist, and the wife of a well-known composer. In her childhood, this woman used to attend summer camp at a location not 10 miles from where our log cabin now stands. A fact that we did not know when Anne asked her question, and we had determined to put as many people as we could as part of our research effort. Forgive me, let me read that again. A fact that we did not know when Anne asked her the question we had determined to put to as many people as we could as part of our research effort. To at once gain valid information and prevent bias, we had simply been asking people, what was your strangest experience? None of the people we asked had any idea what was happening to us. The woman's answer turned out to be highly revealing. She reported that she had seen a flying saucer in 1953, when she was 9. She proceeded to describe the object similar to the one that had appeared in the same immediate area in December 1985. Like so many reports through the years, she described it as huge, full of lights, and hovering. It moved off slowly. If all these objects were the results of pranks, then the pranksters would have been operating for more than 30 years. And even in the early 50s, they would have had superb mufflers, considering that the objects seen then made no more sound than the ones seen today. Further research revealed to us that our area of upstate New York, comprising roughly Westchester, Orange, Putnam, Rockland, and Ulster counties, had absolutely extraordinary series of sightings of boomerang or triangular-shaped objects of enormous size, starting in 1983. Thousands of people saw these objects, ranging from meteorologists and Federal Aviation Administration employees to a whole cross-section of local people. Town officers, sheriffs, state troopers, even in one case an entire town government en masse, viewed the sightings, which have been described as being the size of an aircraft carrier. The official explanation detailed in Discover magazine in November 1984 was that the sightings were created by a group of pilots flying light aircraft. According to Discover, the light aircraft sometimes flew in formation with their engines off and their wingtips 6 inches apart at night. Since these planes never seemed to use their radios, it was subsequently added in the local newspapers that radio silence was maintained during these tight nighttime maneuvers. A pilot told me that this was all highly unlikely, that such a formation flying would not be possible even with much heavier aircraft. Pranksters and even secret aircraft may be a part of the answer to the enigma, but they are not the whole answer. An article appeared in the April 17, 1983 issue of the New York Times, quoting a professional meteorologist who observed a silent object 1,000 yards in diameter hovering 100 feet above him. He is quoted by the Times saying that he had the sensation of being scanned and rejected. I do not think that a professional meteorologist would mistake an object nearly a mile wide for flight of airplanes, not at an altitude of 100 feet. Yeah, well. Mr. Philip J. Klass, a noted debunker of unexplained UFO sightings, claimed that people were probably seeing an advertising airplane. Mr. Klaus was at the time an editor of Aviation Week and Space Technology, a publication noted for its uncanny ability to obtain scoops from the Department of Defense about secret aerospace projects. Mr. Klass also writes for a publication I have admired, The Skeptical Inquirer. In view of my own experiences, however, I am beginning to suspect that in any case of this particular chimera, skepticism has been taken farther than is reasonable or wise. Neither the official story nor Mr. Klass's offerings explains the hundreds of close-up sighting reports collected by the local science teacher Philip J. Imbrogno, whom the Times described as one person working hard to provide a rational explanation. I spoke to Mr. Imbrogno, who said that he had collected, since 1983, more than 200 reports from people trained in some way as observers, and that they had seen huge devices that had clear structure to them. And he added that on one night, when there were extensive and clear sightings of a device hovering above a local parkway, the winds were averaging 23 knots. What people saw on that night was not aircraft, heavy or light, flying in close formation. And nobody had explained who came and took me. And the night, wow. Let me try that again. And nobody has explained who came and took me in the night and injected something into my brain. When we went to New York City for a stay in January, we still knew almost nothing about UFOs, and nothing at all about the sightings discussed above. Life did not return to normal, even though there was no further reason for me to delay writing. I couldn't seem to get down to work. I felt a little better, but I was so terribly uneasy. My difficulty relating to my wife and son continued. I finally finished Science and the UFOs. Toward the end of the book, I was astonished to read a description of an experience similar to my own. When I read the author's version of the archetypal abduction experience, I was shocked. I was lying in bed at the time, and I just stared at the words. I also had been seated in a little depression in the woods, and I had later remembered an animal. My first reaction was to slam the book closed as if it contained a coiled snake. They were talking about people who think they're taken aboard spaceships by aliens, and I seemed to be such a person. My blood went cold. Nobody must ever know about this, not even Anne. I decided just to lock the business away in my mind. A few mornings later, at about 10, I was sitting at my desk when things just seemed to cave in on me. Wave after wave of sorrow passed over me. I looked at the window with hunger. I wanted to jump. I wanted to die. I just could not bear this memory, and I could not get rid of it. What on earth were those things? What had they done to me? Were they real? Or was I the victim of some unknown mental state? I remembered that a man named Bud Hopkins had been mentioned in the book as a prominent researcher in the field. The name had been familiar to me. Ian and I are interested in art, and Hopkins is a well-known abstract artist, collected by the Guggenheim and the Whitney. I found his name in the phone book, but how could I call him? What a stupid thing to have to admit. Little men, flying saucers? How idiotic. I recognized clearly, though, that if I had another moment of despair that intense, I was going to go out the window. No question, I owed it to the family who loved and depended on me to try and help myself. I called Bud Hopkins. He answered the phone and listened to my story for a few minutes. I thought I would wither away with embarrassment telling it, but he soon interrupted me. Could I come over, like right now? It turned out that his place in the city was a 10-minute walk from mine. Hopkins was a large, intense man, with one of the kindest faces I have ever seen. I later discovered that he was bright and canny, but at the same time he assumed a guileless appearance. The moment that our interview began, Hopkins explained that he was not a therapist, but he could put me in touch with one if I wanted that. He then got the facts from me that I have recorded here. As I sat there in the man's living room, listening to him tell me that I wasn't alone and that others had gone through very much the same thing, the tears rolled down my cheeks. And I went from wanting to hide it all to wanting to understand it. It was during that first meeting that he asked me if anything else had happened in the past, anything unusual. My initial reaction was to say no. One of these ludicrous and horrible experiences was quite enough. But the question seemed to trigger something in me. After a moment's reflection, I blurted out, I seem to remember a night the house burned down, but it didn't burn down. All hell had broken loose on a night in early October. Sorry, I'm just realizing that this is the same. This is the day. October 4th is the day that my house burned down. Last year. Wild. Freaky. I'm getting scared. All hell had broken loose on a night in early October. There had been an explosion that woke up the whole household. Strange things had happened, but for some unknown reason we simply put them out of our mind. We'd hardly even discussed them. But that time they didn't happen only to me. We'd had house guests. If anything had really happened, they would certainly remember. Here was a chance to put this to the test. If nobody remembered anything, I would be able to dismiss this embarrassing business of aliens. I left Hopkins' house a happy man. He said that, judging from his experience, the October events may have been caused by the same agency that was responsible for the disturbance of December 26th. Wonderful. I'd contact the witnesses. They would, of course, report that they remembered nothing. Then I would begin the painful but thankfully well-understood process of accepting that I had been the victim of some unusual mental phenomenon. I would enter therapy and learn to forget the mysterious visitors. No other outcome seemed possible. Of course not. I had solved my problem. October 4th, 1985. As I walked down 6th Avenue, toward my end of Greenwich Village, what had happened on October 4th became clearer in my mind. What had I not thought of or discussed? Why had I not thought of or discussed these events before? The answer is straightforward. I had tucked the whole episode into the catalog of open questions and forgotten it. In retrospect, the only reason I can advance for having done this is that I did not want to face just how strange the events of that night had really been. But when I thought them over, they began to seem distinctly eerie, even frightening. We often deal with fear by rejection. And in this case, as will soon be evident, there was more than enough reason to be terrified. When I wrote the narrative that follows, I had not yet been hypnotized and did not know what, if anything, lay unseen in my mind. I wrote it over a 2-day period after first seeing Hopkins and some time before I met Dr. Donald Klein, who would become my hypnotist when we began to discover empty places in my memory. On October 4th, 1985, my wife, son, and I drove up to our cabin in the company of 2 close friends, Jacques Sandalescu and Annie Gottlieb. We have known Jacques and Annie for about 5 years. The thing about them most immediately apparent is that he is as enormous as she is tiny. He weighs nearly 300 pounds, is a black belt in karate, and does 100 push-ups at a session. She is also a black belt, wow, but weighs perhaps 120 pounds. She is intellectual, he is physical. Both are writers. He came to the United States as a refugee from slave labor in the Soviet Union in the late 40s. A Romanian national, he had been forcibly transferred to the Donbass region and worked to death in the mines there. His book, Donbass, tells of a long journey of escape and paints an accurate picture of him as a profoundly physical man. He would make a good witness, I thought, because of his steadfast sense of reality. Annie Gottlieb is more an intellectual, the author of the recent Do You Believe in Magic?, the second coming of the 60s generation. The night of October 4th was foggy in Ulster County. We had dinner at a local restaurant and arrived at the cabin at about 9 in the evening. I turned on the pool heater so that the pool would be comfortable for us to use the next day. Wow, that's pretty bold, using a pool in New York in October? Okay. Sorry. Then I lit a fire in the wood stove. We were all sleepy, so sleepy, that we went off to bed almost immediately. Anne and I retired to our upstairs bedroom. Jacques and Annie went to the guest room and closed the door, and our son went to his corner bedroom beside theirs. He left his door open. From my bed, with the bedroom doors open, I could see out across the cathedral ceiling of the living room to a hexagonal window set in the peak of the roof. Over the next hour, the fog grew thicker and thicker. When I turned out my reading light, I was enveloped in absolute blackness and total silence. The harvest moon had been full on September 29th, and was now at about half. It rose at approximately 10:30, but was entirely invisible because of the cloud cover. I do not remember what I had been reading that night, but it wasn't frightening, nor was dinner the sort of meal that would give rise to later unrest. We had not drunk more than 1 glass of wine, at a drink each, at the restaurant. I slept dreamlessly for some period of time, perhaps as much as 2 or 3 hours. Then I was startled awake and saw, to my horror, that there was an indistinct blue light being cast on the living room ceiling. I was frightened because it wasn't possible for there to be any light there. Car lights from the road could not be cast on the ceiling. In early October, our neighbor was away in Japan, and his house was not only dark, but invisible through the forest between our places, which was still thickly leafed. The automatic porch light that had been persistently troublesome was now without bulbs. It could not have been a flashlight because it was so uniform and so broad and so distinctly blue. We've tried duplicating the light with a fluorescent camp lantern, both on a clear night and on a similarly foggy one. But even on an extremely powerful fluorescent light, it could not achieve the effect, let alone a small portable unit. My mind inventoried the possibilities as I watched this blue light slowly creep up the ceiling, as if whatever was causing it were slowly moving down into the front yard from above. Finally, I hit on what seemed to me a sensible solution. The chimney must be on fire and dropping sparks into the front yard. I had to do something about it at once. Then I fell into a deep sleep. The last thought I remembered, before dropping off with my heart still hammering, was that the roof was on fire. This was the first such wildly inappropriate reaction on that night, but it was not to be the last. I do not know what time this all took place, but it was well after midnight. Some time after I fell back asleep, I was again awakened, this time by a loud report, as if a firecracker had popped in my face. My wife cried out, and downstairs my son began shouting. When I opened my eyes, I was stunned to see that the entire house was surrounded by a glow that extended into the fog. I thought to myself, "You damned fool, you fell asleep and now the fire's gotten worse." I finally managed to get up, and as I did so, I said to Anne, "The roof is on fire. I'll get our son and wake up the others." I started downstairs. I hadn't gotten halfway across the room before the glow suddenly disappeared. I was very confused. There was nothing to do but tell Anne that I had made a mistake, then go downstairs to comfort my son. On the way, I met Jacques in the hall. His presence terrified me, and I jumped back away from him. Then I apologized for being so startled by a friend. Told him to calm down and to go to bed, and added that nothing was wrong. I continued to my son's room and embraced him. In a few minutes, I was back on the bed, and in the household, back in bed, and the household was asleep again. The next morning, little was said about the incident. I do remember Annie mentioning that Jacques had been bothered by the light the night before. I didn't understand that because their bedroom door had been closed, so they couldn't have seen the bathroom light, which was left on for our son. I didn't remember my confusion about the fire. As far as I was concerned, Annie and Jacques had been disturbed by the light, but I hadn't been. Later that week, I found myself a little agitated, without knowing quite why. I had a persistent memory of light flashing in my eyes that night, and I vaguely recalled some sort of explosion. The next weekend, I had a very clear, dramatic memory of a huge crystal standing on end above the house. A glorious thing, hundreds of feet tall, glowing with unearthly blue light. I told Annie about it, and as I was talking, I experienced a hollow sort of feeling. I knew that she didn't believe me. Of course she didn't, and I didn't believe myself. "Wasn't there some problem with the stove?" she asked. I was embarrassed and never mentioned the crystal again. I put it out of my mind permanently. On February 6, 1986, I came home from Hopkins' house, brimming with eagerness. I was sure I would put an end to this by asking careful questions. Jacques and Annie had been disturbed by the bathroom light. Of course, their door must have been open. as I had seen Jacques in the hall. And my aunt had cried out, not because of the explosion, but because I had told her the house was on fire. There had been no explosion. And as for the blue light on the living room ceiling, put some unanticipated light source together. And as for the blue light on the living room ceiling, put some unanticipated light source together with thick fog and anything can happen. I first asked my wife to think back to October 4th. It wasn't hard to identify the specific night because it was the last time Jacques and Annie had come to the country and the thickness of the fog was unusual. I was disturbed that Anne at once remembered being awakened by the bang. She did not see the glow, but my initial warning about the fire apparently didn't penetrate her sleep, because all she did recall was my saying that there was no fire. I asked my son, "Do you remember the last time Jacques and Annie went to the country with us?" "Yeah, the night of the bang." So he had also heard it. A bunch of people told me it was okay. You just threw your shoe at a fly. What people? Just a bunch of people. People who were around. This answer, I must admit, shocked me badly. I let off questioning him and called Bud Hopkins, who suggested that I ask my son not about memories, but about dreams. Taking this advice, I next asked my son if he remembered any unusual dreams. This is his reply, spontaneous and immediate. I dreamed that a bunch of little doctors took me out on the porch and put me on a cot. I got scared, and they started saying, "We won't hurt you," over and over in my head. That's my strangest dream, because it was just like it was real. It happened in the middle of another dream, when I was dreaming that me and Ezra, a friend of his, were in a boat. He could not say if he had had the dream on the night of October 4th. He knew only that it happened at the cabin. His words swept away all my hopes of solving this problem in anything remotely resembling a conventional manner. What had happened to my little boy? His innocent report was very upsetting. In the context of my own experiences, his dream suggested either that the two of us have had some sort of weird psychological link, or that at some point he has had an experience similar to my own. Next, I spoke to Jacques on the phone. This is a transcript of that conversation. Me. Do you remember anything about the last time you and Annie came to the country? Jacques. The light. I was sleeping. All of a sudden, something woke me up. I saw the room was full of light. Bright like daylight. Not like the moon. I thought we overslept. I looked at my watch and it says 4:30. Then I hear you, through the door, saying it's okay. The light is gone, so I go back to sleep. Me. What kind of light was it? Jacques. Light. It was light. I could see the bushes outside. I could see tree trunks. I thought it was about 10 in the morning. I have done every conceivable thing to try and duplicate that light. Our guest room has one small window overlooking a large, 7 feet deep covered porch. Beyond that, the land slopes up gradually, so that not even car lights from the road can enter that room, much less moonlight or sunlight. With the leaves gone during winter, we determine that the lights from the neighbor's house are also invisible from that window. The movement-sensitive light doesn't shine directly in, but down the porch. Had it somehow turned on, even absent bulbs, Jacques would have seen not the trees and shrubs, but the outline of the porch interior, with the yard beyond in darkness. The reason for this is that the light shines past the window, down the length of the porch. Had the regular porch lights been switched on, the same effect would have resulted. Even with the neighbor's lights on, the porch light on, and the car in the front yard, we could not duplicate the effect. Nothing I can conceive of can account for the major light phenomena on that night. It may be possible to explain the blue glow I originally saw on the ceiling, but not that massive burst of light from above. I visualized the whole roof being ablaze. Jacques thought it was mid-morning. Because of the fog, a helicopter or indeed any sort of airplane was out of the question. A pilot told me simply, "Forget aircraft." At 4:30 the moon was still in the sky, but well below the line of the forest. Could the fog have somehow magnified the moonlight, causing dark sensitized eyes to take its mild glow for bright daylight? Such a thing may have been possible, but the moon was low in the west, and the source of the light was clearly directly overhead. And what about the explosion? Maybe it was thunder, but there were no thunderstorms in the area. Perhaps a freak bolt and some sort of unusual mini-storm caused it, then. But the period of seeming daylight lasted many seconds and was not apparent to anybody until after the explosion. Thunder follows lightning, not the other way around. Whatever caused the effect, it was a highly unusual phenomenon, and it is unlikely that it can be identified. And so far, there was no way at all to account for Annie Gottlieb's testimony. I spoke to her immediately after talking to Jacques. While she must have overheard him on the phone, the two of them had no time between statements to discuss the matter. Also, they are normal, coherent, and reliable people. They have had and have no reason whatsoever to lie, and they are most unlikely to be so radically confused by normal realities that they would derive from them memories such as they report. One only has to look into Annie Gottlieb's writing to see the clarity of her mind. Like the rest of us, Annie was awakened by a loud explosion. She reports, "It was a bang. Then I heard the scurry of little feet running across her bedroom upstairs. It must have been the cats." "Annie, the cats were in the city. We don't take them weekends because they don't like the carrier." "You're kidding. I always assumed it was the cats." "Anyway, I vaguely remember the light. Mostly I remember the noises. A few minutes after the scurrying, I heard you come downstairs. You said through the door not to worry. The next morning you told me that some people had come down from a spaceship to visit." "What? Annie, I never said any such thing. I would never say anything like that." "At the time I thought it must have been some kind of dream." "You remember me saying it?" "Well, now that I think of it, I don't know where I got the idea that anybody said that." Months later she recalled that I had not spoken about a visit, but had described the crystal. In any case, I certainly had a very strange explanation for the night's disturbances. At that point, I almost wished that I had never asked my witnesses anything. I said goodbye and put the phone down. I realized finally, and inescapably, that something very peculiar was going on. I could not deny it. I would have been a fool to deny it. I went into my office and closed my door. It was evening, and Manhattan's few blind stars were shining in the sky. The world outside looked so normal. In that moment, its very normality seemed to me to be the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I thought back across the months to October. The fall had been an awful time for me and my wife. Around the second week of October, I had become extremely fearful about living in the New York area and decided to move. Had my terror stemmed from that night? And what about my nervousness, my secret searching under beds and in closets, my unreasonable fear of prowlers? It seemed to me that I had been growing increasingly uneasy with the passing months. I had awful dreams that I cannot remember. Again and again, I woke up in the small hours of the morning, feeling as if something dreadful had just happened. The last week of October, still with no conscious memory of that night being in any way unusual, I decided that I couldn't live a moment longer in New York. The city streets seemed hideously dangerous. Our cabin was dark, a terrible place, one that I could not bear to even enter again. I felt out of control, as if anything could happen, and might. I decided that I wanted to move to Austin. I went to the University of Texas there, and it is a city that both Anne and I love. Some of our best friends, including my collaborator, James Konetka, lived there. I insisted on putting both the cabin and the apartment on the market. After Halloween, we went down to Texas and arranged for our son to attend a local private school, and we began the process of buying a house. We got an offer on our cabin, but no interest in the apartment. One evening in Austin, we were looking at the house we had chosen to buy. My wife was inside talking to the realtor and the owners. I walked out onto the deck. When I looked at the dark canyon that stretched out into the shadows, and the stars in the evening sky, and the stars... It's okay, I'm close to the end. Let me start that paragraph over. When I looked at the dark canyon that stretched out into the shadows, and the stars in the evening sky, I felt suddenly and absolutely afraid. It was exactly as if the sky were a living thing, and it was watching me. What was even more frightening was my clear awareness that this was a paranoid fantasy. I thought then that my mental health was not good, and soon I would either have to calm down or to take steps to improve it. But I could not live in that house. In fact, I could never enter it again. When I changed my mind and decided to stay in New York, my wife was understandably furious. Then I accused her of being the one who had wanted to move to Austin. Oof. There followed a crisis. She really thought that she might have to leave me, because life together was just getting intolerable. But we are a deep marriage, and her despairing threat to separate made me quell my extreme behavior. It was not until Christmas that I really began to feel better. Sitting in my office that afternoon in February, I took stock of all I had found out. I had promised Hopkins that I wouldn't read anything about unidentified flying objects in the past. As I had said, my interest in the subject was minimal. I have certainly read a book or two about them. Pressing myself, I thought, maybe I could remember seeing something years ago in Look magazine about somebody named Hill being taken aboard a flying disc. In July 1986, I got copies of the issues involved, October 4th and 18, 1966, and I do not think that I've actually read them at the time. I must have seen something about the story, though, because I remember it. Maybe there was a report in the newspaper. Judging from what the other witnesses reported, something had happened. But what? Even after talking to Hopkins, I was by no means willing to ascribe my experiences to the UFO phenomenon. I wanted to be quite clear. I had no idea what had gone on that night. There did seem to be a lot of confusion, though, and perhaps even an emotional response on my part, greatly out of proportion to what seemed a minor disturbance. Well, that's the whole first chapter. The whole first chapter is almost 50 pages long, which is a little long in my opinion. Well, I'll see you next week. We'll keep reading this. Stay safe. Don't be too scared. It's kind of fun to be scared. Go ahead if you want to. This is chapter 2, and it is titled The Uncertain Mirror. My next step was clear. I was going to become involved with a therapist, but I had certain criteria. I could not be somebody who believed anything in particular about visitors
or the disc phenomenon. The ideal therapist would have an open mind. I could have a mental problem. It might or might not have components unknown to science, or it could be just what it seemed. Because of the evident presence of fear-induced memory lapses, and even possible amnesia, this therapist would have to be skilled as a hypnotist as well. And again, not just any psychiatrist using hypnosis in his practice would do. I wanted somebody with a reputation in the scientific community as a real expert. I wanted both scientific rigor and therapeutic skill, and the two are not always present in the same person. I chose not to approach any hypnotist whom Hopkins had made previous referrals, despite the excellence of their credentials. One of these, Dr. Aphrodite Kumar, had worked extensively with Hopkins and was a very fine and highly professional psychologist. But I was firm in my desire to do this with somebody who had no previous involvement. Hopkins remembered that Dr. Donald Klein of the New York State Psychiatric Institute had expressed interests in the phenomenon and appeared to be open-minded about it. I looked up at Dr. Klein's credentials and found them to be superb. If he would take me on, he was the ideal man. A few weeks later, I was in his office undergoing a searching 3-hour pre-interview. I had provided him with a document outlining all of my memories. We worked for some time, trying to find ways into my mind, but I could recall little more than I already had. At his suggestion, I spent a week trying to do so. When I was not successful, in fact, all I got out of it was dizziness and strange nightmares, we decided on a trial hypnosis session. I was dubious about hypnosis. I'd read in Science News of a study that suggested that anybody under hypnosis can be induced to remember a UFO abduction and experience, complete with little men and all the trimmings. The hypnotist was only to ask the right questions, and the stories apparently just came pouring out. It is a flat-out myth that people can't lie under hypnosis. They can, and they will, if they think that's what the hypnotist wants them to do, or if they themselves want to do it. When I got a more careful look at the study I had read about in Science News, I found that the questions asked were intentionally leading ones, specifically designed to evoke abduction memories. The study had as its purpose to prove that anybody can be induced to relate an abduction experience under hypnosis if he or she is asked questions designed to suggest that the hypnotist wanted him or her to relate such an experience. Or I'd like to add, maybe everybody's been abducted. Maybe that's why they can recall the experiences. Who knows? Back to reading now. Well, there was no chance at all that Dr. Klein was going to do that. This can easily be confirmed by the reader, as all the transcripts of my hypnosis sessions are verbatim. And I was very much hoping that the process would dispel the whole notion of the visitors and prove that despite appearances, the experience had been a complicated series of misperceptions. Still, the study illustrated a very good point and revealed a fundamental difficulty, even with serious and competent efforts to use hypnosis in dealing with this sort of material. We just don't know enough about hypnosis to call it a completely trustworthy scientific tool in a situation like this. While Don Klein certainly didn't ask provocative questions, there is always a possibility that I was unconsciously eager to comply with an outcome that I might secretly have longed for. I might want powerful visitors to appear, to save a world that I'm pretty sure is in serious trouble. I'd spent the past 3 years working on books about nuclear war and environmental collapse. I knew full well that we were going to have a really rough time in the next 50 years. Maybe the idea of visitors and coming along and saving our necks was more appealing to me than I might have consciously wished to admit. Maybe I hid my desperation from myself in order to live and raise a child with anything like a happy heart. What I can say in favor of these transcripts is that they represent the response of an honest man to the efforts of a recognized expert in the field of medical hypnosis. One of the greatest challenges to science in our age is from modern superstitions such as UFO cults and people who are beginning to take instruction from space brothers. Charlatans ranging from magicians to psychic healers. I've tried to gather money and power, charlatans ranging from magicians to psychic healers have tried to gather money and power for themselves at the expense of science. And this is tragic. When one looks at the vast dollars that go each year to the astrology industry and thinks what that money would have done for us in the hands of astronomers and astrophysics, it is possible to feel very frustrated. Had the astronomers been awash in these funds, perhaps they would have already solved the problem that I'm grappling with now. I respect astrology in the context as an ancient human tradition. Still, I wish the astronomers could share some royalties from the astrology books. I'd like to add that I believe there is some crossover between those two. I think I'm familiar with a few astronomers who get bread and butter from astrology. Anyway, back to reading. I did not believe in UFOs at all before this happened. And I would have laughed in the face of anybody who claimed contact, period. I am not a candidate for conversation to any new religion that involves belief in benevolent space brothers, or in unidentified flying objects as the craft of intergalactic saints or sinners. And yet my experience happened to me, and much of it is recorded, not in an unconscious context, but in ordinary memory. If we are dealing with a new system of beliefs on its way to becoming fixed into religious dogma, the way religion is in my case emerging, right into the middle of a mind, with no obvious allegiance to it at all, suggests that real belief could be a totally misunderstood biological process, capable of occasionally issuing forth from some extraordinary and unsuspected structure of the brain, far more concrete than Jung's collective unconscious. Thus, even if the visitor experiences are an essentially mental phenomenon, to laugh at them or dismiss them as some known form of abnormal behavior when they obviously are not is in effect to be silent before the presence of the new. Science should bring its best efforts to this, which means good studies that proceed from open and skillfully drawn hypotheses. If mine is a real experience of visitors, it is among the deepest and most extensive as yet recorded, and I hope it will be of value if they emerge. If it is an experience of something else, then I warn you, this something else is a power within us. Maybe some central power of the soul, and we had best try to understand it before it overcomes objective efforts to control it. What follows here are 2 transcripts of hypnotic regressions covering my buried memories of October 4th and December 26th, 1985.
That these are buried memories and not imaginations worked out in the doctor's office seems hard to dispute. The mechanism that buried them is no different from that which places any particularly terrifying experience behind a wall of amnesia. Beginning with Freud, the process of screen memory has been extensively documented. The hypnosis used on me was not qualitatively different from that used on police witnesses. And the same caveats that apply to police cases apply to this case. Those and no others. It should be remembered, though, that even giving my earnest effort, I am describing what I perceived, which may or may not have been what was actually there. We really do not have enough experiences with our reaction to extreme strangeness to know how we alter such memories. Donald Klein met me in his subdued gray office on East 79th Street in Manhattan. He is a tall man with curly hair and a quiet demeanor. Two things were immediately apparent to me about him as a hypnotist. First, I sensed command. He was confident of his skills. Second, he was a thorough, careful man with a very acute mind. I had never been hypnotized before, and I was apprehensive about it. As it turned out, my apprehension was for the wrong reasons. I was afraid of relinquishing control over myself, which seemed deeply disturbing. Control, as may be imagined, was a central issue in a life such as the one I had been leading. I found, though, that I trusted Don Klein when he told me that even under hypnosis, people cannot readily be compelled to say things they do not want to say. I would not be out of control. Not really. The process of becoming hypnotized was pleasant. I sat in a comfortable chair. Dr. Klein stood before me and asked me to look up at his finger, which was placed so I had to almost roll my eyes into my head to see it. Oh, I think just got... Don't want to hypnotize myself. So Dr. Klein stood before me and asked me to look up at his finger, which was placed so that I had almost rolled my eyes into my head to see it. He moved it from side to side and suggested that I relax. No more than half a minute later, it seemed, I was unable to hold my eyes open. Then he began saying that my eyelids were getting heavy. And they did indeed get heavy. The next thing I knew, my eyes were closed. At that point, I felt relaxed and calm, but not asleep. I was aware of my surroundings. I could feel my face growing slack. And soon Dr. Klein began to say that my right hand was getting warm. It got warm. And then he progressed to my arm, and then my whole body. I was now sitting totally comfortable, encased in warmth. I still felt as if I had a will of my own, a sensation that was never to leave me. In fact, the hypnotized subject does have a will of his own, very much so. But he is also open to suggestion. After some preliminary questions, preparing me by asking me to recall my birthday and then Labor Day weekend, Dr. Klein proceeded to the afternoon of October 4th. I wish to add that Bud Hopkins was present at both of these sessions, recording them. He was allowed to ask questions, but only at the end of each session, and it was understood that his questions would be few. They are identified with his name in the transcripts. All other questions were put by Dr. Klein. Events of October 4th, 1985. Session date, March 1st, 1986. This is an actual transcript of my first hypnosis. Nothing has been left out. This is what happened when my memories were examined under hypnotic regression. Dr. Klein began the session with Labor Day. As I grew more comfortable with the process of remembering, he drew me closer to the night in question. Now, we're going forward a little further, to the beginning of the month of October, right around October 1st, 1985. Can you tell me where you are right now? Yeah. I'm working on the Russian book. What book? The Russian book. What's that? It's a novel about Russia. I've got a good idea. I'm working on the Russian book. Where are you? I'm at home in the city. You have any plans for the weekend? Yeah. We're gonna take Jock and Annie up to the country. And I don't know whether or not Jock is gonna fit in the Jeep. Who are Jock and Annie? Jock is a friend. Annie is his girlfriend. Now you're driving up to the country. Yeah. In a Jeep? Yeah, it's a Jeep Wagoneer. We're not having any problems. Annie is very small, so Jock can fit. He's in the back seat and my son is happy because he likes Jock a lot. I put on a tape but nobody liked it. So we talked. I'm gonna take you all out to dinner tonight. It's too late to stop for groceries. We're gonna go to the... You wanna go to the top of the falls? We had a lot of trouble deciding about that. I remember that, but then we went to the top of the falls. Go forward to that time now. Yeah. How are you feeling? Oh, I'm enjoying myself thoroughly. How far is the restaurant from your home? Oh, not long. About 15 minutes. And we had dinner. And our son all I have a great time. Jacques has a good time. So you're back at your house? Yeah. And you're going up to bed for the night? Yeah. I'm wearing my house shoes. We were all gonna sit in the hot tub, but I'm too tired. I visualize myself in bed, talking to my wife before going to sleep. God, I wish I hadn't spent all that money on that restaurant. What happens after you go to bed? Well... Oh. I woke up in the middle of the night. I don't understand that, there's something went past the window. I referred to an octagonal window beneath the peak of the living room's cathedral ceiling, approximately 30 feet from the ground. It can be seen from our bed and looks out into the woods. What the hell? Something went past the window? Something went past the window? There's nothing. Oh, God, Annie, the house is something. Something went past the window? A big thing. Beginning to cry. No, it wasn't. It was a light. Calmer. It didn't go past the window. It
couldn't have gone past the window. I'm going back to sleep. I think the stove's okay. There was a light in the front yard. I keep thinking, who the hell is that? I was looking into the far corner of the bedroom where I saw a dark shape, about 3 feet tall, standing in the shadows. Is that somebody? Is that somebody there? That can't be. I'm looking at this thing. I don't think I like that. Long pause. Eyes open. Relax. Close your eyes. Relax. You're going to stay relaxed. Now, you're not going to open your eyes. Stay relaxed. Now tell us what you saw. I saw something that looked like it had a hood on it. Standing over by the wall, near the corner, in our bedroom. Breaks into panic. And I don't want it to be there. I don't want it to be there. Please, God, what is it doing to me? Stop. Oh, stop. What is it doing to me? Screams prolonged 20 seconds. I cannot recall experiencing any time in my life such panic was evoked as at this point in hypnosis. My memory was of seeing the shape sweeping across the room and realizing with a feeling that galvanized my whole being that it was something totally unknown to me, glaring at me from right beside my bed in the dead of night. I then emerged spontaneously from hypnosis. No written words, nothing can convey my feelings at that moment. All I can say is that I relived fear so raw, profound, and large that I would not have thought it possible that such an emotion could exist. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna throw up in a minute. I'm sorry. Oh God, I didn't know there was anything in my house till just this second that night on the 4th of October. Weeps. Ah, Jesus. Oh God. Oh boy. Scared the devil out of me. I'm sorry about that. I didn't expect this to be that bad. Because if I was prepared for being scared on the 26th, I didn't know anything had come into my house. Oh, well, it was there. Can you tell us? It's dark. It's like a little man with a hood or something. It looks almost like this, there's no head. He's covered in something. And comes over to the bed and he starts like sticking something not in my head, you understand, but like it was sticking into my mind. It would make a noise like a voice. It was terrible. He demonstrates a noise, a smacking, squeaking sound, like that, going into me. It was just god-awful, horrible. He was standing there doing that. What was he doing? I can't. I'd have to be hypnotized again if I was ever going to find out what that thing was saying. It was something that was being said inside me. Like it had a little thing, it could touch my head, and it would make a voice. That's what I think it was. While he was talking to you, you weren't shouting then? I was shouting. No, I was. I was confused by this question because, as will be seen in a moment, the figure was not in fact talking to me. I have absolutely no idea why the other people didn't remember, because I'm damned sure I was shouting. Do you remember what your wife was doing? I don't see her because I'm turned toward the thing. Am I still hypnotized? No. I swear to God, I just can't believe that this happened, but it did happen. I tell you, the light comes down past the window. Then I see a glow in the front yard. I thought I had gotten up, but I don't think now that I did. I thought I had seen the glow against the roof of the living room, but I don't think I did. I think I knew all along it was coming in the window. The glow, and I just didn't somehow want to say that. Because it was very obvious, even then, that it wasn't a fire. And I just don't know what he was doing. And I'll be frank with you all, I just can't figure it out. It was very scary. But he wasn't wearing a cover like he had a cover on. I'm shaky. Perfectly understandable. You know, I can't understand it. Yes, I guess, of course, I understand why an experience like that could be so scary. But you want to keep on? If you do, I'd like to. I do, definitely. Okay. I mean, I think I may have gotten right at the beginning, though, the worst part of it. Frankly, because whatever it was, when it first came to me that night, it was ultimately terrifying. But Hopkins responded, "It's often like this. Beginning moments are the worst. And after that, it gets easier." Was I a good hypnotic subject? You were excellent. Good, I didn't seem to take very long. It felt very nice. I was amazed at you because I thought you were explaining to me how it was going to be done, and next thing I knew, I was thinking I can't keep my eyes open. It's very simple because once you get the hang of it, you can do it just like that. Like this. Now look up at my finger. In a few more moments, I was hypnotized. If you see something that is very frightening, you will remain asleep. You will remain asleep, but you will tell us how you feel. The night of October 4th, you have woken up. You have woken up now. It's light. There is something in the room with you. It's dark. Tell me what you see. When he sees, I see him. He comes over to the bed. He looks mean. He's little. Goes up to about the top of the lamp, looking down at me. Got eyes, big slanted eyes, bald head. He's looking down at me. He's got a ruler in his hand, has a tip of silver, touches me. I see pictures. I see pictures of the world just blowing up. I see pictures of the whole place just blowing up when he touches my head with this thing. Weeps. Jesus. It's a picture of like a whole big blast. And there's a dark red fire in the middle. And there's white smoke all around it. Remembered voice. That's your home. That's your home. You know why this will happen. I know why. Why don't you like me? Why do you hate me? Dr. Klein. Who said that? I said that. Why'd you just put that thing on me? And it has the whole world blowing up? That's what I want to know. What is this about? What is it about? Felt a sharp internal question, wordless. I don't know what it's about. When is it gonna blow up? What's gonna blow up? A flashing picture of my son. I know what's gonna blow up. I know what's gonna blow up. I know it is, too. I was then touched again. Green. Shows me a park. I see my son. What's this got to do with him? Is this the devil? What the hell is this? Remembered voice. I won't hurt you. I know you won't. I know you won't hurt me. Stop. The house is burning down. The house is on fire. No, it's not. That sounds stupid. Why did I say that? Something woke you up. What happened? I then emerged spontaneously from hypnosis. Explosion. I knew that. I was expecting it. I knew just what it would come. He took a little thing like a needle and struck like a match in front of my face, and it made a big bang. Pow. And I thought the house was on fire. Bud Hopkins. Was he there after this? I don't know. I don't remember a thing. When I said the house was on fire, I'm already out of bed right away. This was the explosion that Anne and your son, I think the explosion that they all heard, yeah. He did it with a little needle stuck in the air. Why did he show you those images? I don't know why he showed me those images, to be frank with you. They are the most dreadful images. War Day? A reference to my novel of the same name. I'll tell you the truth, what I feel. I think he showed me images of the future of our world. That's what he showed me. What about the green? It's a beautiful green expanse. Was immediately relaxing when I saw that. And my boy is in the park. My boy is there and he's happy. That's what I saw, but why are you so upset? Because I think the park represents death. And he's there because he's dead. That's what I think. Why should the park represent death? I don't know. That's just my impression. In the other scene of the world blowing up, it's funny. It's not like of the world blowing up. I've got to calm down here. I'm told it's the world blowing up. It's a red fire, a big red fierce fire with all these horns of smoke shooting out from it in every direction. And they said that's the world blowing up. I mean, Christ, I think we got a monkey on our back. Bud Hopkins. No doubt about that. Other people have been shown this kind of image too. You know, I feel a tremendous relief right now. This is good to be able to remember. It's not an easy memory, but it's good to remember because I've been fighting to keep it out of my head. I can understand that. You know, I had a dream back in November of Cleveland blowing up. And it was me remembering this image of the explosion. But I thought it was a single city, so it wasn't so scary. Trying not to be scared of that image. You said he had a bald head. He had a bald head, and I would say he had slanted eyes.
It was real hard to see because he kept putting this thing on my head. Almost every time I would move, he would put this thing on my head. And then you would see an image. I would see these images, yeah. I thought at first the thing was talking, but when you hypnotized me again, I could see the images. He had a little ruler thing that had a silver tip on it. Quite silver because I could see glimmers on it and it's dark in the room. Did you try and light up the room for me or something when you said the room was light? I didn't. Because the room was dark, it was very dark. I thought you said it was light. Oh, and I also have the impression that he was wearing a covering. Like he didn't when I looked. The thing that's scary in a way, the thing that scared me at first was realizing that he'd been there for some time. Standing over there in the corner, you know. I have a feeling about fierce whoosh of some kind. I'm not saying that I was being threatened so much as warned. That was my feeling. It was a very stern warning. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe if I had not been afraid of nuclear war and perfectly happy when he touched that thing to my head, other images would have come out, see what I mean? Bud Hopkins. It certainly intersects with my own fears exactly. You spent a huge amount of time working on them in War Day. Maybe it was a guy making a psychological test of me. Could be that. I mean, maybe he was literally testing me, doing something like, as a hypnotist, you might do. Using that little silver object in place of your finger. Could that be? It could be. Among other things. Including that this was some kind of hallucination, but I don't think so. Where did he touch you? Right here. I touched the center of my forehead just above the bridge of my nose. Very specifically right here. And every time he touched me there, I would get a burst of images. You had no time to think between images? No, this all happened quite quickly. They were visual. They were visual? Yeah, they were visions. Not words. Absolutely not. They were pictures. I became silent. I was aware of the great confusion of pictures in my mind. Wit? Yeah. You described two. Were there others? Yeah, but the others were so jumbled up I can't tell what they were. You know, I think increasingly that they might be pictures out of my mind of my worst fears. Like nuclear war and my son being killed. And there's something else in there, too. It's all jumbled up. Maybe a fear so terrible that I can't even make heads or tails of it under hypnosis. Bud Hopkins. You said first that the figure seemed to be covered up, like with a hood. Yeah, but when it came close to me, I could see its face. You said it had a bald head? Yeah, did I? Yes. Well, you see, I can sort of see that it had a bald, rather largish head for someone that size, and that its eyes are slanted, and that there's a piercing glare, almost. There's a real fierce look to the whole face. I'm not sure, but at some point I almost thought it looks like a bug. But not, more like a person than a bug, but bug-like qualities to it. Am I getting myself clear at all? Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Have you ever seen an image like that before? I don't know. The only thing I remember reading about it was in Look magazine years ago. The incident. The John Fuller article about the people who were picked up. That's all I've read about it, and whether or not they had pictures drawn, I just don't know. Are you sure you haven't seen an image like that before? What about the book you have? No, it has no pictures like that. I don't think so. But Hopkins, what about the John Hynek book? I think there's a drawing in that. He referred to the famous book on UFOs by Dr. J. Allen Hynek, The UFO Experience, which he thought I might have read. I haven't read it, but in our culture, there's so much media around, it's possible. But I just don't think so because this is so damn real. It just seems impossible that it could be an image I picked up from somewhere. It could still be real, and an image that maybe the drawings were right, that's possible too. That's possible. It's also possible that it's something quite inexplicable that you're trying to hang something on to give it some shape or form. Yeah, that's possible too. What I'd like to do is go back to that scene again and see if we can get some clarification about these other images. Okay. I understand that this is a wearing business, and if you want to check out at this point. No, I don't want to check out at any point. I'm determined to go through with this. It seems now that there should be more, because it's obvious that this happened to me, and I would be highly irresponsible to myself not to continue. The pacing of it could be too fast. I don't want you to feel like you have to be a hero in this thing. It's not a question of being a hero, it's much more a question of not wanting to walk out before the end of the movie. Hypnosis was undertaken using the same method as before, ending with a count up to 10. In about a minute, I was rehypnotized. Now, I want you to go back to the point where you are having these images. And it's going to be like slow motion now. Everything's going to be very, very slow, very slow, very slow, and very clear. Very clear. Tell me what you see. The world turns into a whole red ball of fire. It just seems to burst into flames. Like a little ball of gasoline set out in the middle of the sky. And all these smoke. Things start shooting off it like great horns made of smoke. And we're all there, down there, in the red fire, in the middle of it. Then I see that thing on my head and it's gone. Picked it up off my head. Now I'm scared of him again. Now I see a park. My little boy is sitting there on the grass. He's all wobbly. And he can't move his arms right. He's all wobbly and his eyes look funny. They appeared entirely black without any whites at all. I have to go over and pick him up and help him. If I don't help him, he's gonna die. At this point, there followed upsetting images of my father's death, images that did not reflect what really happened, but rather my fears about what might have happened. And he puts that thing down on my head again. I miss you, Daddy. Oh God, Daddy, why did you die? Daddy, why? Why, I just never got to know you. Dad. Oh God, my poor dad died a hard death. Oh, she couldn't help him. It's my dad dying, and my mother's sitting there staring at him like he was a little animal. Why couldn't she at least give him a goodbye kiss or something? I never knew it was like that. I saw a clear image of my father lying on the couch in our old den, his head thrown back, gasping and choking. My mother was beside him in a chair watching, too afraid to move. This was totally different from the scene she described, which was what would have been expected from the gentle and loving relationship that had emerged as his life came to its close. The image, though, was deeply shocking to me, and so real that I felt as if I could step onto the scene. I then emerged spontaneously from hypnosis once again. It is very unusual to do this, especially from a deep trance like the one Dr. Klein had induced. It was an indication of extreme severity of the emotions I was reliving. Did that make sense? Did it make sense to you? Yeah, it damn well did. It's a picture of my dad lying on the couch, going like that, gasping, jerking. My mother's sitting on a chair watching, and he dies. Did it actually happen? I don't know. That's not the story she told. Maybe it's something I fear might have happened. Was your mother uncaring about your father? No, they had their ups and downs in their marriage, but they were married for nearly 50 years, and I didn't think she was uncaring about him at the end. Bud Hopkins. So you feel these thoughts were maybe your thoughts? They were my thoughts. They were definitely my thoughts. I mean, sure as hell wasn't his father. He's pulling this out of my head, is what. He's pulling it out of my mind. He's pulling things like my fear. Perhaps there's a suspicion. First of all, when I saw that picture, I felt an agony, because I never felt I got close to my father. My dad was distant. He was a loving father, but he always held something back, you know. He was from a very reticent generation. Rural Texans were very inward people. I guess I feel a little bit of guilt about that, or something. You know, I don't know what to make of all of this. Do you suppose? I just don't know what to make of it. I don't really know what to make of it either, but it certainly sounds as if it's just you were opened. It's so unexpected. That's the last thing I would have thought would have come out of me. And what's weird about it is, why would someone come from a flying saucer and evoke that kind of impression in me? What possible reason would they have? This is blowing my mind. That was me saying this is blowing my mind. And when I'm laughing at how wild this all is. Bud Hopkins. Well, that's not to find out now. That's speculation down the road. Like, they were trying to find out how I ticked. It really is like that. Unless it's simply that I've come to a time in my life where there's some very difficult and terrifying material that I've got to face, and this is how I'm facing it. And there was no little man there, but you know, I say that, and I'm telling you right now, it's not true. It's not true. It's incredible, but it's not true. The man was there. He was standing beside my bed as real as life. You said originally, about the December 26th episode, that it was as if they had said to you, when you disappeared, when your ego dissolved,
If they had asked you, what is your deepest secret? You would have told them right away. Right away, yes. So you had an inkling about something, that your deepest secrets were coming out. Well, obviously I knew because the memories were intact and they just came out of my head. Boy, though, if you'd asked me consciously, I would have told you I had absolutely no idea what happened during that hour. If it was an hour, I thought I fell asleep after I saw the first glow. It's getting a little dark, sorry. I'm just gonna take a break for a little bit of water, find my place because I lost it. Okay. Thank you for bearing with me. And after the explosion seemed to come right after, he took a little thing like a stick, a needle. And when he moved it even slightly in the air, I could see it spark at the end. And he went like that, makes a striking motion. And it went bang and spread a tingling all over my face. Bud Hopkins. When I asked Annie what she would have to do to make the sound, I said, suppose you were given resources to make the sound. She said, if you had a very big, heavy door and you pushed it back against the wall, bang, like that. It was a big noise. Bud Hopkins. And your Ann said it was like something hitting something, almost like an explosion. Yeah, well, for me it was more like I can't say it was like a balloon popping, because that's too innocuous of a sound. It had a heavier quality to it than that, like some big energy had been released. Bud Hopkins. Annie Gottlieb said that it had a slapping sound. Not that crisp, more of a thud. It was a big noise. There was a slap, but there was also a deeper resonance to it. Bud Hopkins. That's what Annie said. We've got 4 different people to come up with a description of the sound. Thunder? It wasn't like thunder, no. Not like thunder. It had a clap in it. Well, no, because it didn't last after it. It would be like a clap that ended immediately. It had a deep undertone to it, but mostly not. Actually, a clap would be the best, like a deep clap of thunder that had no echo, just a single noise. But it had a deep undertone to it. It had a very electrical quality to it. If you could make a tiny bolt of lightning in someone's face, then you would create thunder right in their face, and that's what was done. I think we're about finished. Yeah, I don't want to go into the 26th now. No, sir. We might not be finished with the 4th. Now that the fear is over, turmoil, I feel I don't have a psychiatric disorder. I feel you're right about that. You know what I've got to do? I've got to figure out how I feel about this. Because I don't think I'm intellectually going to be able to deny their existence much longer. And I have to understand how to feel about these things. Who would come into my house and do something so strange, and yet somehow or another so productive? Productive? Huh. How productive? My question exactly. Well, in 2 ways. One is they learned a lot about me. If they're interested in me for whatever reason, this afternoon I just learned a lot about myself. I learned a lot. Things I didn't have any idea worried me. About my dad and mother. The other fears. Well, fear of war, obviously. And the death of my son. There's no such thing as a good father who doesn't worry about harm coming to his kid. But the other material is a great surprise, and that's as vivid as I can be. I loved my mom and dad so much. I love my mom still, and I want to believe that at the end it was a gentle and loving moment, as Mama had always said. That isn't an image of what really happened? No, I have no reason to believe that. Maybe something much more subtle is going on here. Maybe that image was created just to see how I react to something that would be ultimately terrifying to me. Or maybe they were just trying to find out what kind of person I am. Their session ended with a decision to continue later in the week. The next night, Sunday, March 2nd, called my mother in San Antonio, as I try to do every week or two. I told her nothing about this matter. And how could I? I had no way of I had not thought of a way to explain what was happening to us to my 70-year-old mother on the telephone. We talked for a time about a friend who was in the hospital. Then, without warning, she suddenly described my father's death to me. I didn't ask her to, nor was I even hoping that she would. In the past 10 years, I have heard this description only once before, the day after he died. She recounted how she had been sitting near him while he lay on the couch. He had spent a restless afternoon. The doctor believed that his heart would soon fail, and he had told my mother this just a few days before. And still, they had been together for so long she could not imagine him dying. In the last years of their marriage, they had become extremely close, often sitting hand in hand together in the wordless communion that sometimes blesses very old relationships. I can hardly imagine a more gentle or loving end to their long time together than what happened at the last. Mother told me again how she suddenly heard Dad call her name, and had gone to him and said, "Carl? Carl, wake up." He was lying still and silent. It was as easy as that. How was it that she would suddenly retell this story again, after all these years, and at the very moment I needed to hear it? The combination of this memory of that terrifying night and this story, told in my mother's calm, sure voice, led me into the most enriching of insights about my buried fears and guilts. I had blamed myself for the lack of intimacy in my relationship with my father. He reached out more than he withdrew. Even though I loved him, I moved away. I grew up and left him to age and die, without the comfort of his oldest son. Also, though, I had to make my own life. Beyond its mortal sense, the word conscience has always meant to me an active knowledge of one's inner truth, an acceptance of all the sacrifice on the part of the others that has been required for one's own development. The prime sacrifice is that of the parents. One can preserve the guilt one feels for it, as I now see that I had done, or one can temper it with acceptance and use it as a building block in the edifice of maturity. In a moment that night, beneath the feather pounding of the silver wand, I was given a potential that could greatly enrich my life. If this was a real visitor, giving me a real blessing from some other reality, then why was it hidden in amnesia where I could not gain access to it? Maybe my experiences were only a side effect of some sort of study, or maybe it was known even then that this rich treasure would eventually be open to me, because the whole experience had been designed in detail by insightful minds engaged in a slow process of acclimatizing humanity to their presence. Maybe, though, there was another truth here. Perhaps the hypnosis revealed not just the possible presence of visitors, but the action of a hidden and tremendously therapeutic potential, which, if correctly marshaled, could be of great value. While there is a long tradition in the fairy literature of the Middle Ages of the use of wands to grant insight, and the angel in the book of Revelation is said to strike the elect thrice between the eyes and cause them great suffering, modern accounts of visitors contain only one oblique reference to this process. A woman who had an enigmatic visitor encounter in the 50s slowly became insane thereafter. As she did, she would claw at the center of her forehead, in the same place where I was struck with the wand, to the point that she gouged herself almost to the bone. It would be easy to say that the material revealed here is the work of a mind making opportunistic use of some nocturnal disturbances to gain contact with fears that it needed to explore. The glaring difficulty with this supposition is that the whole transaction remained hidden in amnesia until many months later. There is the additional problem of the witnesses and the clap of thunder coming before the lightning. The easy route would be to dismiss this material as entirely psychological. That would also be a mistake, at least until the physical effects are explained completely, in detail, and satisfactorily. The terrifying thing happened to me. Perhaps it involved visitors from somewhere, maybe even from inside the human unconscious. For me, though, the most important thing about it was its essentially human effect. I was a human being, and my part of things involved having a human experience. Even if there was a visitor, it seemed clear that concentration on the human part of the encounter was the key to understanding what meaning it may have for me. And if the visitor was no more than the wind in the leaves or the moon lighting the fog, then it was a key to what I mean to myself. I'm going to stop there. How beautiful is that? You know, a friend recommended that I read this. Someone who's reads a lot more than me, and I respect their opinion. And they had told me that the content of this book is very, very interesting. And of course, I'm interested in aliens and UFOs, and that's great. But also, the writing is really nice too. This is someone who was a writer and is writing his experience in a way that I think, wow, how vulnerable, wow, how beautiful. I love it when authors don't hold anything back from you. And that's certainly what's happening here. So I'm looking forward to reading the next part, which is going to be the second hypnosis session about the December episode. So I'm looking forward to that. I have no idea what happens. I remember sort of watching the Communion movie with, is it Christopher Walken? I think so. I remember being really funny. So it's nice to read. I think reading is maybe a better experience for telling this story. So if you've chosen to stay with me this long, thank you so much. We'll be back next week with the next section. Don't be too scared. I'm scared, but I like being scared, so I'll see you next time. Events of December 26, 1985. Session date, March 5th, 1986. We met again a few days later. I had occupied myself with other things during the previous 4 days, but it was hard. It was a great effort not to go to the library and get half a dozen books about close encounters, and another half a dozen about possible psychosocial causes for such experiences. But I agreed with Dr. Klein and Bud Hopkins that I must remain as ignorant of this material as possible until after my hypnosis. Yet, I kept remembering that face, darting, the sharp, dark eyes glistening, and the silver wand glittering as it rose and fell. I couldn't believe it could be anything other than an act of mind. While I was prepared to accept that there may be a visitor presence on Earth, I was not prepared to find one of them at my bedside practicing psychotherapy with a fairy wand. Surely it wouldn't be that personal. Surely it would at least be a little like what we would expect. But there are deep, deep waters running here. If these are indeed visitors, they know us well. Better than we know ourselves. More than visitors, they may simply be others, an aspect of being which we have not yet understood. No matter what exactly is made of it, the combination of all the flying disc sightings over the past 2 generations and the smattering of abduction accounts certainly suggests that something strange is going on. Maybe just a strange form of hysteria, but if so, an awfully strange one that combines huge lights, little scampering feet, and intimate intrusions into the soul. Bud Hopkins told me that first hypnosis sessions were often traumatic. These memories are buried for a reason. They are frightful in the extreme. When they first emerge, the mind lives through the panic it has been avoiding. While my experience with the wand is almost unique, the being I saw wielding it is the type commonly reported. It was during this week that I began to have a relationship with my own memories. There had been a being present. I had seen it. And I had seen others in December. I remembered the way they had smelled, the way it had felt to be carried by them, the way their place had looked inside. I felt complex emotions, ranging from the deepest inner unrest to what I can only describe as an urgency to compliance. I wanted to come together with them on my terms, to find some sort of mutuality. I've never felt so tiny, so helpless. My boy's words haunted me. A bunch of little doctors who took me out on the porch. There's nothing so hard as being a parent, frightened in the night for your child. When I returned to Dr. Klein's office, I described myself as uneasy. He said, "Is that all?" I admitted, terrified. Very understandable. We began the session covering December 26 as soon as I was comfortable. Again, Bud Hopkins was present and was allowed to question me under the same rules agreed to in the previous session. I want to take you back to December 26th. Going back to December 26th. And you are having supper. You are going to talk to me now, but stay completely asleep. Completely, deeply asleep. Where are you having supper? In the country. Tell me who's there. Anne and our son. How are you feeling now? Nice. What are you doing? We're having supper. What are you eating? Goose. Cold goose. It's a used supper, Christmas dinner, and cranberry sauce, sweet potatoes.
How do you feel? I'm very happy. I'm feeling great. Had you been feeling great the previous few weeks? Long silence. I had a hard time up until Christmas. What sort of hard time? Long pause. Was scared. Unhappy. I felt like the world was caving in on me. Kept thinking there were these people hiding in the closet. Went all through the house every night, checking. Were you checking anything out? I was checking out the house. Did you have any idea why you were searching? In case there might be somebody hiding in the house. Who might be hiding? People. Them. Those people. Did you know about those people then? Yeah. What did you know? They might be hiding in the house. Did you tell anyone about it? No, I didn't know about them. Did your wife ask you why you were looking in the closet? No, she never saw. You hid that from her? Yeah, and from my boy. I've got a gun. What sort of gun? Riot gun. When did you get that? October. When in October? When we went to the gun store, about the leaves were falling. I don't know, I think it was in October, middle of October. But I went right out and got it. What did you want it for? Protection. From what? Not sure. I just have this feeling sometimes. There are people in the house. I'm going to take you forward in time. Forward in time to the evening of the 26th. You are going up to bed to go to sleep. Yeah. Going up to bed to go to sleep now. I want you to tell me everything that happens. You are going to remain calm and tell me what happens. We go to sleep in bed. I have a real good book to read. Give Anne a kiss. Can hear the snow on the house. A little bit of snow. Turn out the light. I go to sleep. Did I turn on the burglar alarm? I listened to the radio for a while. They have on our front porch, jazz, slate, turn off, and the whole place fills with quiet. Now I'm getting sleepy. Go to sleep. Long pause. Definitely think. I hear them. Comes right in the door, looks like he's wearing cards. God damn, I can really see this. He looks like he's wearing cards on his chest. This big square blue card on his chest. An oblong one down his middle. And he has on a round hat. And he's wearing a face mask with 2 eye holes and a round hole between them down toward the bottom. And he's moving really fast. And he stands beside my bed and makes a gesture to the door. And it's a hell of a lot of them filling into the room. I'm talking about a lot of them. They're not wearing the cards. They're wearing overalls. Coveralls. Blue. I
can see their heads, which are bald. Time to get up. I get up. I'm scared. You see, I'm scared as hell. I take off my pajamas. Scariest to see Anne. I have to say goodbye to her now. There's 2 whole rows of them. I'm going out. They're moving me. They're moving me. They're moving me. And they're moving me from hand to hand. They're little bitty people. I feel like I could almost pick up one of them with one hand. I was taken downstairs onto the front porch where I saw a sort of black iron cot. I don't like the look of that thing. That's a cot or like a bed. Only it's for me. I feel sick inside, just sick. I'm just sort of watching all of this because it always starts like that where you don't know it's a dream, but it's not, you know. When they came in, like 2 big lines of them came right in the door. The whole room, I mean, there were a lot of them. You're talking about a whole bunch of them. I don't know where they are now. I lie down on the cot. It just gets sort of jumbled. I remember I thought it was almost like getting onto the electric chair. And it goes off the back of the porch, and I know this is a dream because I'm flying. I'm flying, so this must be a dream. I don't want to see the last of that house, though. I don't want to see the last of that house. Sobs, gasps. Where's the snow? We're way out in the woods, way the hell, you know. I can't understand this because I've gone so far from... It's like there's vines right on my shoulder. Long pause. I was trying to hear one of them, who was explaining something to me, but I could not repeat what I heard. What it was, it terrified me. I opened my eyes. What woke you up? I don't know if I can tell you. And also, I'm not sure I'm awake. Am I awake? The room had a vague look to it, and I felt deeply relaxed. Hard to tell at this point. Why don't we try to go back in? Very quiet, relaxed. It was real clear at first, then just the second it got. Things will be slowed down for you. We'll go through this very slowly. Okay. Slow and relaxed, slowing down for you. Back to this time. Are you floating? No. They're carrying me. At least they're around me. You see, what's so funny is I'm lying down and I can see the sky. I can see the clouds. And they're all around me, though. And I'm naked. And I'm not cold. And I can see the sky. This thing has there's 2 places for my arms. And it's not like a bed. It's got places for my feet. And it's got a place for my head. I'm lying on it. And I'm looking up at the sky. And I can see things like the clouds. And they have there's like a swarm of them. They're around me. And I have a feeling. I don't feel very much. I feel very numb and funny. Not bad. It's kind of nice. It's a feeling like you're just sort of numb. And the next thing I know, I'm sitting. I'm still in this thing, but I'm sitting in the woods. It's almost as if it became part of me. Like, keeps me in it, you know. But if I move around, it stays with me. And I'm not going anywhere, that's for sure. Because this thing just stays right with me. We're sitting in a little hole. Like a little hole. I'm just like this. Shows a semi-reclining position, hands as if grasping the arms of a chair. I remembered something sitting right over there, but now I don't remember it. Or they're not there anymore. Pause. These people are scaring me. Terribly. Because... woof, right up, just shot right up. Yeah, that scared the dickens out of me. I saw the trees down there. Now they got a floor under me again. You went up? I just shot right up, out of the woods, in this chair, this thing. I just went whoomph, right up out of the woods. Other people have reported to this sailing up in the air also. I did not see what I entered. Very high? Yeah, you're telling me I went way up, right up. I must have gone up 100 feet, more than 100 feet, up past the trees, just like that. Whoomph. Right up out of the woods. It was like going up in an elevator. Really felt it. I mean, I felt it. Right up. Woof. And now they got a floor under me. I know this is no dream, I sure hope I get home again. I'm glad they took that thing away. I'm sitting on a bench in a little room. Sniffs. And it smells funny. It smells something like cheese in here. It smells kind of nasty. To tell you the truth, it's not clean in here. Here's something. Somebody talking to me. There's somebody talking to me. Now she walks right past me in the front. She's wearing a tan suit. She looks like a little person made out of leather, sort of. I see the head real clearly. And you got it like, you know, makes you sick. Kind of, because you know, I don't know where this thing could be going. The little room, usually round, is an almost universal experience. The tan suit is also common, as the description of the skin. Gloving leather has been described. This being, by the way, did not look even a little human. Her looks coincided with the one type of visitor that is often described, especially the eyes. You know what I think? I think you are old. Are you old? She says, yes, I'm old. She's looking at me. Moves head back and then to left and right as if being held by the chin and examined. She's looking real close. She's got a matchbox. No, it's not a matchbox. In this exchange, I remembered a deep, basso profundo voice. She then told me that an operation would be performed.
Oh, what is it? What do you mean? An operation? What do you mean an operation? What do you mean an operation? I'm getting real scared again. Real scared. Because I cannot do a thing about this. I don't even want to look up at this. Can we help you stop screaming? Can we help you stop screaming? You could let me smell you. She puts her cheek up by my face. They are here. You have to understand that. They are here. I'm not gonna let you do an operation. We won't hurt you. I'm not gonna let you do an operation on me. You have absolutely no right. We do have a right. That was it. Bang. There was nothing to it. I thought they were gonna cut my whole head open. There was nothing to it. Dr. Klein. What happened? Just a bang. Back behind my head, that's all. Not loud, just a bang. She's sitting right in front of me the whole time, just looking at me. They're moving around back there. I could sense them, but I was looking at her. She drew something up from below. Jesus, is that your penis? I thought it was a woman. Makes a deep grunting sound. That goes right in me. Another grunt. Punching it in me, punching it in me. I'm gonna throw up on them. Pause. They begin trying to open my mouth with their hands. What do you keep wanting to do that to my mouth for? They keep trying to put something in my mouth. They're real. They're real. Put up her cheek right to me and they're real. That's the incredible thing here. I've still got this thing in me and it'd be nice to take it out. Pause. Long breath. I had a chance to look around in here. And there's a bench. And there's something like a pair of old clothes lying over there on the side. And there's a door. A round door. And it's closed. It has a little black nubbin in it. In the middle of it. And it's closed. I heard a murmur. What the hell did she say to me? Voice. You are our chosen one. I don't believe that for a minute. It's ridiculous. They asked how I knew it was ridiculous. How'd I know that? Because it is ridiculous. Sing that song to somebody else. And also, I want to go home. Dr. Klein. What did they say? You are our chosen one. And it's bullshit. And I know it right away. It's like a joke almost. She says, oh no, imitates sing-song. Oh no. You know, like they're trying to pull my leg. I want to go home. What if we don't let you go home? But I don't know if she said that or not. I think she said that. I was shown that door again, which for some reason terrified me. I was asked if I wanted them to open the door. I do not want you to open that door. I belong with my mama and my wife and my boy. That is where I belong. Sobs. I don't belong here. I don't know how I ended up here. What the hell did I do to attract all this? She asked if I was as hard as I could get. I did not know exactly what was meant. I guess I am. Voice. Can you be harder? Can I be harder? Oh Lord, I didn't know it was hard like that. Not with you around. I can't be harder. Voice.
What would you like me to be? What would I like you to be? I'd like you to be a dream is what I'd like you to be. Voice. I can't be that. I know you can't be that. You just cut me on my own finger just like that. He comes up, pow, bang, gone. Doesn't hurt at all, doesn't hurt at all. I'm not scared. The floor goes away like that. I'm like rolling like a ball. Feels like I'm going backwards in a movie, almost. It's like you just had total freedom and you could fly, only you're not going anywhere except down the rails. Oh boy. I went sailing right back to my living room in no more than a minute. I had no memory of where I had just come from. I sit on the couch. I think I'm gonna build up the fire, except I haven't got any clothes on. So cold, so tired. I go upstairs. There's 2 people standing here now. And it scares me because I don't think they were there. I don't think they were there. I go into the bathroom, brush my teeth. I can't get the face out of my head. I sure am glad to get home. Now I have to just go to bed. I see my dark pajamas, blue pajamas. Put on my pajamas, tie them up, button them up, get right into bed. I touch Anne and she's warm. God, I wish I could live in a prison. Sits with eyes closed, slumped as if sleeping. I want you to relax. I want you to go back. I want you to see her very vividly. Very vividly. I want you to see her face. Yeah. Why do you say she's a woman? I don't know, I just think it is. Old, too. She's got bald. She's got a big head and her eyes have bulges. She's sort of brown skin. Not like a black person, but like leather. Yellow-brown. And when she opens her mouth, her lips are all... She hasn't got lips, exactly. But it flops down. Her lips are floppy. I never saw her talking to me, you know. The truth is, I don't know what that is. I don't know whether it's a bug or what. And I also don't know if it's a woman or not. Speaks in a highlight voice. It talks like this. It's got sort of a normal speech, as if to a creature. You know, I'm not buying this. You can show me all that little insignia you want and I'm still not buying this. What did she mean by saying you can get harder? I was about half up, hard, penis, and she says, can you get harder? And the truth is, I could not. I didn't even know I was in that state. And with her around is just no way. Was this natural or somehow induced? I don't know. No. But you see, that thing stayed in me. I don't even know when it went out. It was almost like it was alive. It was a big gray thing with what looked like a cage on the end of it. A little round nubbin, the size the end of your thumb. And they shoved it in me, and they showed me afterwards. So they must have taken it out of me, but I don't remember them doing it. These things happen sometimes, like they're sort of in between. Pause. You know, they talk to me, but I can't hear them. Long pause, sigh. One thing you mentioned was this message that you were the chosen one. Yeah. Did you react to that? Yeah, I said exactly what I said then because they say You are our chosen one, and it's just bullshit. Like they're trying to stroke me, you know. Did they say chosen for what? Nah, not for anything. They've got a lot of them, believe me. I've seen some of the others before, all lying down there. What others? The people. There was a whole row of them. But that was a long time ago. They didn't know where they were or what they were doing. I was sitting up in bed and... How old were you? 12. Where were you? I was sitting up in bed. And everybody else was asleep. There's a whole bunch of beds. Sounds of distress, long sigh, as if resigned. I'm glad you let me be awake. I'm sitting on a chair. This just gray thing in front of me. What is that? It's got red spots on it. I'm tired. I feel sick. Do you want to go home? I don't care if you never take me back home again. You have to go home. Who are all those people? They're all soldiers. Why'd they end up in here? Because they were alone. What do you do to them? We look them over and send them home. What's the point of that? The point of that is, well, why do you look so awful? I can't help that. When did you find my sister? She's just down the hall. Patricia? EP? EP doesn't look good. She looks like she's deader than a doornail. She's all right. I then saw my father for the first time. He was standing up, apparently quite conscious. Daddy, I'm scared now. Daddy, don't be so scared, Daddy. Dad, don't be so scared. Dad, don't be so scared. Oh, Daddy, don't be so scared. Come on, Daddy. Daddy, it's all right. He says, Whitty, it's not all right. It's not all right. No, I know it's not all right. Oh, God. What is it? He asked. I don't know what it is either, Daddy. How do you get up here, Daddy? Gasps, stifled screaming, slowly subsides. Long breaths, silence, emerges spontaneously from hypnosis. We were on a train. We were on a train? Long pause. I'm not hypnotized. Do you recall what went on? Do I recall what went on? The last part of your hypnosis. The last part? We were on a train. Long pause. I'm not hypnotized. Do you recall what went on? I do recall what went on. Do I let's see. We were on a train. I was scared to death. Just scared to death. Something had happened to my father. Is that true? Is that what I... No, because it's not true. We weren't on a train. Bud Hopkins. You talked about your sister. Yeah, my sister was there with us. Eddie? EP? Ebby? No, EP. Did I say EP? That was her nickname. Do you call her that? That is what I called her back when we were kids. How did I end up back in the... I'm a little confused because, I remember saying I'm 12 at some point, and then I remember seeing that thing again, that same thing I saw when... Bud Hopkins, what was the thing? The thing is why, I keep saying it's a woman, but it's a thing. But I saw her on the train, on the train? What in the world is this all about? Because I seem to remember seeing her on a train. On a train? But it's not. It's just not a train. I'm telling you right now, Bud. Bud Hopkins, your father was there? Yeah, he was there. He was scared to death. And when he got scared, I got scared. And my sister was there, but she was out like a light. There was a whole bunch of soldiers there, too. Regular soldiers? In uniforms. Bud Hopkins. And they were out, too? And they had uniforms. They were all lying on... Bud Hopkins. Unconscious? Tables. No, they were beds, but they were solid, no legs. They were going out in both directions, sort of. Bud Hopkins. Many? Lots of them, yeah. You were allowed to sit up? I was sitting up. I was happy and sitting up, very excited. Then the next thing I knew, I saw my father, and he was terrified because I was terrified because he was so scared. Bud Hopkins, was this the same scene or a different place? No, this was the same place. It was not quite. I was sitting in a chair, and there was a gray thing in front of me, like a gray box that came down, totally gray. I could see the edges of it and the bottom, but not the top, because I was restricted, sort of, in my movements, I was restricted. I keep thinking that this was on a train. I'm still thinking that, but it can't be. Can it? I'm talking about memories that didn't happen on a train, obviously. Am I not? Did I say it happened? I'm very confused here. Laughs. I don't know what the hell's going on. Bud Hopkins. What made you say train? I don't know. Bud Hopkins. Did you see... No, we were on a train. We really were on a train. We were on a train, and I'll tell you, the goddamnedest thing happened when we were on the train. We ended up in this thing when we were on a train. When the three of us were on a train, I'll tell you what we were doing, too. We were coming back from Madison, Wisconsin, on a train in the year 1957, and that's when all this happened. I have no idea how I ended up there from being on a train. Bud Hopkins. Did you see, seats going back? No, we were... You're kidding. My father didn't go on trains in seats. We were in a great big drawing room. Bud Hopkins. You were in a drawing room, okay. Yeah, together in a room. And all of a sudden, I'm not on a train. I'm sitting up in bed and all these soldiers. Did you have any covers? No, yeah, there was a little... Don't go so fast for me, Bud. I know you're eager to know, but my mind keeps... There's something in me that keeps saying, you're on a train. You're on a train. You're on a train. And I'm like... It's like I'm very hard, but no, there weren't covers. There was my impression, and there was something soft under me. It wasn't an unpleasant place to be in that sense. It wasn't, it had solid sides, and it came up a little bit above the edge. Then I was sitting up in it. Then I was sitting on the edge. You see, I don't remember moving. That's the thing that's funny about it. I remember being in one place and then another. That's the damnedest thing. I never remember anything like that before. Now, in that situation, when you're sitting up, was your father there? No, I sat in front of this gray thing for a while, in a little chair. And then all of a sudden, I saw my sister down here, kind of points down and then to the right, lying there just totally out. And I was real surprised and scared, and I felt scared again. Then, when I saw my father, he was standing up and he looked totally bereft and terrified. Scared, so scared. And he put his head down and started doing this, and it just scared the hell out of me. I made a convulsive mouth movement imitating my father. It was as if he was trying to get something out of his throat. And then I heard him screaming, but real faint, you know. I could see him. He was no farther away than you are, about 4 feet. But I could hear him very faintly, just screaming and screaming. The second I heard him, it put just a terrifying fear in me. I remember that, right, sitting here, the way that I felt. It was just right through me. It was worse than the last week. Only the difference is that when you started out, you said to be calm. And it was breaking through that, and it's just why I woke up. When Daddy was scared, I was just scared to death. You said you took a trip. Yeah, the trip happened. And not only did the trip happen, something did happen on the trip. Because on that trip, on the way back, I was sick as a dog. Vomiting and vomiting up bile. My father was just having a hell of a time. God, he must have had a rotten trip. Poor man. You mean he was having a hell of a time with me because I was so sick? Your sister still alive? Yeah. There was something you were describing as if you'd seen it before. You know what I saw before? The woman. The same person. That occurs in hypnosis. Sorry, the cat's snoring really loud. Oh, God, come on. Wake up. Let's try that again. You know what I saw before? The woman. The same person. That occurs in hypnosis. We have these spontaneous age shifts. Frequently, what will happen is that somebody will, under hypnosis, see something they've seen before, or something like it, and an age shift will occur. I remember vaguely before hypnosis that I knew someone there, but I just put that out of my mind because that's impossible. You can't, it's one thing to deal with something like that, and it's an entirely different thing to find out you know one of them already. Laughs. Bud Hopkins. What about this thing about the woman? This is just so strange. Will you stop for a minute, Bud? I just can't stand this. It's just... We're gonna have to talk about this another time because I need to rest. Let's go up and relax. Yeah, I've just had enough. I bet you do. Oh my goodness. Well, I think I'm gonna have to put an age restriction on this one. I don't know what to say. Well, welcome back to Late Night Reading Hour. It is, once again, the middle of the day, which is good for us because we are going to get into some more dark material, I'm sure. We are on Chapter 3 of Communion.
And this chapter, it starts with a poem from William Blake. So let's go ahead and read that. 3. Farewell, green fields and happy groves, where flocks have ta'en delight, where lambs have nibbled, and silent moves the feet of angels bright. Unseen they pour blessing, and joy without ceasing, on each bud and blossom, and each sleeping bosom. William Blake, Night. And below we have The Color of Dark, Insight. Lost. When I left that last session, it was with a deep sense of concern. I felt that I was entering an unknown region of the mind, perhaps of my experience. I was doubly worried now for my sanity. First, I still felt that I might be the victim of some rare disorder. Second, I questioned my ability to live with the notion that my whole life might have proceeded according to a hidden agenda. Neither of these alternatives was acceptable, hardly endurable, and yet one of them had to be true. I walked the streets of New York, not thinking, just absorbing the comfort of ordinary life. I walked, but my impulse was to run. I was trapped. If I did not accept that something real was hiding in the deep of my life, then I had to accept myself as a disturbed man. But I did not feel or act disturbed. I felt afraid, and all my irrational actions could be seen as a response to unacknowledged fear. I was a responsible husband and father. There wasn't any sign of psychosis in my personality. Don Klein was an acknowledged expert, and even after this hypnosis session, he told me that he thought I was sane. But how could anybody not be psychotic and yet have these spectacular delusions? As I walked, I considered the problem. What should I tell my wife? And how about my son? To what degree were they involved? Never in my life had I felt as I felt then, trapped in a mysterious cavern of a life that had once seemed so clear and understandable. How could it be that this went back into my childhood? How could it be? And if that wasn't true, and my mind had chosen to do this itself, then what was it doing, and why? Much later, I listened to the tapes of other people's memories and hypnosis sessions, with their permission, and I read Bob Hopkins' book, Missing Time. I then participated in a colloquy with other people who remembered being taken. There, I found that multiple episode memories are quite commonplace. Many people who report being taken report a lifetime pattern, much like the one I had discovered. I wrestled with the notion that something might have been happening in my life, real encounters that were having a tremendous, hitherto unconscious effect on me. Certainly, I had acted as if this were true before any conscious memories had emerged. The conscious memories didn't really come before the first week in January 1986. Yet, as early as the summer of 1985, I'd become nervous about people in the house, even to the point of buying expensive burglar alarms and, in October, a shotgun. I even tried to move back to Central Texas
where I grew up. It's interesting to note that I was, if anything, even more fearful in Texas than I was in New York. Did this mean that I unconsciously recalled even more frightening things happening there? When I finally got home to my apartment, it was to a bright, warm household with dinner waiting. 10 minutes later, I really felt as if I had left the shadows behind. But then my son went to bed, and soon after, Anne turned in. When the lights were low, my home seemed no more sheltering than a place of air. When it was time to be alone in the night, what I had now had to take with me was a corpus of staring owl-like faces, a shockingly revised personal history, and a great deal of fear. That night, I wished to God that I could somehow shed myself and step out fresh into the world. The visitors persisted in my mind like glowing coals. I could see those limitless, eternal eyes glaring right into the center of me. Visitors seemed to inhabit every shadow, to move in the course of the sky. I went out again and walked some more, going down through Soho and into the empty streets of Tribeca. When I finally went back to the apartment, the cats came up to me and started to twist and turn around my ankles, and then went bounding away. My cats. I shut myself in my office and sat cross-legged on the floor, trying to collect myself. As soon as I relaxed, it was as if I had opened a hatch into another world. They swarmed at me, climbing up out of my unconscious, grasping at me. This was not memory. It only worked through the medium of memory. It was meeting me on every level, caressing me as well as capturing me. The emergence was like a kind of internal birth, but what came out into my conscious mind was a living, aware force. And it had a relationship with it. Not a fluttering new one, but something rich and mature that ranged across the whole scale of emotions and included all of my time. I had to face it. Whatever this was, it had been involved with me for years. I really squirmed. What might be hidden in the dark part of my mind? I thought then I was dancing on the thinnest edge of my soul. Below me were vast spaces totally unknown. Not psychiatry, not religion, not biology could penetrate that depth. None of them had any real idea of what lives within. They only knew what little it had chosen to reveal of itself. We're human beings. What seemed to be? Or did we have another purpose in another world? Perhaps our life here on Earth was a mere drift of shadow, incidental to our real truth. Maybe this was quite literally a stage, and we were blind actors. To gain some semblance of control over myself, I decided to make an inventory of possibilities. I sat down at my desk and began to write. Even if the visitors were real, there was no reason to believe that they were simply creatures from another planet. I speculated. It could be that the visitors, were really from here. Certainly, the long tradition of fairy lore suggested that something had been with us for far more than the 40 or 50 years since the phenomenon took on its present appearance. The only trouble with this theory was that what has been happening since the mid-40s seemed more than just a little different from the fairy lore. Now there were brain probes and flying discs involved, abductions and gray creatures with staring eyes. Surely no change had taken place in the human psyche extreme enough to account for such a radical change in the appearance of the fairy. And yet, there was undoubtedly something there. I thought perhaps the visitors were somehow trying to hide themselves in our folklore. Another thought was that the visitors might really be our own dead. Maybe we were a larval form and the adults of our species were as incomprehensible to us as totally unimaginable, and the butterfly must be to the caterpillar, as the butterfly must be to the caterpillar. Perhaps the dead had been having their own technological revolution, and were learning to break through the limits of their born. Or perhaps something very real had emerged from our own unconscious mind, taking actual physical form and coming forth to haunt us. Maybe belief creates its own reality. It could be that the gods of the past were strong because the belief of their followers actually did give them life. And maybe that was happening again. We were creating drab, post-industrial gods in place of the glorious beings of the past, instead of Apollo riding his fiery chariot across the sky, or the goddess of the night spreading her cloak of stars. We had created little steel gray gods with the souls of pirates, and craft no more beautiful inside than the bilges of battleships. Or maybe we were receiving a visit from another dimension, or even from another time. Maybe what we were seeing were human time travelers who assumed the disguise of an extraterrestrial visitors in order to avoid creating some sort of catastrophic temporal paradox by revealing their presence to their own ancestors. I wondered about my description of them as insect-like. Their appearance was actually more humanoid. There were no feelers, no wings, no tangle of legs. It was the way they moved, so stiffly, that suggested the insect world to me. That and their enormous black eyes. What if intelligence was not the accumulation of evolution, but something that could emerge from the evolutionary matrix at many different points, just as wings and claws and eyes do? Primitive creatures have primitive organs. Intelligent on some other planet, or have primitive organs. If, say, some species of hive insect had become intelligent on some other planet, or even here, it might be very much older than us, and its mind very much more primitive in structure. What would a more primitive intelligence be? I wondered if such a thing might not involve less differentiation from creature to creature than we have, with less individual awareness and independence. If they were a hive, they might communicate as a hive, using a complex mixture of sounds, motions, scents, and even methods as yet unknown. Our knowledge of Earth's hive species is very limited. An intelligent hive might as a whole be very powerful, but as individuals quite limited both in strength and in understanding. they might have, in essence, a single enormous mind. Such a mind might think very well indeed, but very slowly. That would certainly explain why they were being so careful in dealing with us. A single human being might be far less wise than they, but also a lot faster thinking. I had been assuming that any visitor would be vastly more intelligent than us. What if that was only part of the truth? In terms of earthly evolution, man emerged only very recently. Maybe that also means that man is not the lesser creature, but the more advanced one. If this was so, then the older, less quick-thinking and flexible forms might view us as quite a danger to them. They might even want to imprison us here on our Earth, or do worse than imprison us. And yet, I did not have the feeling that they were hostile so much as stern. They were also at least somewhat frightened of me. I was certain of that. In some sense, their emergence into human consciousness seemed to me to represent life, or the universe itself, engaged in some deep act of creation. Sitting there at that moment, I suddenly realized that all my questions about whether or not my experiences were real were meaningless. Of course they were real. I had perceived them. A more accurate question was, what were they? They were not entirely mental, at least not in a conventional sense. Other people had witnessed their side effects. The light seen by Jacques Sandulescu on October 4th, the scampering heard by Annie Gottlieb, and the explosion perceived by myself, my wife, Annie, and my son suggested that whatever happened that night was more than a psychological experience. And the dozens of similar stories being told by such a cross-section of the population suggests as well that if a psychological explanation was to be sustained, it would have to be a most radical one. In one way, as I sat there at my desk in the middle of the night, I found the notion of all this witness reassuring. But in another way, it actually seemed dangerous. It was corrosive to my understanding of myself and of reality. My mind turned inevitably to the part of the hypnosis that had covered the apparent event in my childhood. I had no memory at all of being taken when I was 12, let alone when we were aboard a moving train. And yet, people report this experience beginning at all sorts of improbable times, the most improbable being when they are driving cars. If it is some sort of hypnagogic trance, why don't they go off the road? Or at least run a light or so during the couple of hours the experience usually lasts? My sister and father and I did take a trip in 1957 to Madison, Wisconsin, to see my aunt and uncle and their children. On the way back, I was horribly sick. We had a drawing room on the Texas Eagle from Chicago to San Antonio, and much of the trip took place at night. At that moment, I felt as if I had opened the door onto my familiar yard at the cabin and found no grass, no flowers, no tall hemlocks. And all that was there was limitless, empty, blue sky through which, if I crossed the threshold, I would fall forever. On that note, I gave up. It was pushing toward 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was finally so exhausted that I could not stay awake. I went to bed. I don't remember any dreams. When morning came, it brought me only one thought. I had to see this through. I had to understand, as far as possible, what was happening to me. No matter what it actually was, my inner self was reacting to this very much as if it were a real experience with real people. Over the next few days, I faced the fact that I had a relationship with them, despite the fact that I could not even be sure they existed. I wished that I could believe that the experience had never hurt anybody, but I couldn't believe that, not in the view of the terrific stress I had been under. Before I underwent hypnosis, the great and agonizing issue was, did it happen or not? In other words, was I a victim or a madman? This question was literally chewing up my soul. It was intolerable. The day before I met Bud Hopkins, I almost jumped out a window. I am lucky. I found Hopkins and he found Don Klein. What if I had turned for help to someone irrevocably convinced that I was the victim of hallucination or psychosis and too inflexible even to entertain another possibility? I might have jumped. Don Klein's open-mindedness in the face of the fearful and the fantastic has been instrumental in helping me to learn to live with uncertainty. Because of the intelligence of the approach, I became stronger. And with my strength, there came, beginning in April 1986, a great deal of research. I read thousands of pages of material about the whole phenomenon and all its scientific and cultural implications. If visitors are really here, one could say that they are orchestrating our awareness of them very carefully. It is almost as if they either came here for the first time in the late 40s, or decided at that time to begin to emerge into our consciousness. People apparently started to be taken by them almost immediately, but few remembered or reported this until the mid-60s. Their involvement with us might have been very intimate, though right from the beginning. Many of those who have been taken report very early childhood experiences, some dating considerably before the first discs were reported after World War II. What may have been orchestrated with great care has not been so much the reality of the experience as public perception of it. First, the craft were seen from a distance in the 40s and 50s. Then they began to be observed at a closer and closer range. By the early 60s, there were many reports of entities and a few abduction cases. Now, in the mid-80s, I, and others, for the most part independent of one another, have begun to discover this presence in our lives. Even though there has been no physical proof of the existence of the visitors, the overall structure of their emergence into our consciousness has had, to my mind, the distinct appearance of design. Despite what they had done to me, I did not hate the visitors, because I knew their strength but not their motives. They frightened me. But I wished to be objective about them, even to the point of saying that they could very definitely be something from inside the mind, rather than from somewhere else in the universe. That they represented a real living force seemed hard to dispute, but that this force might be essentially human in origin remained a definite possibility. Certainly, they did not seem human at all. Under hypnosis, I described the approach of the small figure wearing the strange cards and helmet. He stood all tiny and bursting with firmness at my bedside and made a semaphore gesture with his closed fists. I leaped out of bed and threw off my pajamas and presented myself naked to him and his soldiers, thoughts of the good army filling my head. There was nothing human about him, except that he had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. Given their general reluctance to expose themselves to us in an open and obvious manner, it may be hypothesized that they are trying for a degree of influence or even control over us, but one that at least presents an appearance of compliance on our part. About 2 weeks after my last hypnosis session, the 3 of us returned to the cabin for the first time since Christmas. Anne still knew little, our son nothing. I did not realize until I arrived there that I had entrusted these 2 other people to this experience without letting them know what might be happening. But what could I say? That it could be dangerous? Was that true? Or should I have told them to decide for themselves? Probably, but I didn't. Later, after Anne had herself undergone hypnosis and knew the whole story, she said that she would never, ever have turned away from the cabin. And her son, if he was involved, there was little we could do except agonize. To hear my own mind tell the story, I had been involved most of my life. As soon as we returned, I realized how precious our cabin had become to me. One would think that the discovery of something like this in one's life would create absolute panic and a special fear concerning the place where it had happened. At first, the thought of the cabin filled me with dread, but by the time we went back, I felt more reconciled to my situation. It was as if ignoring what had been happening to me required a very substantial effort. Screen memories and amnesia have to be maintained, and there's an enormous cost. If mine was not an uncommon experience, it might be that we live in a society that bears a secret bruise from it. But as more of us allow ourselves to see what we have fought so hard to ignore, maybe the bruise will begin to heal. Standing in our living room, I recalled my own distressed state in, really, the past year or so. How many times had I gone through that house or my apartment in midnight, opening closets and looking under beds? I was always perplexed at myself because I did not understand my urgency to investigate, especially the corners and the crannies. I always looked down low into the closets, seeking something small. Under hypnosis, I remembered that I felt as if something very strange were about to put its hand on me and take me away. It was a most curious feeling, not unlike the mood created by the sound of wind in night trees, or the cast of moonlight upon an uneasy stream. On the surface, I was quite normal, but there was this persistent undertone of fear. I felt watched, even though I knew I was not actually being observed. I bought my gun. I had the burglar alarm installed. I got the motion-sensitive lights. What was all this supposed to be for in that peaceful, crime-free corner of the world? Even at the time, I had had trouble rationalizing my fears. Now it was clear that they referred not to conventional burglars and such, but to this furtive presence in my life. And this presence was coming to seem to me to be quite real. The moment I walked into the bedroom, I was struck by what I can only describe as a sense of the true. Being in that place where the events had happened made it essentially impossible for me to separate them from other reality. The whole experience of the 26th, especially the first few moments, rested in the part of my mind that recalled reality and was as completely distinguished from dream as any other real memory. Those first moments, when the person wearing the shield-like cards entered the room, were a memory. I was not in any sort of trance when that happened. I was not asleep. I had been conscious and in a state that seemed in every way to be normal. Now I stood in that bedroom, looking at that door, at the floor, at the bed. Then I saw, behind the door, an indentation in the wall that had been made by the door being slammed open with a substantial force. Did we do that? Or did they do it? Being in the room again, my memories of December 26 grew quite distinct. I could see the visitors coming, could recall my terror, my paradoxical loyalty to their commands. I remembered how it had felt to be touched by them. They were quick and precise in their movements. I remembered the smell of them, the look of their places, and above all, I remembered how it was to be with them. There was fear, awe, and even a sort of love. It was cold in the cabin, and I soon went back downstairs and built a fire. We had supper and put our boy to bed with a story, and then I sat in a favorite chair with a glass of wine and stared at the flames, thinking. I wanted to approach this from the most productive viewpoint possible. Rather than trying to decide who the visitors may be and what they may want for themselves here, I thought to concentrate on my own feelings and thoughts about them. Absent even a scintilla of certain knowledge about them, there really was no other meaningful choice. I looked at the black picture window across the room, seeing only my faint reflection. How clearly I recall sweeping off the porch beyond on the night of the 26th, going into the air with the little people swirling around me. Remaining in my mind's eye is an image that I remember under hypnosis of my cabin, of my dark bedroom window, and of my son's window below it, with the nightlight shining faintly behind the curtains. As I left, I felt a sorrow. As if I had died. And that is why the moment was buried in amnesia. Then there was an impression, as if all the trees below me were suddenly swept up together in a great mass of flashing trunks and limbs. When they straightened themselves out again, I was sitting in a small depression with some guards around me. I still had the thought that somebody was talking to me then, but I didn't remember what was said. The voice, I remembered, was one that had appeared to be inside my head. This may seem like some sort of thought transference, but may also be something more understandable. The brain is an electrical device. As such, it has a faint electromagnetic field and even emits very, very weakly in the radio part of the spectrum. Specifically, it contains a portion of an extra low frequency, ELF, electromagnetic field wave at frequency between 1 and 30 Hz. The heart and musculature also develop electromagnetic fields in the extra low frequency range. A more accurate technology than our own might be able to mediate mental and physical functioning to a great degree by the use of sensitive ELF transmitters and receivers, It is more prosaic, perhaps, than the magic of extrasensory perception, but it has just enough plausibility to suggest that external control of the mind, and even the implantation of perceptions, hearing voices inside the head, is not beyond the realm of possibility. I should add here that the Earth itself generates a good deal of ELF in the 1 to 30 Hz range. Perhaps there are natural conditions that trigger a response in the brain, which brings out what is essentially a psychological experience of a rare and powerful kind. Maybe we have a relationship with our own planet that we do not understand at all. And the old gods, the fairy, and the modern visitors are side effects of it. Admittedly, this idea is far-fetched. But what of it? So are all the others. Sitting in front of my fire, though, I found that I could not concentrate on hypotheses. My mind kept returning to memory. Intellectually, I was unsure about what the visitors were. But my emotional self did not share that indecision. My emotional response was to real people, albeit non-human ones. Hypnosis had made the memories very vivid. When I rose out of the woods under hypnosis, I actually felt the sensation of rushing upward, just as I were in an extremely fast elevator. I saw the trees below me, standing in the night, glowing faintly with a cover of snow. I can remember seeing them between my knees, getting rapidly smaller. The space I entered smelled like warm cheddar cheese with a hint of sulfur. The sulfur odor has been reported by others. There was a discarded coverall lying partly on the bench, partly on the floor. I had the strong impression that I was in a living room of some sort. For the most part, people feel that they're in an examination room. Sitting before me was the most astonishing being I had ever seen in my life, made the more astonishing by the fact that I knew her. I say her, but I don't know why. To me, this is a woman, perhaps because her movements are so graceful, perhaps because she has created states of sexual arousal in me, or maybe it's simply the memory of her hand touching the side of my chest one time, so lightly, and yet with such firmness. In subsequent months, I found that people who have had the experience often felt that they were familiar with one of the visitors and usually perceived this person to be of the opposite sex. People generally appeared for help with a single memory, maybe two. When they discovered a continuity of experience, they were usually as stunned as I was. I also noticed that the fact that people report multiple visitor experiences over the course of their lives had been published very minimally, even in the UFO literature. I was virtually certain that my own hypnosis was the first time I had encountered what seemed to me to be a fantastically improbable notion. It was interesting to me that the idea of multiple experiences would be shared by so many people, given that there has been so little cultural reinforcement of it. Published accounts generally avoided this aspect because a single experience with the visitors stretches credibility so much that an assertion like this seems impossible to maintain. That night at the cabin, I found myself thinking about the one I knew, turning her presence over and over in my mind. She had those amazing, electrifying eyes, the huge, staring eyes of the old gods. They were featureless, in the sense that I could see neither pupil nor iris. She was seated across from me, her legs drawn up, her hands on her knees. Her hands were wide when placed flat, narrow and long when dangling at her sides. There was a structure, perhaps of bones, faintly visible under the skin, and yet other parts of her body seemed almost like a sort of exoskeleton, like an insect would have. She was undeniably appealing to me. In some sense, I thought I might love this being, almost as much as my own anima. I bore toward her the same feelings of terror and fascination that I might towards someone I saw staring back at me from the depths of my unconscious. There was in her gaze an element that is so absolutely implacable that I had other feelings about her, too. In her presence, I had no personal freedom at all. I could not speak, I could not move as I wished. I wondered, before the fire, if that wasn't a sort of relief. I had reported that I had been terrified in her presence. Certainly I remember fear. That was an accurate portrayal. But was that an accurate portrayal of my actual state? If I could give up my autonomy to another, I might experience not only fear, but also a deep sense of rest. It would be a little like dying, to really give oneself up in that way. And being with her was also a little like dying. When they held me in their arms, I had been helpless as a baby, crying like a baby, as frightened as a baby. I realized that the extraordinarily powerful states I was examining could lead me in two undesirable directions. First, the sheer helplessness that they evoked created awe, which could lead to a desire to comply, and then to love. Second, the fear caused such confusion that one could not be sure how to feel. Her gaze seemed capable of entering me deeply, and it was when I had looked directly into her eyes that I felt my first taste of profound unease. It was as if every vulnerable detail of myself were known to this being. Nobody in the world could know another human soul so well. Nor could one man look into the eyes of another so deeply, and to such an exact effect. I could actually feel the presence of this other person within me, which was as disturbing as it was curiously sensual. Their eyes are often described as limitless, haunting, and bearing of the soul. Can anything other than a part of oneself know oneself so well? It's possible, certainly. To an intelligence of sufficiently greater power, it may be that we would seem as obvious as animals seem to us. We might feel as exposed as do some dogs when their masters stare into their eyes. The realization that something was actually occurring within me, because this person was looking at me, that she could apparently look into me, filled me with the deepest longing I can ever remember feeling, and with the deepest suspicion. I wondered that night, in the cabin, if it was the sheer impact of the experience that had fixed the image of this being so vividly in my mind, or had communion somehow come alive within me? And was she still here, in some sense, watching even as I sat before my fire? As I remembered her, I found myself filling with a formless question, groping for what it was that perplexed me. I recalled an exchange that now came to seem very important. I had a very distinct impression of her, that she was old. Not just aged, like an elderly person, but really old. Why had I felt this? I could not be sure. I still remember her voice, soft, coming from I know not where, answering me, "Yes, I am old." When she spoke in my head, there was a lilting quality to it. But when she used her voice, it was startlingly deep to be coming from so slight a creature. It was more than a bass. It sounded like it was booming from the depths of a cave. I remembered my protest to her when she reassured me about the operation not hurting me. The sense of helplessness was an awful thing to contemplate. "You have no right," I had said. "We do have a right." 5 enormous words, stunning words. We do have a right. Who gave it to them? By what progress of ethics had they arrived at that conclusion? I wondered if it required debate, or seemed so obvious to them that they never questioned it. The fire before me sputtered. I opened the vent on the stove and it obediently flared up again. Maybe their right came from a different direction than the one we might think of. If they were a part of us, it might be that we granted them the right they assert. Listening to the crackle of the fire mingle with the ticking of the clock, I thought perhaps I might welcome voices of instruction. After finishing Nature's M's with James Konetka, forgive me if I mispronounced that, I began to feel strongly that the present world situation was unstable. I did not think that the world was actually ending, but I could easily have been persuaded that the biosphere would soon change so catastrophically that an immense amount of human life would be lost. I wondered if a mind, contemplating terrors such as this, might provide itself with gods, if only to ease the burden of being alone with the fear. If they were real visitors, though, I wanted to know the ethics behind their assertion of the right. Of course, we ourselves barely question our rights over the other species on the earth. How odd was it to find oneself suddenly under the very power that one so easily assumes over the animals? I thought of some lowing cows, their bells tinkling on a long-ago Texas evening, or of my cat asleep on my lap back in the city, trusting its little self utterly to an affection that to me was casual, but to Sadie was the center of the universe. I remembered when my father took me to a slaughterhouse in Fort Worth, and I heard the rumble of panic and saw the bucking backs of the steers and the creamy whites of their eyes. I smelled the slick of manure and urine and blood, and heard the steady crunching of the blows and the blare of the saws. And at a research institute in San Antonio, I saw monkey cages with rows of doctored capuchins shaved, their pink heads sewn or laid delicately open, and their trembling brain probes, and the gabble of noise when the vocalization center of one of them was stimulated for the information of graduate students. What did the monkey, with its needle in its brain, think of its observers? Were they gods, to whom it submitted itself with noble passivity because it could do nothing else? I saw monkey carcasses in the dumpster, too. Try as I might, I simply did not have the feeling that the visitors were applying the same cold ethic to their relationship with us as we did to ours with the animals. There was something of that in it, though. Very definitely. I had been captured like a wild animal on December 26th, rendered helpless and dragged out of my den into the night. Nor did I feel like they were simply studying me. Not at all. They had changed me, done something to me. I could sense it clearly that night, but I could not articulate it. Later, I thought to myself that they were taming me. Maybe this gradual increase of the intimacy of contact that has occurred over the years has to do with that. They're taming us all. After the dialogue about rights, the female called me the chosen one, and I proceeded to get mad. I had viewed this, I had viewed it as a ploy and reacted with scorn. She wagged her head from side to side, singing, "Oh no, oh no." There was an insistence in her voice and humor. I distinctly remember seeing a woman wearing a flowered dress being told this. But where? When? The memory was just free-floating, without reference. There was just this woman in a white floral patterned dress standing before a group of them shouting, "Praise the Lord," as she was told she had been chosen. Maybe what they meant was that we have all been chosen, and we are all being tamed. Nobody has ever domesticated mankind. We are thus a wild species, as wild as the day we first went howling across the savannah. Perhaps the self-taming process of becoming a civilized species did not tame us to visitors, but only to ourselves, and then not very well given our violent history. That first night back in the cabin, I looked at the couch where they had left me on December 26th. I wondered if the old earth did not settle in some obscure internal way just at that moment I came to consciousness there. Perhaps its low-frequency emissions changed and I fell not from that hidden room in the sky, but rather from some lurching walkabout in my own night house. I wondered if there was any relationship between my experience and the mystic walk of the shaman, or the night ride of the witch. I had read far in the works of mystical search and mythology, and in retrospect it surprised me that I would be so amazed when I finally reached down into the darkest part of the soul and found something there. Now that I was back at the scene of my experience, I felt that I always knew what I would find, and that all of my surprise was itself a sort of illusion. I reflected that the abduction to a round room had a long tradition in our culture. There were many such cases in the fairy lore. The story called Conala and the Fairy Maiden, forgive me if I mispronounced that, as collected in Joseph Jacobs' Celtic Fairy Tales, Bodley Head, 1894-1895, could with some changes be a modern tale of the visitors. As suggestive as this was of the possible historical roots of the experience, it was no more definitive of that origin than the whole texture was of the notion of recent visitors. Maybe the fairy was a real species, for example. Perhaps they now floated around unidentified flying objects and wielding insight-producing wands because they have enjoyed their own technological revolution. Every time one decides either that this is a psychological or real, one soon finds a theory that forcefully reopens the case in favor of the opposite notion. The most difficult part of my hypnotic material was the sudden regression to 1957. How could I explain that, even in terms of visitors? To do so, I had to revise my whole understanding of what my life had been. At the beginning of this chapter, I described myself as being deeply upset by that unexpected regression. Well, that was true. But it was no more than a mild state of unease, compared to how I felt after I made a careful inventory of my past. And that is Chapter 3, of communion. Next time we'll get into chapter 4, obviously. I hope you've been enjoying this. I really enjoy the darker side of paranormal activities. And I think this is a really well-written account, whether or not what we believe. I think it's extremely entertaining, and I hope you enjoy it. Maybe we'll take a break. I mean, I'll keep reading through this. No problem there. But maybe we'll throw in a few extra videos, maybe some lighter ones, just to balance things out about it. But we don't look away from things. So thanks for being here with me. Welcome back to Late Night Reading Hour. We are well on our way through this book, Communion. I am going to be starting chapter 4. We're going to be reading a little bit through this. And something that I appreciate, or that I've been appreciating throughout this reading, is just the intense examination that's going on, the intense critical thinking that's happening. So I'll stop talking about it and let it speak for itself. Let's get into chapter 4. 4. A child said, "What is the grass?" fetching it to me with full hands. How could I answer the child? I do not know what it is any more than he. Walt Whitman, Song of Myself, from Leaves of Grass. The sky beneath my feet, a journey through my past. The journey back. Summer 1957. The more I thought about it, the less able I was to accept the idea that this had been happening to me most of my life. When Bud Hopkins asked me if I remembered anything in the past, I did mention a few odd incidents. The memory of being taken from the train was not among them. If I accepted that this happened, and that it was buried even more completely than the events of October 4, then what else must I accept? Inevitably, that my conscious life was nothing more than a disguise for another reality. It is easy to speculate about such a thing on an idle evening, but when one considered the terrific intensity of the experience I had remembered, thinking that this might have happened again and again had the potential to shatter me. Still, I could not simply reject the notion. Why should I? Because it seemed improbable? All of this seemed improbable. As an experiment, I decided to return to my past and see just what I could come up with. As best as I was able, I reviewed the years for hints of this material. I wondered, though, how I could ever tell if the seeking and the finding were the same act. Maybe nothing happened on that train. Probably nothing did. And there's no way to tell. I would need some sort of corroboration before I could even begin to entertain it as a serious possibility. It seemed like a trick of the mind. Then I remembered that hypnosis session, and I thought to myself that the real trick of the mind might be happening now. My memories were so spontaneous and seemed so vividly real. Not the faintest suggestion was made that I regressed to age 12, and yet I now remembered that row of soldiers sleeping on those tables just as well as I remembered the drawing room of the train we were on. To protect my sanity, I had to believe that this was a comprehensible thing. If it was contact, then it must be proceeding somewhat along lines I could understand. They've been here for a while. Fine. Lately, because I moved to an isolated area, they found me. That I could at least entertain. but I could not accept the notion that they were so totally involved in my life. I found a photograph of myself during the spring of my 12th year, which showed me in the uniform of St. Anthony's School in San Antonio. Here was a child so clean he seemed to have been polished, along with the brass crossed rifles on the collars of his uniform. The picture is inscribed, "For my dear father, with love, Whitty." The neatness was a total deception. It couldn't have lasted more than the precise amount of time it took to snap the picture. At 12, I was usually involved in mischief of one sort or another. I was rarely clean, and I was rarely even still. I looked into the child's eyes. He did not look haunted to me. That boy just flirting with puberty. In May of that year, my younger brother had been born, and the house was consequently in upheaval. Only some of it pleasant. I spent much time in my room reading. That summer, I read Life on the Mississippi, and it was also the summer of my discovery of Kafka. One afternoon, I found my mother reading the Metamorphoses. After that, I read The Trial. I'd go down to the San Antonio Public Library on the bus and sit in the big reading room under the fan and read Kafka until the librarian started getting uneasy. Then I'd shift to Robert Benchley for the balance of the afternoon. My smiling face hid a person full of conflicts, trying to cope with the sudden presence of an infant in an established home, and discovering under the sheets at night that the sins the older boys whispered about were real, and were they ever sins? I was deeply conflicted about my Catholicism, wondering whether the tenets of my faith could be fitted to the picture I was forming of the world. I asked why the Pope hadn't saved the Jews from Hitler. I asked why the church had burned people at the stake. And what on earth did abstaining from meat on Friday have to do with getting into heaven? And if the worst punishment in hell was to get a glimpse of heaven, and not to get to go, then what about the nuns in limbo, who were there caring for the unbaptized babies the angels didn't want to bother with? They had had more than a glimpse of heaven. They'd been there for a while, so wasn't sending them to limbo actually sending them to the depths of a personal hell? The Pope closed limbo before we worked that one out in catechism class, unfortunately. Still, my faith was a burning fire in me. I loved Christ and Mary, especially, and used to pray with great fervor whenever I was trapped into going to church. Then the priest would invariably say, "Go, the Mass is ended," when there were still 10 minutes left. But why? At home, I got hold of a book by George Gamow about relativity. Suddenly, I understood how the nuns could take limbo. I understood why the Mass did and didn't end at the same time. It was all relative. Einstein, in describing the physical universe, had also described the internal logic of the church, enabling me to preserve my faith. But when I brought up Einstein with my mother, she said, "We are Catholic. Catholics are absolutists. She and I would spend hours together sitting on the front porch steps talking. We discussed everything from general relativity to the price of tennis shoes. I used to try and talk her out of her religiosity, but she was a Catholic intellectual in the heady days of the 50s, when the Mass was still full of mystery, and there were many fascinating and subtle potentials for sin. My catechism class was asked to write essays proving the existence of God. Mine, an equation with an intentionally tautological argument, was declared to be a demonic inspiration. When confronted with this by the teacher, my mother said, "To think that children might be inspired by the devil is itself demonic inspiration." Those times were not more innocent than these, but they were less complex. I do not recall thinking or talking at all about extraterrestrials. However, when I recently asked a friend of those days what was the strangest experience he could remember, I was surprised to find that his answer involved me. At the time I had asked him the question, he had not in any way been exposed to this material. Here is the story he recounted. When we were 13, I apparently announced to him that spacemen had taught me how to build an anti-gravity machine, which I was constructing in my bedroom. This was the summer of 1985. I do not remember the genesis of this machine, but I certainly remember building it. There was no magic to the thing. It was only an assembly of electromagnets taken from old motors. The supposed anti-gravity effect was based on a principle of counter-rotation. When I plugged my assemblage in, there was a great buzzing. The electromagnetic magnet in the core of the thing whirled madly, and the lights in the house began to pulsate. The whole thing whined and fluttered. There were showers of sparks. Parental cries of alarm rose from downstairs, and the machine destroyed itself. And as the machine destroyed itself, the pulsation of the house lights became dimming until the bulbs glowed orange-red. Then they burst into blazing life, a good number of them blowing out in the process. Finally, I managed to pull the plug. Rather than tell my parents what happened, I rushed downstairs and pretended ignorance. I did not need to pretend fright. The friend reports that I called him in great anxiety and said that I was afraid that the spacemen were mad because I had disturbed their power field. I have subsequently discovered that there is a whole mythology of flying saucer technology, and a lot of it revolves around the concept of counter-rotating magnets. One among the other people I have met who have remembered being taken tells an interesting story. He knows a man, another victim, who was given detailed instructions about how to build a motor of this sort. The man was given the instructions during an abduction experience during the 50s, and claims that he was told that he wouldn't remember a thing until 1985, when he suddenly found his mind full of richly detailed plans. The exact sizes of the electromagnets and their distances from one another were explained, and there was much about the materials to be used. Not having seen these plans, I cannot evaluate them. Rotating magnets of any kind would produce unusual energies that all flies in the face of magnetic theory. But he claims that when he built this device, all the metal objects in his barns were instantly pulled toward it, and he was knocked out by a flying automobile engine. The next day, the barn burned to the ground in an unexplained fire. It would be easier to believe in the truth of all of these effects if superconducting coils were used instead of electromagnets. It is awfully hard to see where a field that powerful would be coming from, given our present understanding of magnetism. I don't really think that details like the construction of a motor can be part of some shared hallucinatory system. Recall that I did not even remember my anti-gravity machine myself, but rather was told about it by a friend who remembered. My machine was built in 1958. More than 20 years later, this other man seems to have built a more exact version of the same thing, allegedly based on plans obtained in the same period. The day after I built my device, I do remember being seized with a fierce urge to get away from the house. I went to my grandmother's country home with her, even though the occasion was one of her afternoon card parties. About 4, the telephone at the country house rang. I can remember my grandmother saying, "House burned down? Mary Strieber's house burned down?" The blood just drained from me. Fortunately, the entire house had not burned, only the roof over the wing containing my bedroom. The fire was never satisfactorily explained, although I have a feeling that it was related more to the effect a little boy's anti-gravity machine had on the wiring than to the hostility of annoyed visitors. Fortunately for me, it never dawned on my parents that I might have caused a disaster on this scale. In July 1957, my father took my sister, who was then 13, and myself from San Antonio to Madison, Wisconsin, to see his sister and her family. We flew to Chicago and stayed at a Hilton, where I accidentally dropped a large milkshake out of a 10th floor window. We spent the night at another hotel, and we traveled then on to Madison to see our relatives. A week later, we returned to San Antonio on the train. All my life, I've had a memory of that train, seen from above, rushing through the night. Most of the windows are dark, which suggests that it is very late. There are thick pine woods, meaning that it must have been in Arkansas or farther north, where the Texas Eagle didn't go through the pine forests of East Texas, but rather across the plains between Texarkana and Dallas, and then south over rolling, featureless country. For some reason, I never thought twice about the strange image of the speeding train. Why would I? Why would I have seen it from such a position? Can it be that I was really outside of it at some point? I remembered absolutely nothing about being taken off of the train. There was a sort of confused recollection of my father crouched at the back of an upper berth in our drawing room, his eyes bulging, his lips twisted back from his teeth. But I've always assumed that that was a nightmare, brought on by the fact that I was so sick on the trip. My illness was violent, and I vomited until I thought I would die. And for no apparent reason. Nothing came up but bile. But the spasms simply would not stop. Now, I have added to this recollection a vivid memory of the being pushing a bladder down my throat. This is not the only recollection I have of being made to eat things by the visitors. In 1968, I ended up with 4 to 6 weeks of missing time after a desperate and inexplicable chase across Europe. This is associated with a perfectly terrible memory of eating what I have always thought was rotten pomegranate, which was so bitter it almost split my head apart. A nurse put drops on my tongue to help me keep it down. But what nurse? Where? I was never in a hospital. Something might have been stuffed in my mouth on the night of December 26. I certainly remember them trying to get it open. And afterwards, I brushed my teeth. This is about the most disturbing thing that I have yet come across in this whole vast experience. It is not the eating that disturbs me, but because I seem to have lived, but rather the structural coherence of the thing. First, I'm fed and it comes back up. Then I'm fed again, and this time the drops are used to prevent the material from returning. Years later, the feeding is such a minor part of the experience that the memory of it is covered by other things. In short, my hallucinatory friends seem to have learned something about how to get me to digest whatever it is they're trying to feed me. I've not thought of those hours of sickness on that train for a long, long time. I remember, though, how my father labored to help me. And after he grew tired, the sleeping car porter came in and held me over the toilet. A doctor appeared in his bathrobe and tried to get me to drink some water. The illness had begun suddenly in the middle of the night and continued until morning. I was sleeping like the dead when the train finally pulled into the old Mopoc station in San Antonio. My father carried me to the cab and we went home. By the time I got there, I was feeling much better, and was eager to see my friends. We had, after all, been away for nearly 2 weeks in the middle of the summer, and during the last summers of childhood, I sensed the increasing rarity of the days. I was full of excitement as we drove down Elizabeth Road. No sooner had I gone through the motions of helping with the luggage than I was off, my sickness forgotten. I remember it was then that I told a story, which has remained in the back of my mind for years, of hearing a wolf howling and seeing one on the roadside. Even as I told that story, I remember being a little confused. Since then, it's lingered, the image of the wolf in the clearing, and the sound of its voice echoing through the night. From that image there has flowed an intense, lifelong interest in wolves, which has grown into love for this wonderful species. The image was central to The Wolfen and Wolf of the Shadows, and appeared again in The Wild, a novel I've written but not yet published. I knew, even as I spoke, that we hadn't really seen a wolf, or heard one howl. Why then was I saying it? Where had it come from? Was it one of the screen memories which were so common to experiences with the visitors? My memory of December 26th incident was at first blocked by the recollection of the owl. I saw an owl once before, too, during the events of 1968. I note in passing that if my wise and determined friend from afar is a woman, it could be said that her personal symbol is an owl. Athena's symbol was the owl. The Latin word for owl is strix, which also means witch. It was thought in earliest times to embody the wisdom of Ishtar, the ancient Mesopotamian eye goddess, with the huge staring eyes. The owl was also a totem of the Celtic, forgive my pronunciation of this, Blodeuwedd, the triple goddess of the moon, and associated with the notion of the Trinity, which will emerge later in this book as the most common symbolic structure of the visitors, mentioned by many people who have been taken. People who have no idea at all of its ancient importance, which has now declined to the dusty precincts of antiquarians and mythologists. Perhaps visitors would naturally seek to the center of the soul and enter its reality, being too experienced to be interested in any but the deepest essence of our beings. Then they might as well seem to be part of our mythology, part of the basis of being human. My life is full of peculiar stories like the one about the wolf and the ones about the owls. Oddly enough, my sister also has a strange story about an owl. Sometime in the early 60s, she was driving between Kerrville and Comfort, Texas, well after midnight. She was terrified to see a huge light sailing down and across the road ahead of her. A few minutes later, an owl flew in front of the car. I have to wonder if that is not a screen memory, but my sister has no sense that it is. Many of my screen memories concern animals, but not all. I remember being terrified as a little boy by an appearance of Mr. Peanut, and yet I know that I never saw Mr. Peanut except on a Planters can. I said that I was menaced by him at a Battle of Flowers parade in San Antonio, but I now understand perfectly well that it never happened. For years I've told of being present at the University of Texas when Charles Whitman went on his shooting spree from the tower in 1966, but I wasn't there. Then where was I? And what is behind all the other screen memories? Perhaps on some level I do know. Maybe that's why I spent so much time peeking into closets and under beds. If I really face the truth about this behavior, I must admit that it has been going on for a longer time although in 1985 it became much more intense. Now that I have uncovered these memories, though, it has ended completely. As a matter of fact, I cannot remember a time in my life when I felt as well and happy as I do now. Whatever has happened, one thing is certain. A great pressure has been relieved, and that pressure had been with me always. Was it the pressure involved in keeping my memories of them hidden? I just don't know. This brief review at least suggests that I ought to continue with my exploration of the past. Before going on, though, it might be wise to examine those last few minutes of the hypnosis session in some detail. It began when, without warning, I found myself in 1957. Spontaneous regression can happen in hypnosis. The reason it usually takes place is that the subject encounters a memory of something that has also been seen long ago and drops back to the previous experience. For me, the trigger seems to have been the "you are the chosen one" speech. After that, I mentioned others. At that instant, there was a flashing image of the lady in the flowered dress being given some sort of elaborate speech and then shouting, "Praise the Lord," when she heard it. Then Dr. Klein asked what others, and I found myself in yet another place, but with the same being still before me, or somebody who looked very much like her. I was excited, sitting up in bed, looking at all the other beds, all of which contained American soldiers lying down asleep. These beds were really more like tables with solid bases and a slight inward cant from the bottom to top. I remember them as being gray in color. The soldiers were young, men in fatigues, and they were sprawled as if totally comatose. It was then that Dr. Klein asked my age, and I heard myself say 12. I changed completely, remarkably. I was my childhood self again. It was quite wondrous. I felt smaller. I felt very different. My mind felt different. Gone was the weight of knowledge. For those few moments, I was innocent again. I knew where I was, and I was very excited to be there. At first, I was sitting up happy to be awake because even the soldiers were asleep. I was quite pleased with myself. There was no apparent transition between the time I was sitting up awake and the time I was in a little chair sitting before a featureless gray surface. Something terrifically difficult happened while I was sitting in that chair. After hypnosis, I recalled seeing a landscape with a great hooked object floating in the air, which on closer inspection proved to be a triangle. Then there followed a glut of symbolic material, so intense that even as I write, I can feel how it hurt my whole brain and body to take it all in. I don't remember what this was. Triangles, rushing pyramids, animals leaping through the air. Are such experiences the source of performance anxiety that has been detected in psychological tests I've taken? Or does that have to do with the many recollections I've always had of sitting in the middle of a little round room and being asked by a surrounding audience of furious interlocutors questions so hard they shatter my soul? Trying to cope with these memories as a child, I wove anguished fantasies around the figures who became my childhood friends in some round, gray basement, drawing out the secret structures of my mind, like surgeons with forceps extracting sparkling neurons from my brain. I remember that they would say words, and each word they said would go through me like a hurricane, evoking every memory, thought, and feeling associated with it. This would go on for hours and hours until I begged them to stop, and I would be offered the relief of a brief rest at their feet, my soul confessing itself to the stern softness of their love. Is this just a fantasy? Or is it what happens when somebody tries to extract the deepest sense of a language from the mind of a child? If so, who did it? Is this a memory of the visitors at work, as it were? In my childhood, I was known as an extremely persistent questioner. So much that in school I was allowed to ask no more than 3 per period, so I would not take up all the time. True to form, I started questioning this being. Maybe I knew her even then. Certainly I had gotten over any initial shock quickly. I find the exchange fascinating. I asked who the people around me were. I was told what was obvious even to me. They were all soldiers. Then I wanted to know why they had been brought here. The answer is telling. Because they were alone. It might suggest a methodology, one that's borne out by some studies of unexplained sightings. The craft seem to favor isolated areas. They do not appear as often over cities, and there are not as many stories of their taking people from heavily populated places. Perhaps a limitation of technology is visible here. There are simply too many risks in populated areas. I asked, what was being done to the soldiers? The answer, typically uninformative, was, we look them over and we send them home. I can recall my perplexity at the moment very well. I relived it during hypnosis. It seemed an awful lot of trouble to go to just examine people. And I asked rapid fire, what's the point of that? The creature seemed ready to reply, but she was cut off mid-sentence as if somebody had flipped a switch. For a moment, she sounded like a stuck record. The point of that is. Then she stopped, as if surprised that she had been caught off guard, and said simply, well, her voice melodious with amusement. Soon after, I was watching her moving around. I did not know what she was doing, perhaps something that involved touching the soldiers with a copper-colored thing. I asked her why she looked so awful, and she certainly did look awful. I cannot imagine why I wasn't terrified. It's incredibly upsetting to see something that is certainly not human, walking and moving about with intelligence. There is something that is unmistakable about the precision of consciously directed movement that is deeply frightening when seen in such an alien form. Nothing like this was going through my mind at the age of 12, but the vision of the eerie being moving about among the tables remains quite clear. When I asked her why she looked so awful, she replied almost absently without stopping her work, I can't help that. I wonder what Ishtar really looked like, and if the whole Greek pantheon of beautiful gods and goddesses was not something akin to the beautiful godlike beings imagined by people who have made flying saucers their religion. These believers seem to be people who cannot face the stark reality of the visitor experience, and so cloak the fierce, limitless eyes, the bad smells, the dreadful food, and the general sense of helplessness in a very human mythology. I wonder if Homer and Pindar did not do the same. And why was Homer blind? It's known that many different storytellers comprise Homer. Perhaps hysterical blindness was a commonplace among the prehistoric Greek bards out of whose tales the classical pantheon emerged. I don't blame them. Hysterical blindness and congenial belief systems would both be excellent defenses against things similar to what I have seen. But if they have really been here so long, why did they have so much trouble getting me to keep down my feeding? Perhaps the substance has not been changed over the years to suit me. Perhaps very act of eating it has changed me. Maybe it's a process of acclimatization. It was while I was watching the lady with the eyes moving around the soldiers with her copper wand that I noticed my sister. She was below me and to my right, lying sprawled in her nightie. I still remember how much seeing her like that scared me. She and I were very close in those days. I loved her and admired her, and it was dreadful to see her looking as if she were dead. A voice told me that she was all right. This voice was definitely inside my head. I remember that quite distinctly. Then I saw the sight that has brought me more fear than any other so far. My father was standing near my sister in blue pajamas, his arms dangling at his sides, on his face a look of surprise. Then his eyes moved until they rested on something I could not see very well because it was invisible, beside the doorway. Almost in slow motion, his face simply broke up. He threw his head back, and something like an electric shock seemed to go through him, making him spread his fingers and shake his arms. His eyes bulged, and his mouth flew open. Then he was screaming, but I could hear only faintly a muffled shrieking full of terror and despair. The awful-looking creature now came to seem absolutely monstrous. And there was no question in my mind about it being real. It had never even crossed my mind that I might be dreaming. This was as real as any other event in my life, despite the fact that it was far more frightening even than the most frightening horror movie and would soon disappear into amnesia. As a matter of fact, it would be another year or so before I would see my first horror movie, The Creature from the Black Lagoon, which was shown at my summer camp. I remained at that camp exactly one day. It was later that my interest in horror stories began. Until I was about 13, my taste in comic books ran to Uncle Scrooge McDuck and Little Lulu. The scariest things I was exposed to were Alfred Hitchcock Presents and The Twilight Zone on television. Under hypnosis, the fear went through me like ice water in my veins. It's fortunate for Don Klein and Bud Hopkins that I was under the suggestion not to scream, because they would have heard terrible screaming, I'm afraid. And the sensation seemed to explode through me. For a moment, I thought I was fainting. I remember that as a little boy, I just shriveled up inside to see my father in such an extremity of terror. In those days, he was very much my hero. I had tried to talk to him, to reassure him that it was all right. He gasped, "It's not all right, Whitty. It's not all right." And then he tried to make a grab for me and my sister. His arms came up and just hung in the air while he writhed and his face worked. When he started screaming again, he became muffled. They watched this with their steady eyes like huge black jewels. The closest thing I've been able to find to an unadorned image of these beings is not from some modern science fiction movie. It is rather the age-old, glaring face of Ishtar. Paint her eyes entirely black, remove her hair, and there is my image as it hangs before me now in my mind's eye. The ancient and terrible one, the bringer of wisdom, the ruthless questioner. Do my memories come from my own life, or from other lives lived long ago, in the shadowy temples where the gray goddess reigned. Perhaps the visitors are the gods. Maybe they created us. Robert Crick, the renowned discoverer of the double helix, has postulated that the genetic structure of life is so intricate that it seems designed. According to studies led by Dr. Alan C. Wilson of the University of California, there is genetic evidence that the entire human species arose from a single female in North Africa between 140,000 and 280,000 years ago. In other words, it's conceivable that we all started from the womb of a single woman. If we could slip back in time and find her dashing across the ancient Mesopotamian savanna, would we also find Ishtar gliding above in an enormous triangular spacecraft like the one that was seen over Westchester County in 1983, as elusive to her struggling little creation as flying discs are to the Air Force? Or would we find an even greater mystery that the whole pantheon of our reality was somehow contained in the wobbling mind of the creature who fell down to thank her raw new gods after a panther leapt at her throat and by a miracle missed devouring us all? This part is called The Journey Continued, the 60s and the 70s. This expedition seemed to have reached the edge of a cliff, one that dropped far into the shadows. I wonder, if I really looked, what might I find there? What had my life really been? And how many other lives had been lived like mine, skidding the surface of this dark mirror? I wondered in early 1986 if a couple of recent strange events might have some relevance to this inquiry into the past. During the third week of March, I had a very peculiar thing happen to me. Sometime in the night of March 21st at the cabin, I awoke and found myself unable to move or even to open my eyes. I had the distinct impression that there was something in my left nostril, and that it was being slowly moved far up my nose. When I tried to struggle, I heard a pop, like an apple crunching between my eyes. The next thing I remembered, it was morning. I noticed during the day that my nose hurt. There was a little bleeding, but as my wife and son had reported similar injuries, without the memory of something being in their noses, the week before, I assumed that it was the result of a head cold and dry winter air. But I never came down with a cold. After March 15th, they'd both had episodes of nasal bleeding and little knots in their nostrils. Specifically, Anne had a knot in the top of her right nostril, my son in his left. I now developed one in my left nostril. Theirs had gone away without incident, but mine bothered me, and I made an appointment with my doctor to get the injury examined. He looked at it on March 26th and diagnosed it as a scratch to the nasal mucosa that had led to the formation of the knot. He correctly predicted that it would subside on its own over a period of days. I thought no more about this until July 26, 1986, when I received a letter from Donald Klein in which he mentioned that many of my symptoms were consistent with an abnormality in the temporal lobe, and that the method of testing this involved a nasal probe. The temporal lobe is arguably the most important part of the brain, the seat of humanity itself. It is in the temporal lobe that sense is made of perceptions, structures there are important to emotion, motivation, and memory. People with temporal lobe epilepsy report déjà vu, unexplained panic states, strong smells, and even a preoccupation with philosophical and cosmic concerns. They also sometimes report vivid, hallucinatory journeys. I initially seized on this as a way to explain my whole experience. I read some work by Dr. Michael Persinger of Laurentian University that postulated temporal lobe transients to explain psychic and religious experiences. But the more I studied temporal lobe disorder, the less it seemed an answer. It did not explain the overwhelming sense of the real connected with my experiences. It did not explain the physical consequences. It did not explain the witnesses. Nor did it explain the experiences of others. Temporal lobe epilepsy was nothing more than another speculation. Essentially no different and no more supportable than the visitor hypothesis or any of the other hypotheses that I had put forward. I had to fall back on the truth. I did not know what was happening, but it certainly appeared to be happening in the real world. As it happened, the week after I received Dr. Klein's letter, I met a woman who's had the visitor experience. She began her story by saying that the visitors inserted a probe into her nose, which made a sound like an apple crunching between her eyes. She even had drawn pictures of the probe and of the entity that had inserted it. The probe was a businesslike affair, a needle with a small knife-like handle. The entity was familiar to me because I had seen such beings also. I then asked Bud Hopkins for information from his cases of reports of intrusions into the head. Of his 100 cases, 4, including me, reported intrusions in or behind the ear, 3 under the eye, and 11, again including me, up the nose. By far the largest number of intrusions were into the nostril, right into the olfactory nerve with its connection to the deepest core of the brain. And behind that nerve, the temporal lobe. For what it may be worth, my son and I, who had injuries into the left nostril, are also left-handed. Anne is right-handed. If the temporal lobe is being entered, then it may not be possible to decide between the temporal lobe epilepsy and visitor hypothesis. It could easily be that the visitors are affecting the temporal lobe in such a way as to induce abnormalities that would later be diagnosed as epileptic conditions. As the reading of temporal lobe, forgive me if I mispronounce this, electroencephalograms is such a subjective business, I decided that I would arrange 2 separate temporal lobe tests, one by a neurologist recommended by Dr. Klein, and another through a different psychiatrist. This second neurologist carried out the same preliminary examination done by Dr. Klein's man and came to the same conclusion. There was no evidence of abnormality. He was then given a version of my December 26 story, but we never discussed hypotheses at all. That way, he felt no need to defend his findings against one hypothesis or another. I went to a lab, took chloral hydrate, and endured the insertion of electrodes deep into my nasal cavity. A few days later, the results came back. Absolutely normal temporal lobe function, confirmed by both neurologists. So whatever the visitors did, they did not damage me in a way detectable to our science. And I'm not a temporal lobe epileptic. The temporal lobe disorder hypothesis was now triply weak. The physical consequences of what happened and the witnesses mitigated against it to begin with, and now the temporal lobe EEG suggested that I was not an epileptic. Moreover, the brief transience postulated by Dr. Persinger could not account for the elaborate experiences I had undergone. Only a full-scale epilepsy could account for them. So far, no hypothesis would explain the motive of the visitors, or of the self-confidence they showed by inserting their probe through my germ-filled nasal cavity into my brain. No doctor would ever do that, which also means that these are not buried childhood memories of operations. There's no operation that proceeds as the visitors do, jabbing their needles up the nose. What more, the nasal intrusion is not an epileptic prelude. Mine did not occur until weeks after I'd remembered and reported my first experience. Far from suggesting a disorder of some sort, the consistency of the stories and the reported side effects, nosebleeds and nasal damage, were a strong suggestion that something real was happening. Had the temporal lobe intrusion initiated my experience, I would be tempted to suggest that perhaps all my perceptions were somehow tied to it. But the intrusion did not initiate the whole experience. It may well have profoundly altered my perception of what happened to me, and all of my past memories as well. Perhaps that is what it was meant to do. I thought back over the previous few weeks. Most of the things that had happened since December were well documented, in the sense that I had immediately told others as soon as I was aware that they had happened. Besides the visitation of March 15, which I will discuss in detail in a later chapter, there was one earlier incident that is worth recounting, because it was this incident more than any other that opened the door to the past. And it did this via my sense of smell. Again, it happened before the apparent temporal lobe intrusion, not after. The night of Friday, February 7th, we spent in our apartment in the city. I was absolutely frantic. I had an awful feeling. I felt their presence. It was palpable. Most upsetting, I could smell them. I could smell a distinct odor, as if of smoldering cardboard. And it was familiar from the past. My wife could also smell this odor. It was one we had both smelled many times. Until now, though I had not understood its significance. There was also another odor, as if of cheese and cinnamon, that I remembered from December 26th. I remained lying in bed, sweaty and sleepless, but I was shocked to discover that 4 hours had passed without my noticing, very suddenly. I was reading at midnight, turned a page, and saw by the clock that it was 4 a.m., and I was no longer wearing my pajamas. When I got up the next morning, I found 2 little triangles inscribed on my left forearm. I don't know what happened, and there's no way at all to explain the event in a conventional manner. The larger triangle was quite straight, delicately incised, in just the outer few skin layers, as if by the work of a skilled master surgeon. The other triangle, very tiny, was pointing at the larger one. On the morning of February 8th, I stood, looking down at those triangles, with the shower pounding on my back. I also remembered the odors that I had smelled the night before. Odor is an excellent trigger of memory, and the odors of smoldering seem to unlock a lot of doors. I last smelled it in 1972 or 73. My wife and I had gone down to San Antonio to see my family, and we were all sleeping in my sister's old bedroom on the second floor of the house. Across the hall was another bedroom, which had been mine when I was a boy. In the middle of the night, I suddenly awoke with the impression that I had just heard a loud noise. I decided to get a glass of water. As I left our bedroom, I noticed a strange smell, like smoldering cardboard. As I went toward the bathroom to get my water, a small, dark figure with a red light in its hand burst out of my old bedroom and dashed downstairs. I was momentarily astonished, but decided that it must have been a family member. The fact that this individual was much smaller than a human being did not bother me in the least, nor even gave me pause. Why not? Maybe for the same reason that none of us remembered the events of the night of October 4th. Maybe I was led to reason thus. There are reports of visitors carrying small lights, and the fairy lore contains dozens of instances of fairy stones that glowed. There was no sequel to the appearance of the small figure, except perhaps a family member's comment the next morning that he had had a terrible nightmare. Nothing further was said then, and he does not now remember the incident at all, much less the contents of the nightmare. I am amazed to think how much of a fugitive I have been. Another individual I have met who had a visitor experiences, a young woman whose story of a disappearing pregnancy is medically documented as not being of hysterical origin, also describes a lifetime of running. All my life, I wanted to move to New York because of the lights and the people. So did I. And it turns out that she lives a block from me. We've both been running like mad, and we wound up around the corner from one another. A coincidence? Probably. But the mind seeks for large and subtle designs, images in clouds, hunters marching the stars, always for the hidden sense of the world. The same urgency to understanding that drew early man to imagine the constellations in the random spatter of the night sky might draw me to make false connections, and yet, without a general theory of coincidence, how could I know what was finally true? I searched on, deep, into my past. At the age of 9, I had been sleeping out with a friend on a lovely Texas summer night when something woke us up in the wee hours. Perhaps an owl killing a rat, the stopping of the crickets, or moonset. In any case, we found ourselves awake and deliciously alone in the dark. We went exploring the quiet slips of the night, through our familiar places, the wide lawns and tangled bushes all transformed by shadows into a new world. The vacant lot behind our house was then an acre of tall sunflowers, taller than either of us boys. We were wandering through the stalks when we heard someone coming toward us. My friend turned and ran. I stood there. Then I turned and ran as well. When I reached our sleeping bags, I was astonished to find him already so completely asleep that I could not wake him up. How could he have gone from running in terror to being dead to the world like that? And why was he still outside at all? Why hadn't he gone running into the house? Again, our behavior was totally at variance with our experience. He and I also saw a huge object cross the sky one summer night, an event that I have always remembered as particularly strange. I called him after a lapse of 25 years. We talked for some time. Then I asked about those 2 nights. I told him nothing specific about my other experiences, nor did I discuss visitors. Of the first memory, he said, "We were probably just scared by a dog." He had this to say about the second. "Oh, yes, I remember that thing. It was huge. It looked just like it was strange looking, and there was a black car." I remembered that too. Immediately after the object passed overhead, an old black car showing no lights went racing down Elizabeth Road in the same direction that the object had gone. Were these descriptions of events as they happened, or screen memories? Perhaps if great care is taken, a method can be devised of finding an answer to such questions, a method more reliable than hypnosis. I also recalled flying with some people over the roofs of the neighborhood in a thing like a rubber raft, and waking up on more than one morning with bits of grass and twigs in my bed, as if I had been abroad in the night. There wasn't anything else that specific, except for a memory of a terrifying round object hanging in some forgotten babyhood sky, and seeing a crowd of big gray monkeys coming up across the hillside. Apparently, this took place at my grandmother's country home when I was about 2, which would have been in the summer of 1947. From the night at age 9 to an event in Austin, September 1967, there were few specific recollections except those that re-emerged under hypnosis, and none was clear. By 1967, I was attending the University of Texas. In the last week of August, I had just rented a new studio apartment and moved back to Austin from San Antonio for the semester when I had an experience. I now understand it to have been known as what is known as missing time, lasting at least 24 hours. I had moved into the apartment the day before and was sitting on the couch about noon eating a TV dinner when I was confused to discover that the dinner seemed to have hopped from my lap to the coffee table and gone cold. Now I wonder if there might not have been a period of missing time at that point. I remember getting up to reheat the food and noticing that it was already 2 p.m. I decided that I had fallen asleep while eating. I put the TV dinner in the oven and turned on the timer to heat it for 15 minutes. Then I turned back to the oven to check the temperature setting. I was suddenly woozy, my mouth dry, and the sun was going down outside. The dinner was cold again, and I have no memory of how the intervening hours had passed. I got scared, deciding that I had been the victim of blackouts, and tried to make a phone call for help. It was midnight by the oven clock when I put my hand on the phone. There was no discontinuous memory at all, no sense of being unconscious. One moment, the timer showed a little after 6, and the sky outside the kitchen window was glowing. Then I moved toward the phone, and the timer showed midnight, and the sky was black. It was exactly as if 6 hours had somehow passed in less than a second. I then began trying to make my way out of the dark apartment. I was terrified. I shook with fear and was so thirsty I could barely stand it. The next thing I knew, I was in front of the sink. The water was running, and running into a full glass. My watch said 4:15. I rushed out the door of the apartment and found myself in the cool of a Texas pre-dawn. At this point, I remembered something of awesome beauty taking place in the sky, which I later told friends must have been a display of the Perseid meteor shower, which was not active then but had been early in August. I drove to an all-night restaurant called the Night Hawk on Guadalupe Street and had a huge breakfast of toast, eggs, bacon, cereal, coffee, and at least 6 glasses of orange juice. When I described this singular 24 hours to Jim Konetka, who is good at coining words, he invented a name for my state. He called it a laconic trance. For years we have laughed about the laconic trance, but I'm not laughing anymore. There is no evidence that I suffered from any malfunction of the brain, and I was as sane then as I am now. Some weeks later, there was a frightening sequel. I was lying in bed at my grandmother's house in San Antonio, reading Time magazine. It was late at night, and I was about to go to sleep. In those days, I used to stay with my grandmother when I went to San Antonio, because my brother, then a teenager, had effectively taken over my old room at home. Lying in that bed, wide awake, I had an experience so strange and frightening that I remember it to this day with total clarity. I was suddenly transported back in time and back to Austin a few weeks earlier. I leapt into my car and backed out of the apartment house parking lot. It was night, and the windows of the car were closed. I couldn't see out at all. In fact, I could see nothing but reflection of the inside of my car. I was so blind that I was forced to stop. Something approached the car. I was frightened to see, peering into the window with its face pressed almost to the glass, what seemed almost to be a demon, with a narrow face and dark slanted eyes. It spoke to me in a high, squeaky voice, and I remember saying that we couldn't leave the car out in the middle of the street. Then I found myself in an agonizing struggle. I was at once in the car, fighting to keep driving away, but unable to overcome an urge to get out and go back into the apartment, while simultaneously fighting in the real world an overwhelming urge to get out of bed and rush outside. I lay on the bed, flopping like a fish. Then it ended. Contrary to my impression, I did not move an inch. The magazine was still propped up in my lap. I could see my grandmother in her bed in the room across the hall, reading quietly. This terrible nightmare had obviously caused not a stir. Long into the night, I lay with the light on. Toward dawn, I slept. I believe now that this was a nightmare memory of an attempt I made to escape whatever unearthly thing happened to me in my apartment in Austin. I was reliving an experience which, at the time it happened, was so unspeakably terrifying that I still don't recall the actual event, only the dream. There then began a pattern of running that has persisted in my life until the present. A few weeks later, I suddenly became obsessed with the notion of getting away from the University of Texas, out of the United States, of going wherever I could, as far away as possible. I fantasized about living in a nice little apartment in some enormous city. I wanted bustle and bright lights, not the sparse Texas landscape and the starry nights. I didn't have much money, so I contrived various means of getting enough to leave. I obtained a loan from the Minnie Stevens Piper Foundation in San Antonio to study film at the London School of Film Technique. I earned some money translating Seneca's Thyestes into English and converting the translation to a film script for the UT Department of Radio, Television, and Film. I worked as a camera operator. By January 1968, I have saved enough money and I left for London. I've never in my life been so glad to see the back of a place as I was to see the back of Texas. For years, I have explained my sudden departure by saying that I couldn't stand the place after the Charles Whitman sniper incident. The truth was, my secret terror is what drove me away. My first few months in London were bliss. I felt as if a burden had been lifted. The school was fun. I spent a great deal of time in film history classes watching old movies. My nights were occupied at the National Film Theater watching more old movies. I met interesting friends. Then, in July, there was another incident. I cannot recall what happened with any clarity. It was simply too confusing, too jumbled. I was at a friend's flat in the King's Road, Chelsea. For years, I've described it as a raid, from which I escaped by crossing the roofs. What I actually remember is a period of complete perceptual chaos, followed by the confusing sensation of looking down into the chimney pots of the buildings. Then there was blackness. I woke up the next morning in my own place with no idea of how I got there. Whatever may or may not have happened in the flat was never acknowledged or referred to again by anybody who was there, with one exception, which I will recount in a moment. The next day I decided to leave London for the continent. I couldn't stand England for another week, not for another hour. One of the people who had been present in the flat warned me against going, saying that I would never come back. I scoffed. It was to be a 2-week vacation. He said that he would get a witch to cast a spell to bring me back. I thought, what superstitious nonsense. Recently, I looked him up and asked him about this incident. He couldn't think why he had acted as he did, although he remembered a feeling of dread being associated with my journey. I took the train to Italy, 2nd class. On the train, I met a young woman, and we began to travel together. At this point, my memories became extremely odd. If I do not think about them, they seem fine. But when I try to put them together, they don't make sense. I recall that we went to Rome, but that we spent a few days in Florence on the way. For 18 years, I told a story that I stayed in Florence for 6 weeks. But when I went there in the summer of 1984 to promote Mondadori's Italian edition of War Day, I realized that I had almost no memories of the place. Even so, I placidly accepted this anomaly. For some reason, I left the young woman in Rome and dashed off on the train with no ticket, traveling almost at random. I ended up in Strasbourg, where I saw the cathedral, and then suddenly rushed to the station and grabbed another train. A local that crept across France, ending in Port Beau on the Spanish border. Then I took a Spanish train to Barcelona. I was broke, so I holed up in the back room of a hotel on the Ramblas. I can remember nights of terror, being afraid to put out the light, wanting to keep the window and the door locked, living like a fugitive, never wanting to be alone. haunting the Ramlas, grateful for the unceasing crowds. The rest of the memory is a jumbled mess. I'm just not certain what happened, except that I lost a week of time. I lost weeks of time. I remember something about being on a noisy, smelly airplane with someone who called himself a coach, and something about taking a course at an ancient university. I also recall seeing little adobe huts and expressing surprise to somebody that their houses were so simple. I returned to London in an odd way, weeks later than I had planned, with no way to explain those weeks. I cannot say how I got back. What I do know is that I found myself outside a hotel at about 6 a.m. I went in and booked a room, then slept until noon. After lunch, I went to my lodgings and found that my room had been let and my belongings stored in a trunk in the basement. The management was quite put out. They told me that I had said I would be gone for no more than 2 weeks and had disappeared for much longer. Since I had not kept up my rent, my room had been given to another student on their long waiting list. At the time, I simply accepted this and stayed with a friend for a while, then found a flat on Westmoreland Terrace in Pimlico, where I lived until December 1968. If such incidents were a frequent occurrence in my life, I might suspect some sort of trance or fugue state. There are certainly many odd incidents, but they are too variable in their nature to suggest the symptomatic consistency of disease. I recall little more until the spring of 1977. From 1970 until then, my wife and I lived in a 2-room flat on the top floor of an old building on West 55th Street in Manhattan. We were happy there, if cramped. Our marriage grew solid there, and we became confirmed in our life together. One evening in April 1977, something so bizarre happened that I still cannot understand why we didn't make more of it. With both of us sitting together in our living room, somebody suddenly started speaking through the stereo, which had just finished playing a record. We were astonished, naturally, when the voice held a brief conversation with us. The voice was entirely clear, not like the sort of garbled message sometimes picked up from passing taxi radios or a ham operator. Never before had it happened, and it didn't happen again. I do not remember the conversation, except the last words. "I know something else about you." That was the end. I was left dangling. We did not completely ignore the incident. I called the Federal Communications Commission. A man explained to me what I already knew, that ham radios and taxis and police radios sometimes interrupt stereos. But a conversation, he asserted, was impossible. Our stereo had neither a microphone nor a cassette deck. It was a KLH, a good and relatively inexpensive model, readily available in the mid-70s. At the time, I'd had it for about 4 or 5 years. A few weeks later, I became possessed of an overwhelming desire to move. Anne agreed. There were good reasons. We needed more space, and I'd got a nice raise. I was then working in the advertising industry. We could afford a move. By the end of May, we were living on West 76th Street on the top 2 floors of a brownstone. All went well there until the next year. In June 1978, something terrible happened in the middle of the night. I have variously thought of it as a phone call followed by a menacing visit, and as a series of menacing phone calls. I do not know that I called the police, and they came up and I do know that I called the police and they came up and checked out the roof, finding nothing. I remember only looking out our bedroom window onto the roof garden and seeing somebody standing there. Just a prowler, perhaps, but it has always seemed to me that there was more to it than that. Again, without relating the incident to a subsequent sudden desire to move, I almost immediately decided to move to Connecticut. We rented a house in Cos Cob, the term to begin July 1978. We then left New York for Texas, spending most of the intervening weeks there. We slept no more than a few additional nights in that apartment. Again, we felt we had a good reason to move. We had forgotten the horrifying incident, whatever it was, and attributed what, in retrospect, seems the obvious outcome of panic to a rational desire to leave the city. Because Anne was pregnant, we wanted to get out of our walk-up. It never occurred to us that we were making a radical move to another city almost on the spur of the moment. We were running, but we didn't know it. We didn't remain in Cos Cob for a full year. In early 1979, I was awakened by the bizarre impression that there were people pouring in through the windows of our rather isolated house. I was terrified. We had a new baby. I remember trying to get to him, and that is all I remember. A few nights later, we were awakened by the neighborhood filling with terrible screams. Even though we called the police, they never came, and nothing was ever said by the neighbors about the shrieking. Within weeks, we had left Cos Cob because we were tired of the country and wanted to get back into city living. Wow. An interesting further occurrence of screaming took place in August 1986 in Provincetown, Massachusetts. We were staying with friends. In the middle of the night, we were awakened by a truly blood-curdling shrieks coming, it seemed, from above the house. Neither our friends nor anybody we spoke to the next day had any memory of anything unusual happening that night, except for one person. When I asked him if he'd slept well, he said that he'd been awakened by screaming. His house was about a mile from ours. He also has had a visitor experience in the past. In January 1980, we took on an apartment on the top floor of a high-rise on East 75th Street. All went well until September of that year. This episode began when I saw a strange light streak down the night sky. It moved faster than an airplane and left me with a feeling that it had something to do with me. I was deeply and inexplicably moved. And left with an obscure foreboding. In the middle of the night, we were awakened by our son's crying. He was desperate, almost wild with terror. I rushed into the living room, heading for his bedroom. I recall the impression of a small dark figure dashing toward the sliding doors that led to our 33rd floor balcony. Then there was a terrific explosion, and beads of glass burst out of the pantry. I kept running for my terrified baby, reaching his crib after what seemed an eternity. I cradled him in my arms while Anne rushed through the house, turning on the lights. Then she took our son and I went to see what on earth had happened. A siphon of seltzer had exploded so violently that the glass was reduced to beads, to dust. There wasn't a trace of water that had been inside. Anne cleaned up the mess while I calmed our son. Then we went back to bed. In November, we closed on a co-op, and by January 1981, had moved again, this time to our present apartment in the village. A dozen times I have told a story of being menaced by an old college acquaintance whose terrifying appearances and phone calls had driven us from our 76th Street walk-up to Cost Cobb, and then from there to East 75th Street, and finally to the village. A part of this myth is the kindly detective who hypnotized me and enabled me to identify this individual by listening to his voice on tape. Then we put a stop to his game by simply phoning him back after one of his vicious calls. But it didn't happen. None of it happened. It's just a screen memory, like the story of the 6 weeks in Florence that never actually happened. After I realized that I had not actually been there that long, I began to believe another story, that I'd gone to Russia and then to France and then been caught in the French strikes of 1968, without reference to the fact that it had ended 2 months before I crossed France. But why do I need these absurd stories? They are not lies. When I tell them, I myself believe them. I don't lie. Perhaps I tell them to myself when I tell them to others, so that I can hide from myself whatever has made me a refugee in my own life. A year passed in the village, quite pleasantly and uneventfully. Then came what we called the incident of the white thing. It took place in the apartment and began with the most down-to-earth member of our family, Anne. One night she woke up screaming and reported that something had poked her in the stomach. She had seen it, too. It was translucent white and about 3 feet tall. She was greatly agitated. Naturally, we took this to be a nightmare. Nothing more was said about it. Certainly nothing was said to our son. The next night, at about 10, I was sitting up and reading. Anne had just turned over to go to sleep. Suddenly, I was struck on the arm. As I turned, I saw a small, pale shape withdrawing into the hall. I jumped up and followed it, only to find the hall empty. It hadn't been our son. He was peacefully asleep in bed. Again, Anne and I hardly discussed the incident. When she asked me why I had gotten up, I muttered something about her nightmare being contagious. The next morning, I noticed a distinct bruise on my arm, but assumed that I must have banged it into a table or something. A few nights later, our son suddenly began screaming. I leapt out of bed and went to him. He was terribly frightened. He said that a little white thing had come up to his bed and poked me. Neither Anne nor our son showed any physical evidence of injury. The next Sunday, Anne and I were at a wedding reception. I called home, and our babysitter's mother answered the phone. She said that there had been some trouble, but everything was all right. Needless to say, we went home, leaving the reception almost before it had begun, and incurring the permanent anger of the bride and groom. Something had happened to the sitter. She said that she had been cooking her dinner when a child, in a white sheet, had startled her by peering into the kitchen from the fire escape. Only my wife heard this story. I did not. We've tried to find this sitter, but it's been years, and we know that she did not remain in the area past that semester. We cannot remember her name. There is thus no way to tell whether my wife remembers the story correctly. We finally realized that there was something weird about the white thing. I have to admit that my thoughts went to Casper the Friendly Ghost. Strangely enough, there are other instances of similar white figure appearing in the context of the visitors, and even acting very much as this one had acted. However amused I might outwardly have been about the incidents, within a few weeks I was on the run again. The co-op went on the market, although we once again didn't relate our desire to move to any disturbances. We had decided to move back to the Upper West Side, but this time things weren't so easy. We couldn't get enough for a place to enable us to have as much space in a more expensive neighborhood. We finally quit trying. In late March 1983, something happened. I walked out to get a breath of air for a few minutes and found myself returning 3 hours later. Anne hadn't been home and our son was in school, but the experience was so inexplicable to me that I invented an elaborate fantasy of having imagined myself back in old New York for the missing hours. I have told many friends this lovely story. I realized, as I thought back, that it didn't happen. It was a pleasant cover story, obscuring some other events. The truth is, I don't know what happened to me during those 3 hours. I don't even know if I left the apartment. I was just gone. We finally gave up trying to sell the co-op and instead bought the cabin, which brings me back to the present. Emotionally, I have a great deal of trouble with the notions of spaceships and visitors. I simply cannot help it, even though I have a feeling that I might seem to future generations to be obtuse. In view of the evidence, the reason for my reticence is obscure, but it is not so different from the reluctance of most of my friends with scientific or academic backgrounds to entertain the visitor hypothesis comfortably. This is because the idea of intellectually and technologically advanced visitors who hide their knowledge from us is threatening and infuriating. It suggests that there's something ignoble about mankind, or even that we are prisoners on our own planet. Those are ugly notions, and I for one would prefer an empty universe to one that reacts to us with contempt or Olympian indifference. We human beings have a very natural stake in the value and validity of our species and our minds. And this is doubly true of those whose sense of personal worth stems from intellectual work. If the human mind is second-rate, then so are those who live by it. On a deeper level, though, I find that I am beginning to become a little more at ease with the idea that the visitors might actually exist. This is for an unexpected reason. I think of those rushing little figures, those haunting eyes, the smells, the little rooms, the uniforms, the sense of hard work being done. I remember how stiff and insect-like the movements of the visitors seemed, and how very careful they were to keep me under control at all times. And I think that I may know the reason for their peculiar manner of dealing with us. If I'm right, then the source of their reticence is not contempt but fear, and well-founded fear too. They're not afraid of man's savagery or his greed, but of his capacity for independent action. I have seen them from close range, and if I was seeing real beings, then what was most striking about them was that they appeared to be moving to a sort of choreography, as if every action on the part of each independent being were decided somewhere else and then transmitted to the individual. I returned to the thought that they might be a sort of hive. If this were true, then they may be, in effect, a single mind with millions of bodies, a brilliant creature, but lacking the speed of independent, quick-witted mankind. If they think slowly enough, it may be that a human being, fast-thinking and autonomous, could be a remarkable threat. It may be that an old, essentially primitive intelligence has encountered a new advanced form and is frightened of the potential that our completeness as individuals give us. I can picture myself on some night of the future watching them approach my bed. It will be so dark that I will be barely able to see. But I will see their short sleeves, dressed in their familiar jumpsuits. I will see those big, bobbling heads and those grave, sharp eyes. I will feel their cool, tiny fingers upon me and hear their breathing as they carry me away. Perhaps even catch an occasional high whisper, words said and thought like equal sails upon the same ocean. I will know then the reason for both their interest and their shyness, why we awe them and frighten them, and I will understand why. If I am right about them, it is unlikely that there will ever be this kind of open contact between our two species that seems so logical and useful to us, even in a well-intentioned human being, would pose a threat, in that his accidentally taking an action they had not anticipated might cause them literally to lose track of him right in the middle of one of their own craft. Might he not then be able to explore it at will, learn its secrets, potentially at least, release all of us into the cosmos? Can it be that any one of us has the potential to be at once inferior and superior to their entire species? To contemplate such a notion makes my soul ache with longing to know for certain, and yet also to leap up, as if by some obscure hand it has suddenly been set free. Whew. All right, that is the end of our journey back in time. This next part, I think, is another hypnosis session. I think that I did a lot of mispronunciations in that last one, so please forgive me, bear with me. I'm just doing this as a fan, doing a cold reading. Anyway, thank you for joining me, and I'll see you next time. Hypnosis. Fishing in the Past, Part 1. The Shallows. Session date, March 10th, 1986. Subject, Whitley Strieber. Psychiatrist, Donald Klein, MD. Once we reviewed this apparent past material, Don Klein and I decided to go fishing in it. This and the next would be the last times that Don would hypnotize me. Despite the fact that many complex experiences took place between April and October of 1986, our interest shifted after March from exploring new material to discovering some physical cause for it. We will return to hypnosis in the future, but while it is obviously of great interest, it does not advance any real understanding of the origin of what is happening, only of its content. Why? As I am no longer terrified, the more recent events should still be difficult to remember in their entirety without hypnosis is unclear. We decided to cover the night at my grandmother's house, the fall of 1980 in New York, and anything else that might be of interest. We both recognized, and I wish to make this clear, that there might well have been a degree of degradation taking place, in the sense that I might have been unintentionally fulfilling expectations of seeing the visitors. While at the time of hypnosis, the sessions recorded here and in the next chapter, I was still avoiding reading books about anything connected with this sort of material. Simply dealing with my own memories must have affected me, altering and changing my perceptions in ways that are probably impossible to detect. Despite this, there was confirmation from another witness that one of my memories was indeed of an extremely strange event. At this session, Don and I examined an incident that took place in the country on an October or November afternoon in 1984. I was driving back to the house from the grocery store when I suddenly saw a fog bank. It was a clear fall day, the air dry. I got curious about the fog bank and drove off the highway onto a dirt road to try and get a better look at it. The next thing I recall, I was in the fog, in my car, and two people in dark blue uniforms were leaning in the windows. Then I was back on the highway, returning home. I had dismissed this whole thing until just recently, when I thought about it and decided to go back down that dirt road. I went to the exact spot on the highway where I had turned off. I remember it because it had a lovely view, and I had looked at that view just before making the turn. The dirt road I had seen there didn't exist anymore, and there was no sign of a road ever having been there. Bud Hopkins had wanted me to cover this incident first, because before any further hypnosis, because of its similarity to one of the most common abduction scenarios, the removal of the subject from a moving car. He did not tell me what I have subsequently discovered, that confusion of place is common among abductees. There are stories of roads that don't exist, beaches that aren't there, structures that later prove never to have been built. There are also cases where clouds came down to the ground, or strange fogs proved to contain something more than droplets of water. One might be tempted to ascribe such reports to trance states, but that does not explain what happens to the victims' cars while they are in the trance. And there are often hours of missing time involved. In addition, many experiences take place while moving cars are filled with people. Some period of time passes, and the occupants all wake up to find the car moving in a different direction, or at the wrong place on the highway, or some such thing. They do not find themselves where they ought to be, in a ditch. Dr. Klein. You're in the car. I went right past the turnoff, right past the grocery store, and I kept going. I don't know. I want to take the car for a little run, listening to WAMC. What do you hear? It's Don Giovanni. So I said, but it sounded awfully strange. Going down the highway toward the interchange. I keep thinking I see something above the car. I'm a little nervous. I turn off the radio. I roll down the window, then roll it up again. I don't know why I missed the turn off. I'm going to turn around and go back. But I don't. Isn't a soul around. I calm down. Turn the radio back on again. I remember flipping the switch to find that it was already turned on. It had stopped working, which was typical of the car I had then. I get down past the diner. There's a real nice view off to the left, looking out the window of the car. A white truck goes past. It's like the white truck isn't right. There's, I don't know what's going on here. Now I want to go home. I feel terribly sick to my stomach. Awful feeling. I don't want to tell you what's happening to me. Perfectly all right. Just relax. You don't need to tell us, only if you can. Relax. Tell us what you can.
I was driving in my car. All of a sudden, there was this white pickup coming toward me. Funny white pickup with a black windshield. And the next thing I know, I'm just stupefied. I just wasn't thinking about them at all. And just the damnedest thing. I'm sitting there in a long room, and there's this being standing in front of me. A long gray room. Bang. And I jumped down and wanted to get back in my car. I didn't know where the hell I was, what had happened to my car, anything. It was totally immediate. And then there's this, I feel like I'm being stared at. I have the feeling there's a lot going on, but I just am so totally stupefied. I can't describe how I feel right now. It's like I just got turned inside out. And one thing I do feel, which is my stomach feels terrible. I just can't I can't understand it at all. Don't try to understand it. Don't try. There's this one right in front of me. I'm sitting on the floor with my legs spread apart. I'm dressed in my clothes, wearing my brown sweater, and I can see my shoes because I'm sitting with my legs spread out in front of me. And where there's someone watching me with great big eyes, big black eyes, just watching me. 1 second, I think they're mean. The second, I don't know what to make of it. I'm not scared now. I'm just amazed and totally, it's like, just like I turned the corner. And all of a sudden I was in Arabia or something. And I'm thinking there was this white truck. I'm trying to figure it out. What happened? I was sort of scared because I feel like I've done something wrong or gotten in the wrong end of the tunnel or something. And over here, gestures left, there's somebody who's moved around a lot. No one says a word. I don't say a word. Moved around? I can see out of the corner of my eye someone or something is moving around a lot, just sort of darting around. And there's a whole row of people, little people, standing quietly over there on they're a little higher than I am. And I'm still just, my mind is worrying and worrying and worrying, like I'm short-circuited. I mean, it's like I'm on overdrive or something. And I have this feeling that I could kick my way out or dig my way out or something. Are they communicating with you? No. You're just sitting there. I'm just sitting there. Are they paying attention to you? Yes. There's one of them now sitting down in front of me, staring right at me. And she's completely different from the others. The others are all very small people. This one is tall and thin. And she's sitting down. She's all gangly. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of this. Where the hell? How the hell? You know, it's like I can't see. I just don't know what the hell to make of it. It's just impossible. It's totally impossible. It can't be like this. Maybe it's not like that. How the hell is it then? Look at it very hard. See if you see any changes. Look at it very hard. She's staring right back at me. She looks like a big bug, just sitting there staring at me. Are you staring back? I don't know what exactly I'm doing. I'm feeling very sad. 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 Yeah, I'm looking at her. She's looking at me. Do you know why? No idea. I just don't understand it. It's very hard to understand. You say she looks like a bug. Yeah, great big black eyes. She's sort of brown. She has a little tiny mouth. She's thin. She have antenna? No. She have hair? No, she's bald. She have ears? I don't see any. Eyebrows? No. Does she have a nose? A little bitty, tiny, sorta two-hole nose. A nose or just the holes? I guess it's there. What's the mouth like? It's straight. And it's straight, and for some reason it's a little hard to look at. Try to make it out. Horizontal lips? Yeah, it's very slight, just an opening. Very slight lips. Sitting there like that. I drew my hands around my knees to demonstrate the position. Then I paused, remembering a confusion of images. Something happened to me just then. She sat there for a long time, then put a hand out, put it under my shirt and under my sweater and under me, and put it right up against my chest, on the side of my chest. And it felt sort of soft, and it doesn't feel bad to be touched like that by that thing. And she takes her hand away. Where the hell am I? I'm way out in the country. I thought I was, I'm just scared to death. I'm totally coming out of it. I'm not out of it either. I'm wrong. Try to relax. I'm just scared to death, Dawn. Just relax. Sit back, relax. The fear is real, but it can't hurt you. Just relax. When did the fear start? When I realized I was driving down this road, and I didn't have any idea where I was. I was in the woods on a dirt road. How'd I get here? So sick of... I was driving down the highway. Then I see this weird white pickup. Then I'm all jumbled up and confused. Then I'm sitting in my car on this road, scared to death. Do you have any recollection of two people in uniforms being there? I'm just sitting in my car alone. Anybody tell you to go back? Yeah. He says to me, "Get out of here." Then this lady on the other side says, "We don't want you here." I say, "Who are you?" She looks at me with a real mean look on her face. She's real mean. What are they wearing? I mostly looked at the one over on the side, passenger side. I thought that was a woman. I just can't tell what's going on here. I don't know what the hell happened, because the next thing I know, I'm on the road again, I'm going back home. I want you to relax. Relax. Let your body go limp. Relax. Deeply asleep again. Deeply asleep. Stay calm. I want you to report. Be a reporter. Tell me what happens. I want you to go back to that long room. You are looking into the eyes of this person. You said this was a woman. Why do you think it's a woman? Because it is. Did you hear her talking? No, she told me a long time ago. This is somebody you know. I don't know. Remind you of anybody? I don't know. Don't ask me. Try to stay with it. Yes. Reminds somebody gasping, evident severe distress. Try to go on. I can't, because I can't make any sense out of it. It's like there are huge swirling. She's got something. She points it at me. It makes tremendous swirling pictures in my mind of I don't know what it's of. It's not of anything. It's like it's sickening. They're pictures of abstractions, things fitted together. Pause. I feel much calmer, much better. Why do you feel that? I don't know. I just do. What did she do? Because of these pictures, they made you feel better. Better. They're abstractions like triangles and circles and things, and they're fitted together in order. The triangle with the circle in it, and the square comes around and it moves all very smoothly and makes me feel better. Note, when people are asked at random to draw the first figure that enters their minds, 30% will draw a triangle. Nobody knows why this is the case. Did she want you to feel better? I don't know. Nobody said anything about it to me. This person you saw, somebody when you were 12 years old, was that the same sort of person? Yeah. Exactly? I don't know. Looks about the same. You said that she was very tall and thin. She's always sitting down. She's got a lot of legs and arms. A lot? I mean, for 2 legs, 2 arms. But she's so thin. And her arms are especially thin. She has sort of hands that look like they might have gloves on. You know, I've seen her before. Go back to where you saw her before. Try to go back to another time. When? Whenever you saw her before. I've seen her lots of times. Lots of times? Sure, I've seen her lots of times. I hate to think about that. Christ. I really do. Really do. It's very hard to think about that. It's like I'm being horsewhipped. I'm just not going to think about that. I don't want to think about it. At this point, Dr. Klein no longer wished to continue the hypnosis because of my evident distress and awakened me. My first words on waking up were, "It was like my head was in a vice right at the end. Like I was being beaten, whipped. Horrible. Why would it be that intense? It seems like there's a lot of bad feeling here." It was like a stone blocking me. The night after that hypnosis session, I became aware of an almost palpable presence before me. It was the image of her. After my careful scrutiny, it had lingered past hypnosis into my conscious life. As I walked home that night, I could see it before me just as it had been in the long room, staring at me with its great dark eyes. I had the impression during hypnosis that I had been going somewhere that afternoon, someplace I wasn't supposed to go. Almost as if, having been drawn to by a house in that particular area in the first place, I was overreacting to the impetus and was on my way right into their laps. Can it be that there is some sort of lodgment or projection into physical reality where these manifestations congregate? Or is it simply that the visitors have established a base in the general neighborhood? Or perhaps have been there since time immemorial? After this hypnosis session, I suffered the same sort of debilitation I had felt for so long following the December 26th experience. Lowered body temperature, weakness, an unpleasant sense of being somehow separated from the world around me. And the next afternoon I felt terribly tired. Either I was overloaded by a demand for more material than I could comprehend at one time, or there was a limit to the amount of information I would be able to remember. Or perhaps I could not comply because my unconscious mind had not anticipated the question and had not yet had time to construct more stories. I wonder. Hypnosis. Fishing in the Past, Part 2. The Deeps. Session date, March 14, 1986. Subject, Whitley Strieber. Psychiatrist, Donald Klein, M.D. This time we tried for a very, very deep trance. I was concerned about complying, not so much with Don's wishes, since he remains neutral, but rather with a hidden desire of mine that my memories would somehow confirm their own reality. I was hoping that a more profound trance would direct me totally toward Don, and thus all my compliance would be concentrated on him, and I knew I could trust his neutrality. The trance, which was deepened by the added suggestion that I descend 2 flights of stairs of 20 steps each, was profound. When I awakened, it was as if I had come up out of a well. I was reasonably satisfied that I had been too directed toward the hypnotist to interfere with myself, but it is not possible to be certain of this. I noticed afterward that he seemed to have kept his questions to an absolute minimum, perhaps in an effort to further reduce suggestion. We went first to the incident at my grandmother's house in 1967. The images were startlingly real, almost as vivid as if I were there again 20 years ago. Granny is in the other room. She's reading, too. I see her. Her light is still on.
Gigi's sleeping beside her bed. The rest of the house is dark. I turn the page. There's an ad for a car. Just staring at the ad. Goddamn. Something buzzing around here. I'm fighting it. All of a sudden, it puts something on my head like a railroad spike. A silver nail. A big, flat-headed silver nail, and it hits me right inside of the head with it. And I turn into something else. I'm heavy and big. I get up out of the bed. I feel totally different. I feel like I'm moving, like I'm walking through the house, like I'm a ghost in the house. I'm in the basement. No, I'm not. I'm still in bed. It's so peculiar. Because I never moved at all. The ad is still there. I never went anywhere. I stayed right there. I get up. I get a glass of water. I'm scared to death. I don't know why this happened to me. You said something about something happening right at the beginning of this thing. Yeah, there's like this very fierce face up beside my bed. A very fierce, strange face like a giant fly. It hits me with like a bright silver nail. This huge change comes over me. It's terrifying. Like I turn into another kind of person. I'm big. I'm heavy. I'm dark. I'm bony. And I start walking out of the room, and it's terrible. And the next thing I know, I'm back in bed again. My stomach's all knotted up. I'm scared to death. And the magazine is still on my lap. And then, could it have been a dream? I don't know. I don't know what to think of it. Yeah, of course it's a dream. It's gotta be a dream. Yet, I don't want to look up there where that thing was. So scared. I feel like I'm just totally... It's just totally unaccountable. I don't know what came over me. It's like it came out of nowhere. And there's this face. Real mean, fierce face. A person? Nah, it's like a big bug. Only it looks at you and you just want to look away. And it has this silver nail in its hand, and it hit me with the flat end of the nail. And the next thing I knew, I was moving. Only I was there. I was back in bed reading the magazine, still on the same page. An ad for a Mustang, very much like my Mustang, only it's blue. You had the experience before with that object. He probably referred to the October 4th incident, but that was not the one that came to my mind. Yeah, it happened to me before. We were out on the lot. Someone came across the lot. My sister thought it was a fireball. I thought it was a motorcycle. They put up the tent. I came out late. I was just gonna go in the tent. It had been raining. All of a sudden, this thing came catty-corner across the lot, and they're all stopped. It had a skeleton on it. Scared the hell out of me.
I turned around to run into the house. It didn't go anywhere. That skeleton's in the bushes. They knocked down the tent and they didn't do anything. They just stayed inside it. Patricia and Roxy and Angie, and that was all. And it had a silver thing, and it had really long arms. I was yelling for Daddy, and I couldn't. There was just nothing happening. I was yelling for Daddy, and it comes. I can feel its hand on my shoulder. I don't want it to have its hand on my shoulder. It's really terrible. Making running movements. I can't run away. I can't run away. And it has its hand on my shoulder, and I can't run away from it. It's stuck to me, kind of horrible. It pulls itself around me so I can see it, and God, Jesus, gasping, just looks at me, and then she's trying to get this thing on me. Oh, I feel much better. I know it's there, but I'm not scared. I'm not trying to run away anymore. This is really something. Boy, I'm lying down on the grass, on the lot. I'm not on the grass. I'm on the lot, and it's all stickery underneath. I just had my t-shirt on, and it's got something that's gonna... I just know it's there. I can see it clear as day. It looks just exactly like a bug. A praying mantis is what it looks like. Only it's so big. How can it be so big? And I don't feel so bad, but geez, it's just doing that. It's got this thing, and it's like working it down into my hair or something. I can't feel a thing. Now it's up in the air, and it's gone. And I know that the stars was coming out, and it'd be all cloudy before. How old are you? 12. And now they're all yelling at me because I collapsed the tent. My sister's real mad, and she's gonna get Mama to spank me because I collapsed the tent. And then get scared, and we take our stuff and we go inside. Patricia tells Mama she saw a fireball. Mom and Dad are inside watching TV. They're watching Ed Sullivan's show, and Mama says we'll be able to see Senor Winces if we stay inside. And it's cool anyway, cool in the house. It was hot and muggy outside. I feel Patricia tells Mama there was a fireball in the lot. That's why we came in. And I wonder why she doesn't say I collapsed the tent. And there was no fireball in the lot. Mama said not to worry about it. It was just a fireball. At the night, we slept out on the screened-in porch. Daddy came out and sang us a song. It embarrassed Patricia, but I loved it. So did Roxy and Angie. This vision you had of this praying mantis thing, is that the same as the others you've seen? all look like that. Yeah, I thought at first it was like a skeleton on a motorcycle or something. It was flying. No, it wasn't flying. I could just see it. And I see it really does look like a praying mantis, only bigger. It's got great big eyes that just scare the hell out of you. Scare you real bad. Big, big eyes. Doesn't really look like a praying mantis. They've got white eyes. This has got dark, black eyes. I thought it was a motorcycle because at first it looked like a guy on a motorcycle wearing dark glasses. Then I saw, God, it wasn't that. It came right up past the tent and just up to the honeysuckle hedge, and I just wanted to get across that hedge and into the yard so bad. Oh, God. So, you've had this experience of something being done to your head before? Yeah. The same sort of thing? No, it calmed me down. I felt good. It tapped me with something in the head and it calmed me down. Felt good. And I knew that it was still there, but I just laid right down was I in the backyard? No, I was in the lot, but it didn't feel like a bad place to lie down. There's lots of sticker burrs in the lot. It was a little stickery, but it wasn't too bad. I laid down and looked up at it and it worked something into my hair. I didn't feel anything. It had something long that it worked into my hair. It was like working in my hair, doing something. Then it went away. I wasn't scared while it was working that thing up in my hair. I don't know what it was. I didn't even ever see it. It was working a thing up in my hair. I didn't feel a thing. Try and relax. Now, try. Relax. Muscles are loose, deeply asleep, relaxed. We talked before about another time where you thought you saw a meteorite. Yeah. How old are you now? I'm 36. Tell me what happened. Well, I've started working with the young people at the foundation. This was forgive my pronunciation, the Gurdjieff Foundation, an organization devoted to the development of consciousness based on the ideas of the philosophers G.I. Gurdjieff and P.D. Uspensky. It is not related to groups that make the public claim to be the Gurdjieff Foundation. The real foundation is not a public organization. I've been in a very intensive period. A lot of meditation and effort. I'm working very hard on my new book, The Hunger. Jim Landis is on sabbatical, so I'm just working pretty much alone. I feel pretty good about it. We worked together a lot on it, and now he's gone on sabbatical. I think they like it a lot down at Morrow. I saw this thing. I had been feeling very good about my foundation work. I thought I was really connecting with the young people. Maybe I was reaching a new state of consciousness too. And looking out over the city one night, the sun had just set, and it was beautiful, orange, glowing. You could see the streetlights everywhere. I loved that den. I had then loved the den. It's so beautiful with a view. When it's clear, I can see all the way up to Bear Mountain. When it's clear. And then I saw this meteor. Like you couldn't quite really see it. It came down out of the sky. Very tiny, like a spark. And I thought, oh, that's not a plane. It's not anything. And I felt odd, like it was someone coming to see me. I told Anne about it. She said, who would it be? I said I didn't have any idea, and I went to bed. I love her so much, you know. I can't believe I'm seeing this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I look up from my book and there are 6 figures standing at the end of the bed, looking right at both of us. She's turned over and she's asleep. I say, Anne, look at this. They're menacing, looking strange. I don't understand where they even could have come from. They made no sound. They came out of the living room. The door is so dark. Nelson is sleeping under the bed. Nelson was the family dog. Nelson! Nelson's just sleeping under the family bed. I feel like I've just gotten some kind of weight on me. I want to get up. I'm thinking about my son. I want badly to get up. I'm thinking about my son. I don't know what's going on here. Is it because we're so high? Why did I ever get this apartment? Why didn't I get an apartment downstairs? I feel like crying because I can't get up and the door is so dark. They're just standing there. They don't say anything. They don't even look like they're alive. 5, 6 tar babies? 6 tar babies standing there? Am I seeing things? Anne! No one sees this. It must be that I'm seeing things. I close my eyes. I open my eyes. And it's changed. Now they're all around both sides of the bed, about halfway up, like when you stop looking at them, they start moving. I've lost my mind. I have lost my mind. This cannot be real. Anne. I shake Anne. I don't stop looking at them, but I shake Anne. They're wearing uniforms. This is just incredible. It can't be real. It cannot be true. It just can't be. Anne. Why in the world won't she wake up? She's never been this damned asleep. Anne, will you wake up? Anne. Oh, Christ. It's like I'm in another world. I can't make her wake up, and every time I glance at her, they get a little closer to the front of the bed. This is really a bad nightmare. Boy, this is a real foul nightmare, man. Oh, God. I wish I could wake her up. Voice 1, basso profundo. You're not trying to wake her up. I'm not trying to wake her up. I feel calmer, better. Voice 2, light. They're all right. They're all right. Voice 2. They have to do that. They have to do that. Who's standing out there? I get the feeling that this place is full of people. Someone keeps telling me that it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. I know it's all right, but I still want to get up and, they moved again. When I tried to get out of bed, they moved again. And they're standing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Total 8. 3 up, right beside my bed. 4, 5 at the foot of the bed. 1, 2, 3 on the other side of the bed. And goddamn, Nelson is snoring away under the bed. Why doesn't the dog wake up at least? What's the use of buying a dog? They aren't people. Therefore, it's a dream. Our boy says, "Oh." He says, "Oh." And he screams out loud, real loud. Screams again. "Ah." They pull all right down to the foot of the bed, and I get up and I'm running like hell, and he's screaming like hell. And that praying mantis is standing right in the middle of the living room, right near the windows. And I run on into my boy, and he's put his arms out, and he's got his face all screwed up, and he's screaming. I never saw that little boy scream like that before. Something happened. Something happened to Anne. Anne? What the hell was that? I pick him up. She comes in. He's hard and cold. He's very cold. He's got his diaper pulled down around his knees. It falls off. We're holding him. Both of us are holding him. He finally calms down. What happened, Anne? I don't know. My God, something blew up in the kitchen. You keep him. Hold on now. I'll go. It's a bottle. He's falling asleep in my arms. What kind of a bottle, honey? A bottle of seltzer blew up. You're kidding. I've still got my son. I walk out there. Don't get in the glass. There's glass all over the floor. I take him and I rock him. She's out there working on the glass and I'm rocking him. We've got all the lights on. I'm rocking him. Dawn then suggested that I was back in my bed and that I would be able to see the ones around it very clearly. They look like they're staring at me with their mouths open. Only their faces do not move. I don't know exactly what they are. They're like the other one? No, the other one is thin and bigger. They're stocky and little. What color are they? Color? They're wearing blue uniforms. Dark blue uniforms. They're sort of gray. They look like they haven't been out in the sun in 10 years. Sorta mushroom gravy. Mushroom gray. Smell funny too. Like a burned match head. Just totally expressionless faces. 2 big round eyes. And a round mouth. And I don't think they even have noses. really didn't look at them too hard. I don't know if they had noses. I was scared pretty bad there. This has to be a dream, because the dog is sleeping like the dead. Why do you feed a dog? Dawn then brought me out of the trance. I was shocked by the unqualified reality of what I had seen. I just could not believe in that moment that the forms persisting in my mind were anything but real. And yet they had to be something else. Surely they did. There was a certain way of checking the reality of at least one of these memories, because there was one other person involved whom I knew well. My sister. I had been thinking about calling her. I did so the next afternoon, and she asked her our now familiar question. What is the strangest thing you remember ever happening? The time we were sleeping out in the back lot and the fireball came across the lot. I sat there holding the phone and feeling as if I were falling down a deep well. And at the bottom of the well was somebody with huge shining eyes. Can you describe it? It was a big green fireball. It came catty-corner across the lot. We all got scared and went inside. We slept on the porch instead. Did we tell Mother and Dad? Mother said it was nothing to worry about. It was just a fireball. I still do not remember seeing the fireball. All my life, I've had a free-floating memory of a skeleton riding a motorcycle, a frightful effigy. Now I know the source of that image. Were my sister's words confirmation? Yes, of the fact that something disturbing happened in that vacant lot so long ago. But the issue of what it was remains open. What is the most interesting here is really a pattern. It involves two types of interaction with the visitors. One type seems to involve the approach of a single individual or small group, as happened on the night of the fireball at my grandmother's in the apartment on East 75th Street and in the country on October 4th. The other type of incident is the long visitation, and the ones that occurred when we were on the train in 1957, in Austin, the August before the incident at my grandmother's, and on December 26, 1985. These experiences usually include more interaction and often take place on the visitor's own turf. The short visits almost always to concern psychological activity, the long ones to involve more physical testing, almost as if preparations are made or results observed during those times. By the time December 1985 came around, I may have had these encounters at least a dozen times, and yet I never learned from them. Each time the experience took place, I was as frightened, as tormented, as astonished as before. This is one of the most difficult internal problems connected with the experience. One would have thought that the mind acting alone would have compartmentalized all this material together, as it does with recurring dreams and nightmares, so that when I entered the state, I would have reference to the other experiences of it, even though, as in recurring nightmares,
the material would still have been terrifying. My actual condition almost seems to suggest that there was an attempt to render me as helpless as possible by placing me in a state where each experience was perceived in and of itself, without reference to the past encounters. Thus, each time the surprise was total. Running through my memories, there is a consistent flavor of intense terror. But is it only my terror? The terror of the body? Biological terror? There may be things about contact between beings formed in different biospheres that we do not understand at all. Perhaps they feel some instinctive emotion too. I have the impression that these experiences are very intense for them, if not actually frightening. If the terror is an unavoidable side effect of our biology, then the amnesia can be seen not only as an act of self-protection, but as one of kindness also. Assuming the correctness of my perceptions, this book then becomes a chronicle, not only of my discovery of a visitor's presence in the world, but also one of how I have learned to fear them less. I look out my window. It is a warm afternoon, cloudy and thunderous. An afternoon of early spring. People go back and forth beneath umbrellas, their feet splashing in puddles. A helicopter sails across the sky. A jet angles towards LaGuardia. It's all so normal, so home. But what else was in that sky? A flash of silver light? Or something reflecting on my glasses? And that is where we will end today. Once again, I am left a little bit speechless. Really enjoy reading through this. This next part is titled The Image, so we'll see what that holds for us next time. Thank you again for joining me if you've made it this far, and I will see you next time. Thanks for joining me as I try and replicate a sort of storytelling experience. And we are over halfway done with communion. This next part is called The Image. The morning after the hypnotic session covering my experience with the fog bank, March 11, 1986, I awoke not only feeling as if I had been beaten up during the night, I was aware of something new in my mind. At first, the exact nature of this new manifestation was not clear to me. I was oppressed by it. There was an acute impression of being watched. Then I began to realize why. I was being watched. There was a face staring directly at me. The grave, implacable, subtly humorous face I had come to recognize from hypnosis. A vivid image of her had emerged in my mind. It was so real I could almost touch it. This was disturbing, and I was eager to expel it, assuming it to be a side effect of the hypnotic session, occurring because Dr. Klein had asked for so many details about her appearance. It was also so extraordinarily clear. I was in a panic. I couldn't live with this image perpetually reminding me of the visitor's enigmatic presence in my life. I went into my office and I sat on the floor, going deep into a state of meditation. I drew my concentration to my body, directing my attention to my physical center of gravity just below the navel and away from my racing mind. It took only a moment for me to see that the image had not gone away. On the contrary, it had become far more clear. It wasn't anything like any other imagistic material I'd ever had in my mind.
I could not calm myself. I was frantic. For the first few hours, it was static, simply staring back at me with those large, glistening eyes. I've never had eidetic or photographic memory, so this image was something very new for me. An eidetic image is very much like a photograph inside the mind. This one, though, was far more than a photograph. It had the urgency of life about it. Despite my attempts to explain it to Bud Hopkins and Don Klein, I could not succeed in communicating to others just how special it seemed to me to be. Nor did I really know this myself until a few days later, when some of the remarkable properties of the image were revealed. I think that the image was somehow triggered by hypnosis. Maybe the intense state of concentration evoked it from my unconscious. Or maybe I attracted the visitors' attention and they responded. After the image appeared, I did research into eidetic memory and found that it is very rare in adults, almost to the point of being non-existent in Western cultures. What's more, the descriptions I found of eidetic images did not even begin to correspond to what I was experiencing. People did not report that their eidetic images had a life of their own. This one seemed ready to reach out and touch me. I felt a strong sense of relationship. Looking at it was more like looking at a person behind a soundproof glass than looking at a picture. I found that the image not only moved about of its own accord, it would move on command. It showed me its hands, its face, every detail of its body. Anne asked me to describe its feet, and it leaned forward against something that I could not see and raised a foot, which appeared almost like a very simple version of a human foot. Instead of toes, there was a solid structure split in only one place. Like all the joints, the ankle appeared simple in structure. While I might indeed have been viewing the result of some extraordinary connection between myself and a real conscious being, it also may be that this was an act of the imagination. The act of a mind calling upon itself to provide another argument in favor of this being an experience with an external component. If what I was really dealing with amounted to some sort of deep and instinctive attempt to create a new deity for myself, to remain agnostic was to put the conscious me in an interesting position of opposing my own unconscious aim. What if my unconscious got mad at me and started throwing off things that were really scary, even dangerous? We don't know a thing about conjuring and magic. We've dismissed it all. We who love science too much. It could be that very real physical entities can emerge out of the unconscious. That was certainly one of the hypotheses suggested by what had already happened. I worried that I might not be in control of this conjuring ability at all. I had already conjured something awfully disturbing. What if there were even more disturbing things waiting in the pantheon of the subconscious? That was on the one hand. On the other hand, maybe I could make this thing become a real solid being. Frightening, but also fascinating. Bud Hopkins suggested that I get an artist to render the image. We chose Ted Jacobs because he is skilled in creating portraits from verbal descriptions. It was when Ted came over with his sketch pad that I discovered that what was most interesting about the image. I was sitting with my eyes closed, describing this face as carefully as I could. I could see it in amazing detail. Moving closer and then farther back,
observing fine points such as the faint dusting of white, powdery fuzz that seemed to cover its cheeks and forehead, making it feel, I would imagine, to the touch as smooth as the downy head of a baby. The nose was not very prominent, but the end seemed sensitive, almost like the end of a finger. As I watched, the image moved its nose, revealing that this was obviously a sensitive organ both of touch and smell. The mouth was not straight, but rather one of those rich and complex lines that come to a human mouth with the advance of years. Centered in this mouth was a remarkable expression. The outcome, it seemed to me, of implacable will, leavened by what I can only describe as mirth. Ted Jacobs tried especially hard to capture that elusive quality, and succeeded brilliantly, although the final result on the cover of this book is a bit more human than was actually the case. Specifically, the mouth was nothing more than a line, albeit a complex one. There were no lips at all, and the cranium was a good bit larger than the cover portrait would suggest. The chin was strong, very pointed, and there was a general impression that the skin was stretched over a plated bone structure. By far, the most arresting feature in this face was the eyes. They were far larger than our own eyes. In them, I once or twice glimpsed a suggestion of black iris and pupil, but it was no more than a suggestion, as if there were optic structures of some kind floating behind those wells of darkness. It was in those eyes that I saw staring down at me on October 4th, those eyes that gleamed so furiously in the faint nightlight. I remember them from December 26th, too, and from the summer of 1957, and from the experience with the fog bank. Ted asked me many questions about those eyes. When he asked me how they looked closed, I got another shock. The image closed its eyes. I saw the huge glassy structures recede and loosen, becoming wrinkled, and the lids come down and up at the same time to close just below the middle of the eyeball. I described this to Ted, but he wanted to know more. How about a profile view? Had I ever seen a profile? As I sat there staring into the darkness of my own mind, I saw the image obediently turn its head. I could hardly believe what I was observing. Was this a phantom? What was it? My research thus far had not uncovered any specific paradigm of this experience. I will not assert finally that it was a mental phenomenon as yet unidentified, but at the moment this remains a distinct possibility. While the image stayed with me, it remained exactly the same as it was when I first saw it. I could observe any part of the body from the top of the head to the tip of the foot. I could do this again and again, and see the same thing each time. On March 13th, I made a complete physical description on tape. On March 23rd, I repeated the description again, then compared the two tapes. There was no difference. The image was unchanged. Beyond the face, I was able to see the figure's back, the sides of its head, its arms and hands, its feet, torso, abdomen, every part of its body. Under close scrutiny, its surface was smooth, but did not seem to have a layer of fat under the skin, which was stretched tight over the bones. The structure of the knee and elbow joints reminded me of the knees of grasshoppers or crickets. The hands were very long and tapered. When in repose, with the 3 fingers and opposable thumb,
When pressed down, the hands became flat, suggesting that they were more pliable than our hands. On the fingers were short, dark nails of a more claw-like appearance than ours. Overall, this did not appear to me to be a highly developed body, but rather a very simple one. There was a general lack of complexity that suggested few bones and not much flesh. I do not know how to explain this image. If it was not created by the powerful effect of Dawn's asking me to visualize the creature, then perhaps it was some sort of sophisticated holographic projection. It might be possible to maintain an image in the mind if one knew how to stimulate the optic center in the right way. Is that what happened? Subsequent events suggested that the image was something even more extraordinary than it had at first seemed. The visitation of March 15th, 1986. Late on the night of March 14th, after I had come back from the hypnosis session covering events in our apartment on East 75th Street, I sat down once again to think things through. The image was with me, of course. I wondered what would happen if I asked it to come to me. Humanity has a long history of conjuring and magic. I have no doubt in my mind that most of this rose from the attempts of helpless people to affect an environment before which they were, in fact, powerless. But what if that was not the whole story? I sat there looking at it. It looked back at me. Nothing more happened. The thought flashed through my mind, almost unbidden, that anything I wrote about this experience would be far more intense if I was given some sort of confirmation. It was a true thought. That was exactly how I felt at the moment. The image responded to me with a sharper stare. On Saturday morning, we went to the country. Our son had invited a friend, and we picked this child up on the way. She was one of his school friends, also 7, and the two of them were full of excitement about their weekend together. At no time were the subjects of flying discs, visitors, or any related material discussed at all, and I doubt very much if such things were in the pantheon of either child's awareness. Our son had not been exposed to any of this material and remained totally ignorant of it. Before dinner, I took a walk along our quiet private road. It was a moderately clear night with a quarter moon. On the walk, I saw a hair-thin streak of light come straight down out of the sky. I thought, I'm disappointed in myself, or in them. Why such a dismal little manifestation? It was dark when the 4 of us sat down to the dinner table. We had been eating for only a few minutes when our son's guest suddenly shouted, "A little airplane, covered with lights, just flew through the front yard." There was a real shock in this kid's face. The child looked at me, obviously distressed. My impulse was to hide under the table, but I pulled myself together and managed instead to speak in an offhand and reassuring manner. "There's an airbase near here," I said. The National Guard base is 30 miles away, but it was all I could think to say. We don't let those things bother us. Best just to forget about it. I got up and went outside, but saw nothing. Soon, the shock subsided and the children went on eating. Anne and I just sat looking at one another. She had only been hypnotized for the first time the afternoon of the previous day, and knew almost nothing about what was happening with me. From her own hypothesis, she had concluded that some sort of visitor experience might be involved, and thus the little girl's statement scared her. After dinner, the 2 of us went upstairs and discussed the matter.
Frankly, the kid's observation, coming as it did at that moment, had convinced me that on some level what was happening must be real. Why else would the child have made that announcement? Not a word about the visitors had been said within earshot of either of the kids, and the little girl was absolutely without information about this subject. I told Anne about my attempt at communication. "I had a feeling you'd do something like that," she said. "Too bad I can't drive. I'd take the kids back to the city and leave you here to face the music." She stopped. No, I wouldn't. We sat hand in hand in the dark while downstairs the kids read quietly together. I wasn't sure I could drive the car even if I had wanted to. I could barely keep my eyes open. I recognized the floating sensation of a light hypnotic trance. Was I hypnotizing myself? It's possible. But what had our son's friend seen? The next day I asked her if she knew what a flying saucer was, and she replied, "A what?" "You know, a flying saucer." The child looked at me like I was crazy. "I don't know what that is. Your son and I are going out to his clubhouse." Her confusion revealed the lack of knowledge. When we went back to the city, I engaged the child's father in conversation. "Do you remember flying saucers?" "What? Yeah." "Ever read any books about them?" "Can't say that I have." "Ever discussed them?" What is this about? Ever discussed them?" "No, now what? Do I win or lose?" A child like I was, brought up in the 50s, would have known about flying saucers. They were big news in those days. But they aren't now, so it's not surprising that the little girl was uninformed. But it is important. It is very important, obviously. The girl saw what she saw in a simple and real way. When people dismiss such innocent and uninformed testimony, they make a great mistake. Precisely because it is so uninformed, it is powerful evidence of the reality of the phenomenon. But what reality? Maybe the child really saw an object in the physical world. But maybe also the mind has powers that we do not understand. Perhaps there is such a thing as mental telepathy, and when I asked the image to help me, what I really did was send my own inner self on a quest. And at the end of its quest, it found this innocent, open little mind and entered it, and there created a hallucination, knowing full well that the little guest would be the last person at the house likely to see anything, and thus the first one to be believed. By 9, both children were fast asleep. I was in a surprisingly benign mood, listening to music on WAMC out of Albany, and enjoying being with my wife. We sat together in the parlor in our big upstairs bedroom and got sleepier and sleepier. By the time the clock rang 10, it was all we could do to crawl into bed. We went to sleep. Sometime during the night, I was awakened abruptly by a jab on my shoulder. I came to full consciousness instantly. There were 3 small people standing beside the bed, their outlines clearly visible in the glow of the burglar alarm panel. They were wearing blue coveralls and standing absolutely still. They were familiar figures, not the fierce, huge-eyed feminine being I have described before, but rather the more dwarf-like ones, stocky and solidly built, with gray humanoid faces and glittering deep-set eyes. They were the ones I felt were the good army when they took me on December 26th. I thought to myself, my God,
I'm completely conscious, and they're just standing there. I thought that I could turn on the light, perhaps even get out of bed. Then I tried to move my hand, thinking to flip on the switch on my bedside lamp and see the time. I can only describe the sensation I felt when I tried to move as like pushing my arm through electrified tar. It took every ounce of attention I possessed to get any movement at all. I marshaled my will and brought my attention to the sharpest possible focus. Simply moving my arm did not work. I had to order the movement, to labor at it. All the while, they stood there. I struggled, bit by bit, clawing closer and closer to the lamp. I turned my head, fighting a pressure that felt as if a sheath of lead had been draped over me, and saw the light switch in the dark. I watched my hand move slowly closer, and finally felt the switch under my finger. I clicked it. Nothing. Tried again. Still nothing. The electricity was off. The burglar alarm was still working because it had a battery backup, but apparently it meant little to them as they had entered the house without tripping it. When I turned my head back, I confronted a sight so weird. I thought afterward I did not know how to write about it. I still don't, so I'm just going to plunge ahead. Beside my bed, and perhaps 2 feet from my face, close enough to see it plainly without my glasses, was a version of the thin ones, the type I have called her. It was not quite right, though. Its eyes were like big black buttons, rather round rather than slanted. It appeared to be wearing an inept cardboard imitation of a blue, double-breasted suit, complete with a white triangle of handkerchief sticking out of the pocket. I was overcome at this point by terror so fierce and so physical that it seemed more biological than psychological. My blood and my bones and muscles were much more afraid than my mind. My skin began tingling. My hair felt like it was getting a static charge. The sense of their presence in the room was so unimaginably powerful and so strange. I tried to wake up, but my mouth wouldn't open. The moment I thought of the kids, a clear picture flashed in my head of those 2 of them sleeping peacefully. The thing before me seemed like a sort of interrogatory. Why the suit? Did it mean that they were showing me a male? If this was a hive species, there might well be more than one sex, and they might be physically very different. Females, males, and stocky little drones. Now, what was I going to do? Having called them, lie here and quake? I'd wanted to communicate. They were obviously waiting for me to do something. I saw their faces so clearly, their eyes dark, glittering pits in their dun skin. I could not help noticing that there was a sort of jollity about these beings. I thought before that they seemed happy. Perhaps whatever they were trying to do was going well. They had responded to my summons. What on earth should I say? I wanted them to know that I was still in possession of myself, despite what I can only describe as a terrific assault against me, physically and mentally. I was still functional and on some level independent. More than this, I wanted them to know how I felt about them, despite all the complex connotations of what they were doing to me. There may very well be good reasons for their behavior. Have all of their contacts with human beings been peaceful? And how about me? Had I fought in the past? If they had a hive mind, it might be that the amount of volition I had left
was all they could allow me without risking loss of control of the situation. What if I'd been able to do something unexpected very quickly, like reach out and take one of them by the shoulders? Would the hive then become confused about where this being was? Would it have been that simple to take a captive? There was and is no way that I would ever make a provocative gesture in their presence. In fact, I wouldn't move at all unless bidden, not until I understand more. If one could escape into their world, one could also get lost in it. Lying in that bed, I felt a very strong sense of responsibility. I had to communicate in some non-threatening manner. I was an emissary of sorts, although perhaps only to the court of nightmare. If so, it was a strange sort of bad dream, in that the terror began to pass, even though the dream hadn't ended. Again, it took an absolute concentration of will, a centering of my attention, and the application of the most careful effort to the muscles of my face. But I did manage to smile. Instantly, everything changed. They dashed away with a whoosh, and I was plunged almost at once back into sleep. Now I did dream, qualitatively a very different experience from what I had just transpired. Frankly, I'm quite certain that the beings I saw were not a dream, and probably not a hallucination. What they were was an enigma. Interestingly, my dream was an unfrightening repeat of one of the few really terrifying nightmares I've ever had. This was of being chased through a stark stone place by a robot with beady pop eyes. This time, however, I didn't run, and the robot finally sat down and contented itself with staring at me. The next thing I knew, morning came. I opened my eyes, feeling absolutely drained. Anne said, "Well, it was a quiet night," and proceeded to make a beautiful breakfast while I sat and stared. Everybody was happy and well around the breakfast table. The Times was as thick as ever, and the coffee and waffles were delicious. I was back in my world again, with my own familiar family. When I told Anne about what had happened, she laughed merrily at the idea of the painted suit of aged design and reset the clock on the stove, which had lost 5 minutes during the night. I found that one of the other people I've met has also had an experience involving visitors in archaic suits. This suggests that the visitors are not too interested in our clothing, or confused about its significance, or perhaps their thought processes have not gotten very far yet in regard to clothing. It may be that, if we ever meet them openly, they will not be quite as naked as the creature who emerged in Close Encounters. Perhaps they will be wearing double-breasted suits circa 1952, complete with pocket handkerchiefs. What happened the night of March 15th was fundamentally different and more open than any other contact I have had. The visitors almost irrefutably announced themselves to me. They allowed me to see them while in full possession of all my other memories of them, albeit in a more or less completely restrained physical condition, and they preceded their appearance to me by the witness of the uninvolved child. The one person there that night who had absolutely no relationship to this at all, who had come down to see me during the night. Did they really drop down from the sky? Or have they come from some other cosmos? A place where dreams are real and reality a dream, where shadows and those who cast them are one and the same. Weeks after writing the material preceding this chapter, I met a woman who said she thought of her visitor as a man, and proceeded to describe a small being, very gentle, with round eyes like shiny black buttons, and a tiny, almost non-existent mouth. This was what I had seen, or a model of it. The suit must have been a form of communication. Why not simply speak? They have a voice of sorts. I've heard it. Others have heard it. And they can also speak in the center of the head. I wondered if it all had something to do with my request for confirmation. Were the three real ones holding a scarecrow near me because they wanted to see what I would do with my limited physical mobility and did not want to expose a living being to the danger of my touch? In retrospect, I'm glad that I did not reach out. My impression is that these people, if they exist, are more than a little afraid of us. They are deeply afraid. I suppose it was best to smile rather than move my hands toward them, but I wish that there had been touch. Could there have been, or would my fingers have crossed only air? I suppose that I will always wonder. I asked for confirmation, not proof. It seems that they took me at the exact meaning of the word. And there we have the end of part 4. My question is, why? Why did they change the cover of this book? Because this is not a very provocative or interesting cover. The other one, it is very much those things. If you know, let me know. The only thing I can imagine is maybe it was too off-putting. Who knows? Well, we're really working through. I've got about 100 pages left. Thank you for joining me if you have made it this far, and I will see you next time.